Chapter 825. Everything in this world seemed to have disappeared. Only the white-robed divine king was left. He had become an eternal ray of light, untainted by dust. He was like a true god as he sat there motionlessly. Accompanied by the cries of the heavens, auspicious lights fell from the sky, all moving for him. Countless Tao marks flickered and cried for him. No one could get close. Only the falling flowers danced around him. Even though he was heavily injured and coughing up large amounts of blood, all the ancient kings were shaken. Only after a long time did people come back to their senses. The ancient races all looked terrified. They didn't know how much they would have to pay to take the white-robed divine king's life. Meanwhile, the human cultivators were all worried. They all had a bad premonition. Their state of mind was completely different from the ancient races. The divine king's vitality had been severely consumed and he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He's so powerful. We must find someone to get rid of him. Otherwise he will become the greatest obstacle on my path. He started earlier than me, so it will be too late if we don't get rid of him. The imperial sun was awe-inspiring. Will anyone else attack in the near future? Jianghu asked. His left eye was a black sun, and his right eye was a blood moon. It was exceptionally frightening and strange. Don't worry, a supreme existence is coming soon. In fact, many people don't believe that Wuxia is still alive, the imperial sun said calmly. Not far away, Yifan almost couldn't help but reveal his trump card. However, after hearing all this with his clairaudient, he forcefully restrained himself. His heart sank. Someone else would come. How many terrifying kings did the ancient races have? This was only a portion. He felt that he had to use his trump card at the most critical moment. Back then, after the Emperor of Fighting passed away, the world was immediately thrown into chaos. Even an unrivaled character like the divine Silkworm Princess was killed by a spear. Even that fighting monkey was forced to head west. The 10,000 races have no lack of peerless experts, especially on this ancient planet. The imperial sun said to himself. So hard to kill. At the center of the battlefield, the lightning blood queen spoke. The dragon spear in her hand released a cold, bloody radiance. Even someone as powerful as she didn't dare to act rashly. They had surrounded the great enemy again, but none of the ancient kings acted rashly. They were all afraid of being killed by the divine king before his death. They were all very careful. The divine king stroked the zither with both hands, and the tinkling sounds rang out. He did not take the initiative to attack, and the two sides were in a stalemate, in a delicate state of balance. A single person facing a group of ancient kings, this kind of power was shocking. No one dared to take even half a step forward, and they all felt restraining fear towards each other. Are you guys afraid? You're all ancestors of your race and have seen all sorts of storms and waves. Could it be that you don't dare to kill a dying person? The lightning blood queen said. A scarlet mist rose from her body as the dragon spear shot out a blood-colored light that pierced through the clouds. Kill? Finally the kings attacked again. The white-robed god king did not have much life left, so they could not give him any time to catch his breath. This was the best opportunity to kill him. The sound of the zither rang out, and the falling petals danced in the air, drawing out streaks of brilliant light. Ripples flew out like fireworks, dazzling to the extreme in an instant. Pooh! A streak of bloody light erupted. An ancestral king's head fell to the ground, his primordial spirit destroyed, dying a violent death. Dead, another ancient king is dead. Outside the battlefield there was great chaos. Today so many ancient kings had actually died in the hands of a single person. The price was too great and the various races could not bear it. As expected, divine King Jiang's face paled even more, and he coughed out a lot more divine blood. His body swayed and he would collapse at any time. Just a little more and he would be finished. Another ancient king said coldly. They had already fought to this point. If they stopped attacking and gave the white-robed god king time to recover, then all their efforts would have been for naught. Kill. This time he has no more power to resist. The others roared and divine laws were activated. Another round of fierce attacks unfolded. This time there was no sound of the zither and no ripples spread out. There was only a sigh that came from the white-robed god king, but it was even more terrifying. Ah! A terrified scream rang out. An ancient king's body turned into light, and he was quickly annihilated, finally disappearing. The sigh of a god. The world immediately quieted down. These ancient kings all stopped, and each of them felt a chill run down their backs. They were used to seeing life and death, but they had never felt such fear as today. The opponent was already exhausted, but he still didn't die. He killed the enemy again and again. If this continued, the one to die of exhaustion would not be the white-robed God King but themselves. At this time the divine king was dyed in blood, and his white clothes were about to become bloody. A gust of wind would cause him to collapse. His face was pale and his life would come to an end at any time. However, he was like a bottomless pit. No one knew when they would be able to fill it up with the lives of the ancient kings, so no one dared to try again. There are so many of us. If this continues, we will all be killed by him. An ancient king shivered all over. He fought against so many kings alone and he had killed so many. Blood dyed the Dao platform red, and a single drop of such blood could kill a powerhouse. This place had become a hellish battlefield, and the ones being killed were all gods that people had to look up to. It was shocking and they had never seen something like this before. At this time, even the Lightning Blood Queen had stopped attacking because she wasn't confident. Even though they felt that the divine king would fall at the next moment, they had failed time and time again. Ancient kings were killed one after another, and this made them lose their courage. This was an unforgettable scene. A blood-soaked white-robed man sat in front of an ancient zither. He was otherworldly, and the rain of flowers lingered around him. The group of ancient kings were stunned, and no one dared to act recklessly. The world was silent and no one spoke. Only the falling flowers flew about, producing rustling sounds and flickering with a translucent luster. It was actually this kind of result. No one had expected that the human race only had one saint, yet he could face off against so many ancient kings. Why is it like this? Some ancient clansmen were unwilling, but they didn't dare to go forward. Meanwhile, many human cultivators were both excited and terrified. They were afraid that this was all an illusion, and all of this originated from a single person. They were afraid that the white-robed God King would fall. A single person suppressing so many kings. If news of this gets out, it will be the shame of all races. What are you all afraid of? A cold voice came from the sky. 5 dazzling streaks of light descended from the sky. The one in the lead was actually a saint king. His purple hair scattered behind him and his figure was tall and slender. He was almost the same as the human race. The 4 figures behind him were all ancient kings. Even though they couldn't compare to him, they were still astonishing enough. This was especially the case when they arrived at this time. It's ancient King Zilin. They came from the nest of 10,000 dragons. The various ancient clans were all shocked. This was an extremely powerful power. It was rumored that there might be an ancient great sage in the nest of 10,000 dragons that could overlook the entire ancient star. They walked over step by step. The name of the Saint King in the lead was Zilin, and his fame had spread throughout the archaic era. Many people recognized him. His expression was cold, and he was about to take action against the white-robed God King. Right at this moment, the Western Emperor Pagoda in the sky released thunderous sounds. Pillars of energy as thick as mountains descended one after another, as if they wanted to destroy all of the ancient kings. However, Zilin wasn't afraid at all. He stared at the heavens and said, "Jade Lake Sacred Ground, do you all really dare to take action? There are 2 ancient imperial weapons outside that are already aimed at this place." The scene was deathly silent. It had actually reached this step. The situation was extremely serious. The weapons of the ancient emperors had already been arranged, and a single mistake might result in a terrifying confrontation. This kind of collision, even if it wasn't world-destroying, wasn't far off. No one could imagine how terrifying the consequences would be. During the archaic era, whenever the ancient imperial weapons were used, there would always be a few illustrious great clans that would be wiped out. Their deterrence was indescribable. You humans aren't the only ones with emperor weapons. Our ancient imperial weapons are even more ancient and have long become deities. If we truly fight, the outcome has long been decided. Another 4 figures descended from the sky, all of them wrapped in divine flames. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. With so many ancient race saints, the ancient imperial weapons they activated would definitely be many times more powerful than the human race's emperor weapons. Truly a hero of a generation, to be able to resist so many ancient kings alone. This is truly unexpected. As soon as these words were spoken, another 3 ancient kings descended. Gray mist pervaded the air, and their auras were terrifying. The hearts of the human cultivators were like dead ashes. How were they supposed to fight against so many people? The white-robed God King was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Now, another 12 ancient kings appeared, and there was even a saint king among them. Does the heavens want to exterminate our race's saints? A human sect master lamented. This was a situation that made everyone speechless. The difference was truly too great. It made people feel powerless and indescribably sorrowful. Truly boring. Is there only one saint in the human race? Yet you guys still couldn't capture him despite having so many people. Truly a disgrace. Two males appeared in the void. Every pore on their bodies was shining, making it difficult for people to look straight at them. It's them, the twin ancient kings. The various ancient races were all shocked. These two looked exactly the same, and their fame had spread throughout the archaic era. They were a pair of twin brothers, and what was terrifying was that they were both saint kings. A total of 14 ancient kings came, and among them, 3 were saint kings. This kind of scene already foretold the conclusion and made the human race silent. Especially the twin kings that came later, they made people feel even more restraining fear. Originally, their words made the expressions of a few ancient kings change, but after seeing them, they didn't start a conflict. The person you're talking about is their father, right? Jianghu asked in a low voice. The heavenly prince nodded and said, "Correct, it's that existence that has a chance of becoming the great sage, Skyfall ancient king." During the archaic era, how many great sages could there be? It truly is too difficult to verify the Tao. I only knew it was Skyfall ancient king. There were rumors that he had a chance of succeeding. Jianghu sighed and said, long, at the end of the horizon, 9 terrifying ancient beasts ran over. Every single one of them was a king-level expert. They were incomparably terrifying, and they were all archaic vicious beasts. They pulled an ancient war chariot and trampled across the sky. It was as if the divine drums of the celestial court were beating, resounding through the clouds and intimidating everyone's hearts. 9 archaic vicious beasts at the king level could only be used to pull the chariot. This kind of appearance was extremely shocking, making everyone's entire body go cold and their fine hairs stand on end. The 9 archaic vicious beasts stopped, and the ancient war chariot stopped as well. A heaven-overflowing aura pervaded the air, and a terrifying figure stepped out from the war chariot. Mist curled about, forming a hazy expanse that drowned him out. Even the heavenly eyes couldn't see through him. Only a pair of green eyes revealed a terrifying light. One could vaguely see a tall figure that was like a demonic god. Greetings, Heavenly King Skyfall. Even though the ancient kings present were very arrogant and prideful, they still went up to pay their respects after seeing this ancient ancestor. One could imagine just how high his status was and how terrifying his strength was. At this point, the human cultivators were in complete despair. How could they resist? Once this Heavenly King Skyfall appeared, it was useless no matter how heaven-defying the white-robed divine king was. How could they fight against more than 20 ancient kings and this Heavenly King Skyfall who had the potential to become the great sage? He fought a group of ancient kings alone and killed 3 saint kings. This kind of battle record is very shocking. He's an outstanding talent. Heavenly King Skyfall stood in front of the war chariot and looked down. His eyes were even more terrifying in the black mist. They were like 2 divine lamps, and only the outline of his tall body could be seen. The white-robed divine king stood up and faced all the ancient kings alone. He then looked at Heavenly King Skyfall with a calm expression. "I am willing to accept you as my adopted son. Are you willing to join my race and become the great sage respected by all races?" Heavenly King Skyfall spoke such earth-shattering words. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many ancient kings were shocked, and even his son, the Gemini King, was shocked. They looked at the terrifying existence on the war chariot. The white-robed divine king snorted coldly for the first time and said, "I only want to know how many more ancient kings will come. Since I'm already here, the others won't take action." Heavenly King Skyfall calmly spoke, but it made people feel a domineering aura of supremacy. At the same time, in an uninhabited region, a resplendent divine ranking soared into the sky and flew towards the Jade Lake. Chapter 826. The heaven-connecting platform was majestic and majestic. In the air, the 9 archaic beasts were each more ferocious than the last. Their demonic energy overflowed into the heavens. They were all kings at the grand completion level, yet they could only be used to pull chariots. Behind the 9 ancient beasts, huge divine chains flickered with cold light. They were pulling an ancient chariot that was full of blade marks and arrow holes. Above them, Heavenly King Skyfall towered like a demonic god, pressuring the entire Jade Lake to the point where it seemed like it was about to collapse. A rumbling voice came down from above. "You are a hero rarely seen in 1,000 generations. I actually don't want to strangle a genius, don't force me." The white-robed divine king was very calm. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and said, "It is you all who are being overbearing. The human race has always wanted to sit down and have a chat with you all." The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone could hear their own heartbeats and they were all nervous to the extreme. An unrivaled existence like Heavenly King Skyfall had actually arrived. During the archaic years, he was invincible and swept through the wastelands. All kings submitted to him. He alone was enough to wipe out several great races. This kind of ancient existence had cultivated for an extremely long time. Regardless of seniority or strength, they were both extremely high. One has to know that even his two sons were terrifying saint kings that could suppress an area. No race dared to disobey them, and their fame was extremely great. Sitting down and having a chat requires strength and confidence. But what does your human race have? Heavenly King Skyfall didn't speak, but one of his sons did. In this kind of situation, perhaps only they would dare to interrupt. Could it be that we really have to fight to the end? The white-robed divine king gazed forward. The twin saint kings were covered in light, and divine aura pervaded the air. Even their pores were emitting divine splendor, making it difficult for others to look straight at them. You are indeed very powerful and stunning. You alone killed so many ancient kings, but the great human race only has a single saint. Compared to a race, your foundation is too weak, so you cannot stand on equal footing with the other races. Another of the twin saint kings spoke. The heaven-connecting platform was completely silent. No one spoke. His words were difficult to refute. The human race had too few saints, and they were powerless to resist so many ancient kings. Many people's hearts turned cold. What hope was there left to speak of? With so many ancient kings gathered, any one of them could flatten an area. Join my race and inherit my teachings. Not only will you be immortal, but you'll also be able to rule over the world. With your talent, you might even become the great sage. Heavenly King Skyfall stood on the ancient war chariot like a demon lord, looking down on all living beings. So what if it's your orthodoxy? My ancestor is an ancient emperor. Do I still need your guidance? Said the white-robed God King. His voice was like the hum of a sword. Normally he was very easygoing and calm. Only when it came to such matters would he be very serious, and even his words would become sharp. The primeval emperors. Heavenly King Skyfall frowned. The other ancient kings were cold as they looked over. The Saint King from the nest of 10,000 dragons said, "The past reality hee." His smile was extremely cold, making one's hair stand on end and goosebumps appear on their bodies. His meaning was clear. The great ancient emperor had passed away. No matter how glorious it was, it had become a thing of the past. Reality was cruel. Your human race had billions of living beings, but only one sage had emerged. What did you rely on to compete? The human race wants to be on equal footing with the ancient race? That's just a pipe dream. You guys are so weak, yet you've occupied this entire land. It can only be a miracle that your race hasn't been wiped out. Another ancient king's words were even sharper and crueler. This was a very serious problem. The root of the conflict was here. During the archaic era, the human race was weak and lived in a remote corner. Now they suddenly became the masters of this land. After the myriad races awakened, they naturally wanted to start a massacre. The white-robed God King didn't say anything and calmly looked at them. However, he seemed so lonely. In this vast world, he was the only one among the human race who could take action. Let's ask Heavenly King Skyfall to take action. Kill him and everything will come to an end. The human race doesn't have the qualifications to talk about anything else. An ancient king was relatively radical and didn't place the others in his eyes at all. At this time, only the sound of falling flowers could be heard. The world was extremely quiet. Many experts looked towards Heavenly King Skyfall on the ancient war chariot. The white-robed God King opened his mouth and said, "From start to finish, you all have been talking about the so-called qualifications. I fought with you all, and killing until now is still not enough?" The white-robed God King was indescribably solemn when this topic was brought up. After experiencing a great battle, the bodies of the surviving ancient kings were ice-cold. They all felt a chill run down their spines. Only after experiencing the battle not too long ago did they understand how terrifying divine kings were. What he brought up at this time was the truth. According to reason, they had already slaughtered their way out of the qualifications. They alone could contend against the kings who came earlier. What qualifications are you all talking about? You all don't even have them. An ancient king shook his finger. His expression was indifferent as he spoke ruthlessly. This was disdain that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was a psychological superiority that had existed for a long time, and it had never changed since the ancient times. During the archaic era, your human race survived in the cracks. At the most pitiful time, you struggled at death's door and were almost wiped out. You were once vassals that relied on the feet of some powerful races to seek protection. What dignity, what qualifications. An ancient king ruthlessly tore open the prehistoric scars and sprinkled salt into the hearts of every human cultivator. His expression was full of disdain and cruelty. At that time, you all were nothing more than an insignificant group of ants. Some of the great races here were your past masters. These words were like a clap of thunder, causing many human cultivators to tremble. They were filled with a sense of humiliation. You are talking about the archaic era. When the human race first arrived on this ancient star, our ancestors truly suffered. They paid too much, but they stubbornly survived. The divine king was solemn and solemn. His expression was solemn and respectful as he said, "It wasn't easy for our predecessors. Their humiliation will be washed away. Our descendants opened up a prosperous era and walked their own path. We will not let them down." What prosperous era? How can we be compared? During the archaic era, the might of the ancient emperors was revered by the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How can you all compare? An ancient king said. Why can't we compare? During the archaic era, several ancient emperors appeared one after another. They belonged to different races, but during the primordial era, the human race produced several great emperors. They were not at a disadvantage. The white-robed divine king's voice was sonorous and deafening. Not only were they not at a disadvantage, but the great emperors came from different races while the great emperors came from the human race. This was a terrifying might. When the great emperors that had passed away were mentioned, the blood of all the humans surged. Their hearts lit up and they wanted to roar out loud. A single race produced so many supreme existences. Their true potential was not inferior to the myriad races and was enough to contend against them. Just now, the humiliation of their ancestors was so oppressive that they couldn't even breathe. During the archaic era, the human race was weak and insignificant. They were even food for many powerful races. However, things were different in the future. Many ancient races became silent. Even the ancient kings present wanted to say something, but they couldn't find a reason to refute. They all became silent. After a long time, the Violet Forest Saint King sneered and said, "Everything is in the past." The archaic emperors were definitely stronger than the human race great emperors because some of them didn't die and became immortals. Meanwhile, your human race great emperors have all died. Everything is the same as before and nothing has changed. You all are still as weak as before. That's right, reality is like this. Your situation is worse than the archaic era and hasn't improved at all. You are just a single saint, so what right do you have to talk to us? Just kill him. Many ancient kings agreed. That's to say, no matter what, you all want to kill us all and there won't be any changes? The white-robed divine king asked. Precisely so. One of the Gemini Saint Kings shouted. Aren't you all afraid that the great emperors still haven't died and will send down his thunderous rage? The white-robed divine king shouted. His expression was ice-cold. This was the first time he treated the kings so coldly. You're a hero. I really want to give you a chance and take you in as my godson. Heavenly King Skyfall spoke. Then let's fight. The white-robed divine king wasn't afraid at all. A divine king's sword appeared in his hand and he held it horizontally in the sky. He faced the kings alone. It really is a helpless decision. Killing a genius isn't what I want, but I have no choice but to do it. Heavenly King Skyfall's voice was cold. He took a step forward and the Jade Lake shook as if it was collapsing. Obliterate him. Let's end this earlier. An ancient king roared. There were even more people who followed. Everyone was in despair. They couldn't bear to see the white-robed divine king's final moments. How could he stop them alone? The undefeated legend would be drenched in blood. Yi Fan couldn't bear it anymore. If he didn't take action now, when would he? Even if he died in battle, he didn't want to just watch as a divine king fell. The bloody scene of the past seemed to still appear before his eyes. The figure of the white-robed divine king leaving alone in sorrow, holding Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse in his arms. This was something that Yi Fan couldn't forget even now. Don't act rashly. Everything is still under control. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his heart. Yi Fan was stunned. This was transmitted by the divine king. Everything was still under control. What else could it be? Boom. Suddenly, a world-shattering sound rang out. A resplendent golden light tore through the boundless earth, arriving from the distance. The cry of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, it startled the entire northern region. It was like an eternal divine splendor that illuminated the mountains and rivers, entering the Jade Lake. Investiture of the gods? It's actually the investiture of the gods. It has appeared again. At this moment, Everyone cried out in shock. They were incomparably shocked. Especially the various ancient races. Their faces were ashen. Facing the instrument of the strongest emperor in human history, everyone's hair stood on end. How could this be? Even the ancient kings were terrified. Their expressions changed because they felt the supreme aura of the ancient emperor. "It's fake, it's not real," Saint King Violet Forest said. Boom. The investiture of the gods transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, descending from the sky with unparalleled might. It was like the hand of an ancient emperor pressing down. Even an immortal existence would be turned to dust. Ah! A terrified scream rang out. Saint King Violet Forest was crushed by the golden light and instantly turned to dust. He died without a trace. Following that, the 4 ancient kings who came with him were also sealed. They all turned to dust in the blink of an eye. Not long ago they all said that the human race was as weak as ants. Their words were sharp, but in the end they ended up like this. It's really the aura of an ancient emperor. How could this be? All the ancient kings were terrified. Boom. The investiture of the gods shone brilliantly, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Once again, it suppressed the twin Saint Kings and turned to dust. They didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were killed. It was too shocking. In the blink of an eye, 3 Saint Kings and 4 ancient kings had died. Buzz. The void trembled. The ancient kings who had humiliated the human race and said that the human race had been struggling at death's door in the ancient times all cried out in fear. However, nothing could be changed. The investiture of the gods descended from the sky, powerful and domineering. It killed all of them and turned them to dust. The ancient emperor has come to wash away the humiliation of our ancestors. The white-robed god king roared. The other human cultivators were also excited and shouted. The great ancient emperor has appeared. Great monarch No Sure is still alive. Wash away the humiliation and kill everything. On the sky connecting platform there was a great roar. Many people were moved to tears. Boom. The investiture of the gods descended once again and suppressed Heavenly King Skyfall. The 9 ancient beasts were turned to dust and the ancient chariot collapsed. Ah! Even a powerful existence like Heavenly King Skyfall could only let out an unwilling roar. He was powerless to resist the eternal golden light. PFFF. The investiture of the gods descended mercilessly. An unparalleled ancient giant exploded. His blood evaporated and turned to dust. Chapter 827. Heavenly King Skyfall died. Even someone as powerful as him could only release a cry of horror before exploding on the platform. His blood immediately evaporated and turned into ashes. Ah! Miserable cries continued. Another person turned to dust. Once the divine seal decree appeared, all deities would submit. This was a legend from the past, and now, it flew out from the desolate mountains, killing ancient kings and sweeping through everything. This was a shocking scene. There was no power in the world that could stop it. Wherever it passed, ancient kings would fall and saint kings would shed blood. Even existences that had hopes of becoming the great sage would be ruthlessly erased. These were cries of horror that came from ancient kings. Normally they wouldn't even dare to think about it. There were people in the world who could kill them, but there was no one who could make them feel fear to this degree. However, at this moment, everyone was terrified. Their souls were trembling with fear, unable to budge an inch. This was the aura of an ancient great emperor. Their senses wouldn't be wrong. They couldn't produce the slightest bit of resistance. It was too powerful and incomparably terrifying. They wanted to bow down. Finally, there were ancient kings who couldn't take it anymore. Their legs went soft and they knelt down on the platform. It wasn't because they truly wanted to kneel, but rather because of the supreme pressure. This aura was higher than the heavens, wider than the sea, deeper than the star domain. It made them feel despair and they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. How could it be like this? There were some ancient kings who had lived for an endless amount of time and had paid homage to the unmatched emperor of fighting. They had only sensed this aura from his body. Ancient great emperor. There really are people who haven't died. It's them we're finished. This kind of fear quickly spread. In the distance, the various ancient clans were all horrified. Then their bodies began to tremble. They could also feel this power. What kind of terrifying scene was this? Their ancient kings were all kneeling on the ground, kowtowing towards the dazzling divine ranking. Just the thought of it made them tremble. Don't! An ancient king cried out. Another person was killed, turning into ashes on the spot. All resistance was futile. The divine seal decree illuminated the heavens, illuminating the mountains and rivers. It possessed boundless divine might, its brilliance connecting the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was personally created by great Emperor Wuxia. Legend had it that it was originally refined to suppress immortals, but there were no immortals in the world, only creatures that were suspected to be gods. Thus, it was eventually named the Investiture of the Gods. Although it wasn't an offensive weapon and its greatest use was for sealing, it was still refined by the great ancient monarch after all and possessed boundless magic power. When it was passed down, it was equivalent to the suppression of the great monarch of no beginnings Palm. Who was Wuxia? That was an invincible existence that had swept through the 3,000 worlds. Who in the world could stop a single hand of his? It was a supreme deterrent. Even the powerful undying Taoist of the sacred cliff had been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. He couldn't break free from the divine seal decree and was refined alive, leaving behind only a remnant will. Great Emperor Wuxia's magical artifact flew over. The impact of this was huge. Even the ancient kings were turned to dust with one strike. If this wasn't the might of an emperor, what was it? This was equivalent to announcing that the great human emperor was still alive. Ah! A final scream rang out. The divine seal decree sent down a beam of holy light, killing yet another ancient king. Only then did it stabilize and hang in the void. The ancient races were all horrified. Monstrous fears surged from the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't even breathe. Great Emperor Wuxia's magical artifact hung there like an immortal god. It illuminated the jade pool, and even the black heaven connecting platform began to sparkle. Even the ancient kings of the ancient races were forced to kneel there. Who else could resist it? The human cultivators all shouted. The depression and humiliation in their hearts all turned into roars that rushed out of their bodies and into the clouds. On the heaven-connecting platform, only the white-robed divine king stood alone. Only he could still stand. The other ancient kings couldn't move at all. They knelt down and couldn't get up. The hopes of our ancestors and the prosperity of our race have already been achieved by the great emperor. What right do you have to humiliate the human race? Divine King Jianghu shouted. He held the dazzling Divine King sword in his hand and faced the kings kneeling on the ground. The divine seal decree hung in the air. It was resplendent all over, and strands of divine power fell down one after another, turning this place into a pure land of the gods. I can't control it. It's hard to get up. It's the same as when I went to see the emperor fighting back then. This is the power of an emperor. A terrifyingly old ancient king was sweating profusely. He couldn't even move a finger. Past prosperity doesn't mean eternal brilliance. So what if there are 10,000 races? If you want to fight, then fight. The awakened great emperor of the human race is looking down on us. We only need to move forward. Divine King Jianghu's words were impassioned and powerful. When he finished speaking, he bowed to the divine seal decree and said that great Emperor Wuxia was immortal. In the distance, the human cultivators' blood was boiling. The depression in their hearts was released, and they were all excited and excited. As for the various ancient races, their faces were ashen. What kind of blow was this? What happened today was too terrifying and exceeded everyone's expectations. Boom. The divine seal decree seemed to be responding to the words of the divine king in white. It shook violently and light pierced through the 9 heavens, illuminating tens of thousands of miles. It was as if a great emperor was nodding and rumbling. Below, the ancient races all knelt down. They couldn't bear the pressure. Apart from the humans, everyone else in the jade pool kowtowed. They couldn't stand it all. The divine might shook the world. This was a powerful deterrent. In the distance, Yifan was excited. He had thought about the divine seal decree countless times, but he couldn't act on it. Now, the divine king in white and someone else had carried it out. This was something he couldn't achieve. This was a very big plan. How could this be? The kings kneeling on the sky-reaching platform were all sweating. They couldn't understand. They felt a chill in their hearts. Why did something happen again? Heavenly King Skyfall died, but the divine king in white survived. In the crowd, the heavenly prince gritted his teeth and secretly talked to Jianghu. He was about to go crazy. This was the 3rd time he had been slapped in the face. I think he wanted to say something. However, Jianghu hurriedly stopped him and said, "Heavenly Prince, it's best if you don't say it." The heavenly prince's expression immediately changed. Even though it was always something unexpected that happened when he was about to succeed, stopping him like this and telling him not to say anything was a bit too disrespectful. Jianghu said, "Don't misunderstand. I just feel that even though you have great innate luck during this period of time, it is as if you have been cursed. You absolutely cannot make any vows or else you might end up stepping on nothing at the peak." The heavenly prince's expression changed. "I understand. An important great enemy has appeared and is fighting with me over the opportunity to verify the Tao. As a result, something unexpected has happened. The undying heavenly emperor was a man of great learning, his magical force exceeding that of deities. He established an immortal scripture-like inheritance, and within it, there were heaven-defying and fate-changing techniques. This was also the reason why the heavenly prince was alarmed. He sensed a few things. He had predicted something several times, but in the end, the conclusion was always changed by someone else. If we are killed, there will be ancient imperial weapons that will descend and destroy the Jade Pool. On the sky-reaching platform, an ancient king spoke with difficulty. His forehead was covered in sweat as he spoke the truth. The seal of the deities descended. He turned into a streak of bloody light and disappeared from this world, forever erased from this world. No one can doubt the divine might of the great ancient emperors. When the human cultivators saw this scene, they all raised their heads and shouted towards the sky. They couldn't help but kowtow towards the Tao God list. This place was in an uproar. Ancient kings have fallen one after another, and the aura of great ancient emperors has surged out. The Jade Pool is truly daring. Did they use the immortal tear green golden pagoda? Within a majestic ancient mountain range, an ancient king released a low roar. He gazed towards the Jade Pool's direction, his eyes emitting a terrifying radiance. Aim the ancient imperial weapons at the Jade Pool and suppress it. An aged ancient king released a terrifying demonic voice. It was as if the prison of hell had been opened. At the same time, within another magnificent ancient mountain, someone also gave a similar order. A terrifying ancient emperor's divine might rushed into the 9 heavens and suppressed towards the Jade Pool. Hong Long Long, the heaven and earth were in an uproar. The entire northern region was on the verge of collapse. All the powerful cultivators were terrified. They looked towards the void, their souls trembling. On this day, countless living beings in the northern region trembled in fear. The ancient emperor weapon was reviving, causing everyone to be terrified to the extreme. A tsunami-like sound surged towards the Jade Pool. It was as if a star field was collapsing, trembling, and then falling down. The extreme imperial weapon pressed down, and its boundless might boiled. The ancient emperor's magical weapon is here. A strand of divine will enter the Jade Pool. You dare to blaspheme it? The white-robed divine king shouted, his voice shaking all directions. Boom. At the same time, a blood-red divine furnace rushed out of divine King Jianghu's body. Divine phoenixes cried together, and the scarlet clouds were intoxicating. Immortal brilliance rose. Eternal Universe Furnace. He carried the Eternal Universe Emperor's weapon on him. At the same time, the Jade Pool's West Imperial Pagoda released a heaven-reaching green brilliance. It broke free from the small world and floated in the sky, dripping down tens of thousands of silk ribbons. Boom. In another direction, an ancient mirror rushed into the sky, shining through the ancient worlds. It was as if it wanted to reopen heaven and earth. Ji family's Void Emperor's weapon also appeared. This ancient mirror froze the 9 heavens and 10 earths, past, present, and future. The 3 extreme imperial weapons moved together, appearing in the sky above the Jade Pool, facing the 2 ancient imperial weapons in the distance. They released a world-destroying might. At this time, the investiture of the gods shone, illuminating the entire sky-connecting platform. The human cultivators didn't feel any pressure and they could all stand. Human, are you provoking us? Using an extreme imperial weapon to kill an ancestral king. Do you know that once the ancient imperial weapons come out, your race will be exterminated? No one can stop it. A roar came from the horizon, and it was incomparably dignified. You are the ones who don't understand the situation. Do you know that great Emperor Wuxia has appeared, and the investiture of the gods has appeared? You are destroying yourselves. The white-robed divine king stood beside the eternal universe furnace and shouted, "What? Impossible. How is Wuxia still alive? How is this possible? Wuxia has already passed away for 80,000 years." Exclamations came from the distant sky. They didn't know what just happened in the Jade Pool, and they were bewildered and incomparably shocked. Are you questioning the dignity of the human race's great emperor? The white-robed divine king shouted. Before they could say anything, resplendent holy light rushed out from the Jade Pool, and it tore through the sky. What? You dare to attack the ancient imperial weapons? The person controlling the weapons was shocked, and he did his best to activate them. At the end of the towering mountain range, the 2 great imperial families were also shocked, and they watched nervously. The investiture of the gods rushed past, and only miserable screams could be heard, as well as a wave of heaven overflowing divine might. Then, with a flash of light, the divine list changed direction and rushed to another place. Another wave of exclamations rang out, and the person controlling the ancient imperial weapons died a violent death, and he was crushed into ashes. Great Emperor Wuxia's decree has appeared, and the world is subdued. Who dares to blaspheme it? A rumbling roar accompanied the heavenly Tao, and auspicious light drowned the earth, resounding throughout the northern region. All races were shocked, and at this moment, everyone knelt down. Chapter 828. The divine seal decree flew out and turned into an eternal divine splendor. It eliminated the owners of the two ancient imperial weapons one after the other. This was too shocking. Those who could sense the situation here were all shaken. A vast divine might covered the sky, making people involuntarily kneel down. This is the aura of a great human emperor. It really is the manifestation of an ancient great emperor. At the end of the lofty mountain range, the emperor who used the extreme ancient weapons turned pale with fright. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was frozen on the spot, and then a deep fear emerged. Just now, the ancient imperial weapon didn't even have time to revive before the holy light obliterated its owner. Everything happened too quickly and left everyone shaken. Quick! Hurry and retrieve the imperial weapon. Don't make any mistakes. Some people were anxious and scared out of their wits. This was related to extremely serious consequences. What kind of terrifying power was this? Even the ancient imperial weapon didn't have time to revive and couldn't stop it before its owner was eliminated. It was almost impossible for something like this to happen. Everything showed that the ancient great emperor hadn't died yet. There was still someone alive. Otherwise, who could do all this? The ancient imperial weapons are divine. Even if they fall into the hands of others, they will still fly back. An ancient king who had lived for an unknown amount of time appeared and spoke from the depths of the lofty mountain range. What? The other party ignored them and didn't even look at them. He didn't care about the two ancient imperial weapons that were about to revive. The faces of the people from the two great imperial clans became even paler. The fear in their hearts deepened. Was this really the manifestation of an ancient great emperor? He didn't care about the fall of the two imperial weapons at all. A dazzling beam of light shot out, reaching up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 underworlds. The divine splendor of an ancient great emperor covered the world. The divine seal decree erupted with endless light and an unparalleled divine might. In a flash, the light illuminated the entire northern region. It was extremely brilliant. Then there was only darkness. It flickered for a moment and rushed into the clouds, disappearing into the 9 heavens. The divine seal decree had disappeared. This kind of power, this kind of aura, it truly is the might of an ancient emperor. In the depths of the mountain range, the expressions of the ancient clan elders were solemn to the extreme. Many people rushed into the distance and retrieved the ancient imperial weapons, no longer daring to act blindly without thinking. In the distance, in the sky above the Jade Lake, the Eternal Universe Furnace, Void Mirror, and Eternal Universe Furnace shook for a while before slowly fading away. The power of creation disappeared, leaving behind only some chaotic energy. After an unknown period of time, everyone came back to their senses, and all of them subconsciously let out a long breath. However, the ancient kings kneeling on the towering platform took a long time before they slowly stood up. Their faces were as pale as paper and they swayed. After experiencing such a calamity, they were both mentally and physically exhausted. Their entire bodies were covered in sweat. The terror they felt just now was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The world was silent. No one spoke. Everyone stood there silently. None of the cultivators from the various races said anything. Today quite a few ancient kings came, but most of them died. There weren't many left, the losses world-shocking. If news of this got out, no one under the heavens would believe it. The appearance of the divine seal decree toppled everything. Killing ancient kings was like cutting grass. They were instantly turned to ashes, filling their bodies with fear. It was something that would be hard to forget for the rest of their lives. The ancient kings who survived were merely those who experienced it personally. They reported to the various races that Wuxia was still alive, and the most radical ones were wiped out. What exactly happened? Finally, someone arrived at the Jade Pool and asked about the changes here. After another period of time, powerful cultivators from various races appeared, all of them eager to know the truth. Everything that had happened just now had shocked many of the great powers of the northern region. Soon after, the Jade Pool was in an uproar. People could no longer remain calm. The news flew in all directions and spread to the other great regions. Everything that had happened today was a world-shaking change. flying over thousands of mountains and rivers, crossing great rivers and grasslands, the eastern wasteland, central continent, southern mountains, northern plains and western desert were all shaken. When the 10,000 ancient races understood everything, they immediately fell silent, unable to utter a single word. This was a great calamity for them. Within the Jade Pool, Yi Fan understood that everything that had happened was a plot. The divine kings and the others had worked together to lead it. It was the same as his previous thoughts. However, he couldn't do it because he lacked that kind of formidable strength. Meanwhile, the divine kings and the others could and had the ability to take the next step. However, he was the one who started all of this, and it was all because of him. Ever since he rang the bell of the beginning, everything had a trajectory, and the saints of the human clan had taken action to perfect his original intention. He and Zhang Lin had killed the Valley of Gods, but it was like killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. However, the white-robed divine king had done even more. How many ancient kings had fallen on the sky-connecting platform? The blood-soaked meeting had been fought to the point where everyone was terrified. The white-robed divine king was definitely not the only saint of the human race. They had only pushed him out to contend against the various kings alone, establishing their might and establishing an unrivaled image. Just one divine king had drawn the attention of the ancient ancestral kings, and they had fought until rivers of blood flowed. Heavenly King Skyfall had appeared, and then the God Seal list had been activated to kill the most radical ones. This was the true example of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Killing such a group of people was more intimidating than anything else, and then the God Seal list had appeared, frightening everyone with the fact that Great Emperor Wuxia was still alive. This plan was very risky and it had almost gone out of control. The attack of 2 ancient imperial weapons was too dangerous. From this, one could see the strength of the ancient race. They had truly reached an unbridled level, daring to kill a sacred place like the Jade Lake. The person controlling the God Seal list must be very strong. At the very least, it should be a legendary great sage. Yi Fan thought to himself and frowned at the same time. Even if the God Seal list had been revived and had boundless divine might, it would still be extremely difficult to create the aura of a great emperor. The caster had most likely paid a great price. In particular, the God Seal list had flown away to kill the person holding the ancient imperial weapon. Even the great sage would find it difficult to break free from the shackles of time and space. Who knew how much cultivation he would have to consume? The God Seal list has killed everything. The ancient race will most likely be quiet for a long time. There will probably be a peaceful negotiation after this, Yi Fan said to himself. If a few human saints appear one after another at this time, it will undoubtedly be shocking. Yi Fan was thinking about who would appear. A divine king in white had already caused the world to darken and ghosts to cry. If a few more saints appeared after the primordial antiquity era, the deterrent effect would increase. Putting aside whether Great Emperor Wuxia's appearance was real or fake, just the appearance of a few saints was enough to make the ancient races feel extreme fear. This was because the divine king in white had demonstrated to them how unparalleled the saints who appeared when the rules of heaven and earth didn't allow them to prove their Tao were. If Yi Fan had stirred up a cool breeze, then the divine king and the others had stirred up a shocking hurricane. They had magnified what he wanted to do countless times and carried out comprehensive perfection. While he was thinking about the causes and details of this battle, the ancient races were also thinking about it. The appearance of the God Seal list had shocked many races, including the royal family. At this moment, all the races felt a bone-piercing coldness. If a great emperor of the human race was still alive, it would be useless even if they invited a few great sages and quasi-emperors to help. The God Seal list has appeared. Is Wuxia really still alive? This was a secret place that only the supreme figures of the royal family could enter. There were a few people sitting cross-legged. Their bodies were blurry as if they had almost merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for Wuxia, even if he knew all the secrets of the God Seal list, knew all its profundities and had enough time to revive it, it would still be difficult to use this kind of divine might. An extremely ancient voice came from a hazy figure of chaotic qi. It's not impossible. If 2 great sage or a quasi-emperor were to take action and pay the price of blood, there is a certain chance of success. Another voice sounded, as if it had traveled through the heavens. Regardless of whether it is the real Wuxia or the fake, it still proves how terrifying the human race is. There are unmatched experts still alive. At this point, this mysterious place quieted down. There were no more sounds and the blurry figures all disappeared. Everything was as Yi Fan predicted. 2 days later, a few powerful ancient kings personally came. They were no longer overbearing and seemed like they wanted to sit down and talk things over. The original representatives of the various races didn't leave. When they saw their own ancestral kings personally come and restrain their holy auras, they were all shaken. Everyone knew that a relatively peaceful era had arrived. In the future, it would be difficult for there to be any conflicts. It was just that they didn't know how long this would last. The Jade Lake Pure Land was now truly peaceful. The tense atmosphere was swept away. The human cultivators all had smiles on their faces as everything calmed down. The 9 Phoenix Ancestral King has arrived. Many ancient races were shocked. They recognized one of the participants. The one who came was a terrifying existence from the Blood Phoenix Mountain Imperial family. He was on the same level as Heavenly King Skyfall and was known as the 9 Phoenix King. During the archaic years, few were his match. His appearance triggered a huge commotion. Those who understood him all knew how terrifying he was. His name shook the archaic world. The past unmatched Emperor of Fighting had said that his aptitude wasn't bad. Even though it was a casual sentence, to be able to obtain the evaluation of an ancient emperor was an unmatched glory. The entire world would naturally know about this and everyone would feel reverence towards him. Then an even greater commotion erupted, triggering a huge wave of chaos. The second saint of the human race appeared, leaving all clans shaken. The number 1 bandit of the northern region, the Old Undying, appeared. He wore a spacious black robe that not even the heavenly eyes could see through. It was to the extent where it was unknown whether he was male or female. The human race has a second saint? All clans were shocked. A white-clothed divine king slaughtered until corpses covered the ground. The kings were all terrified and now a second one appeared. This was undoubtedly shocking. The storm didn't stop there. Not long after, the third saint of the human race appeared, triggering another clamor. All clans were alarmed, and the human race was boiling. Even Yi Fan didn't expect this person to appear. It exceeded his expectations. He wasn't a stranger, but rather an old man he had seen before. His figure was stooped and he was incomparably old. He was the gatekeeper of the Heavenly Jade Holy Land in the northern region. No one would have expected this. He said he was a descendant of Heavenly Jade. I think he should be one of the lucky survivors from back then. Yi Fan was a bit dazed. He still remembered the scene of him entering the desolate stone square with the Crimson Dragon Taoist. At that time, the Crimson Dragon Taoist was startled and left. Now he understood everything. The appearance of 3 saints from the human race naturally shocked the ancient races. Many ancient kings felt restraining fear and became incomparably cautious. At this point, the effects of the battle with the white-clothed divine king were undoubtedly evident. Everything didn't stop there. Not long after, the 4th saint of the human race appeared, triggering a wave of cheers. This was a type of sudden happiness. Meanwhile, the ancient races were all dumbfounded. How could another one appear? This saint came from the extraordinary warrior manor in the central state. He was an old manor lord who had already retired for many years. His successors had already died several generations ago. The ancient races were greatly shaken by the appearance of 4 saints. After the news spread, there were immediately ancestral kings who rushed over in person because this was far beyond their expectations. Moreover, it was rumored that a great sage would come. This was an existence who was invincible in the heavens and earth. He had only lost once in his life, and that was to an undefeatable existence in the past, the Emperor of Fighting. There were many cultivators in the Jade Pool. People came and went as the meeting opened. Yi Fan saw a familiar figure. It was an exceptionally beautiful youth with red lips and white teeth. His eyes were bright and clear, and he was even more beautiful than a woman. It's her? Xianxia. Yi Fan was startled. He still remembered this exceptional genius. When she was 12 or 13 years old, she was already stronger than all the saint children. Now, so many years had passed and it was unknown to what extent she had grown. The 2 of them had fought before. At that time, he had even smacked the butt of this cross-dressing girl. This world-shocking genius was so angry that she wanted to skin him alive. Is it really him? An old friend from back then? Not far away, the Central Emperor gazed in another direction and stood there in a daze. Yi Fan turned around and just happened to see his expression. He followed his gaze in astonishment and was immediately stupefied. The proud girl Xianxia was already walking in that direction while supporting an old man. It's him, the sickly old man. Yi Fan was astonished. After that, a window in his heart was suddenly pushed open, and a lot of the fog dispersed. He immediately thought of many things. The Central Emperor was someone who died early 9,000 years ago. He was sealed by the Qishir Manor and was able to revive. This kind of heroic genius who died early, and the old friend he knew was naturally a hero from 9,000 years ago. Tracing back to the endless river of time, who was the most suspicious person. There was only one person, and that was the unrivaled Guy Juyo of the past. His name shook the heavens and earth, and he was someone who almost corroborated the Tao. When the genius girl Xia Juyo chose her name, she must have been influenced by him and purposely used that word. The sickly old man was Guy Juyo, and he had walked all the way from the ancient river of time to the present world. This was truly frightening. Thinking back to the various events at the Qinling Celestial Pond, the sage who had helped him was undoubtedly Guy Juyo. Only he could have used the army formula to interfere with the extreme Tao Emperor weapon and save his life. Furthermore, the investiture of the gods had left the holy cliff and appeared here. Only this human race's great sage could use the army formula to control it. The cause and effect were all connected, and Yi Fan had a feeling of sudden realization. Senior. Yi Fan quickly chased after him, extremely excited. The two people in front of him stopped. The genius girl Xia Juyo had delicate features and was stunning. She was still dressed as a man, but she was no longer as arrogant as before. Time had worn away her edges and corners. When she met Yi Fan this time she was very calm. As for the sickly old man, he had a sickly look on his face. After seeing him he smiled, looking very ordinary and ordinary. Senior, I've always wanted to repay your great kindness in the past, but I couldn't find any traces of you. I have the undying true dragon elixir here. It can extend your lifespan, said Yi Fan. In the past, when Guy Juyo attacked in the Qinling Mountains, he had said that his lifespan was exhausted and he was about to die. He could only use the god rule once in a very long time. After controlling the investiture of the gods, he didn't know if he had injured himself. Yi Fan was incomparably worried. If he wanted to extend his life, this great sage definitely couldn't die. Don't worry, I'm fine. Controlling the investiture of the gods was done by me and another person. Moreover, I've obtained a few king medicines so I can live for a few more years. The sickly old man smiled and was very easygoing. Yi Fan was relieved. With such a person overseeing things, there was nothing to worry about. Perhaps even the ancient race's great sage would come in person. This storm has come to an end and there won't be any more waves. There will be a relatively peaceful period in the future. You guys should grasp it well. Chapter 829. There will be a period of relative peace, so make good use of it. Old man Guy Juyo spoke very lightly, but Yi Fan was both touched and heavy. It was really not easy to come by. This was a situation that was created by a few saints. How many people could understand the difficulties and dangers involved? They could die at any time. Especially with the attack of two ancient imperial weapons, this situation became chaotic. If it wasn't someone like Guy Juyo, who would have the courage to kill those with imperial weapons. With the revival of the ancient imperial weapons, even the great sage would die with a grudge. Even someone as powerful as Guy Juyo would not have survived if he hadn't mastered the army formula. Seniors and the others worry about the world and are worthy of respect. I didn't have to do anything before, Yi Fan said. No need to be modest. Guy Juyo really couldn't tell that he was a peerless figure. He looked sickly and didn't have the demeanor of a supreme expert. He smiled and said, "We just perfected it." Yi Fan didn't say anything more. The ones who were really modest were these human saints. They must have had a detailed plan. Even though they didn't show themselves, they had foresight. A true virtuous sage would always stand at the highest peak and look at the path that the world couldn't see. Beside him, Xia Juyo was in a white dress. She was as stunning as she used to be, overshadowing even fairies. She had changed from a stubborn and willful girl to a peerless beauty. Now, many things could be understood. Back then, Xia Juyo had clamored to refine Yi Fan's saint blood into a treasure pill. She must have done it to prolong her master's life, but it was also out of filial piety. The sickly old man's life had dried up. This girl must have been trying to find a way to live a few more years in this world. After thinking this through, Yi Fan felt that the domineering girl in the past wasn't so annoying anymore. Instead, she seemed a little cute. He couldn't help but laugh. "If you dare to look at me one more time, I'll refine your eyes into magic lamps." Xia Juyo's lips curled up slightly. Her big eyes flickered with a cold light. Yi Fan. He was just thinking that this girl had changed and become a lot cuter, but he was immediately threatened, leaving him speechless. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Although her peerless appearance had softened a little, she still had a proud heart, and her strength had not changed. The sickly old man walked forward with the help of the genius girl. He was ready to participate in a small meeting that only the sages and ancestral kings were allowed to enter. It concerned the peace of the world in the future. Outside the jade pool, an ancient war chariot was approaching. It was covered with axe marks and arrow holes. It was obvious that it had gone through many bloody battles. The 9 primordial fierce beasts that were pulling the carriage all spat out divine light. Each of them was incomparably terrifying, and their auras were frightening. 1 or 2 of them were close to the sage realm. It's him, the Qilin Heaven ancestral king from the Fire Qilin Cavern has arrived. That's right, it's the Qilin Heavenly King. He's on the same level as the 9 Phoenix King, and he's a terrifying existence that has the chance to become the great sage. During the primordial era, he moved unhindered through the various regions, and it was difficult to find a match for him. The 9 Phoenix King had been praised by the unparalleled emperor of fighting in the past, and the one who had come was naturally a blazing sun among the ancient races. Many ancient races came forward to pay their respects. They felt that the Jade Pool meeting this time was too extraordinary. Even the 9 Phoenix King and the Qilin Heaven Ancestral King had arrived. It could be said that the ancient races attached great importance to this meeting. However, what was unexpected was that the Qilin Heavenly King was stunned as soon as he got off the war chariot. Then he quickly walked forward and bowed to an old man. Many ancient race experts were stupefied. What kind of existence was the Qilin Heavenly King? He was actually bowing to an ordinary-looking old man. Greetings, great sage Hunchuo. The moment the Qilin Heavenly King's words came out, everyone was petrified. Then there was a putong sound as the ancient races all knelt down and called out to the great sage. This was a very ordinary old man. Rather than calling him an ancient race, it was better to say that he was a human. He looked like an old man from the countryside, and even his clothes were the same. There really was a great sage who had come. This made this meeting even more extraordinary. Everyone was shocked that such a character had appeared. One had to know that how many great sages could there be in an ancient planet? In the era when ancient emperors didn't appear, they were definitely unrivaled existences. The great sage Hunchuo's name shook the ancient times. He had only been defeated once in his life, and he was suppressed by the other party with a single hand. However, this wasn't shameful at all because the other party was an undefeatable existence, the Emperor of Fighting, who dared to challenge the ancient emperors. Forget about the result, just this kind of courage was admirable. At that time the ancient times were greatly shaken. Although the great sage Hunchuo mocked himself and said that he was courting death because he didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth, it didn't damage his prestige. Instead, it shocked the entire world. Back then the Emperor of Fighting only laughed it off and didn't injure him. Moreover, he even said that he wasn't bad. This could be considered a type of praise and obtained the ancient emperor's approval. No one would have thought that the great sage who had only been defeated once in his life would really come. Although there were rumors, no one believed it at first. The great sage Hunchuo let the Qilin Heavenly King get up and they walked towards the Jade Lake Pure Land. He immediately saw Gai Juyo and his body trembled. He didn't let the Qilin Heavenly King accompany him anymore. He walked forward alone and caught up with the sickly old man. He said, "The human race is really admirable. What is there to talk about? Myriad races coexist and the world is at peace." Gai Juyo smiled. That's right. The emperors of the ancient times and the great emperors of the human race were all magnanimous and said similar things. The great sage Hunchuo nodded and sighed. He said, "It's better for the characters above the great sage to not appear in the future. Leave the world to the later generations." The sickly old man Gai Juyo also nodded and said, "I think even the great sage shouldn't appear. For example, with my old arms and legs, it's still possible for me to ruthlessly wipe out a royal family. Not to mention those vigorous ancestral kings. If they are angry, it's not impossible for them to kill millions of corpses and end a few races. For the peace of the world, for the hard-won peace, it's better to let them cultivate on their own." The great sage Hunchuo was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "We have to give the young people some chances." The old man Gai Juyo squinted his eyes and said, "The ancestral kings and sages have cultivated for many years and they all crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of bones. It's useless to engage in so-called life and death battles to break through. Didn't the strongest bloodline of the ancient emperors awaken in this generation? I'm looking forward to it. Aren't the most outstanding prodigies of the myriad races also full of vigor? They all need a stage, so let's leave the world to them." There are indeed a few bloodlines of the ancient emperors. 1 year of cultivation is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for others. Their talents are rare throughout the ages. The princes of the human race weren't all used up during the Dark Age, right? In such a great era, the path of the ancient emperors paved with blood and bones is really cruel. The great sage Hunchuo muttered to himself. The central emperor watched Gai Juyo disappear into the distance. There was a moment of silence before he sighed softly. Although they were old acquaintances, he didn't go forward to meet them. Everyone had their own different path. Life experiences were different, so the trajectory was also different. As long as one's life had not reached its end, there would be all kinds of possibilities. Everyone was the only protagonist in their own life, but at the same time, they were also the supporting characters and passers-by in the lives of others. Yi Fan sat quietly at the Jasper Lake. He waited for a long time, but the old woman of the same generation as the crazy old man didn't appear. He sighed. An era had come to an end. Such a sage had fallen in the birthplace of the northern celestial light. However, no one knew that the sage's later years were like this. It was more or less miserable, and there wasn't even someone to send her off. Withering, the curtain had come to an end. The wind rose and the fallen flowers drifted. Although there was a delicate fragrance, it was very sad and beautiful. An era had come to an end. The wind grew stronger and all kinds of petals fell and withered. Yi Fan sat alone for a long time and felt a chill. In the end, only the sage and the ancestral king were discussing. Outsiders didn't know what kind of quarrel they were having, but there were occasional bursts of anger and coercion, indicating that the scene was not peaceful. Little Yi, you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Come, let's go drink. Li Tian walked over, his eyes sizing up the various beauties as he laughed. Little Yi, let's go. Drink to your heart's content today, and the future will finally be peaceful. Then damn it, let's go kill that heavenly prince and that watermelon Yuan-gu. Li Heishui also walked over, hugging a wine jar and burping. Yi Fan smiled and walked back with them. In front of them, the southern demon, Qi Huoshui, the central emperor, Ji Ziyue, the Jasper Lake saintess, Ji Haoyue, the monkey, and the divine silkworm Taoist were drinking together. It was very lively. Duanda was playing the role of a useless advisor, giving random ideas to Dongfang Man, urging him to challenge the heavenly prince and kill him to avenge his brother. As soon as he returned, Li Tian was filled with all kinds of jealousy and hatred. He saw his senior brother Yan Ishi drinking with a girl from the far ancient imperial family. Damn it, a real primordial divine girl. People like my senior brother should be struck by lightning. With him here, I lack a sense of existence. Li Tian was indignant. She's the sister of the fire unicorn. Yan Ishi said this as if nothing had happened. He was dressed in white and his face was like jade, otherworldly and refined. What? Ancient imperial bloodline? Don't provoke her. Li Tian's expression changed. He then said, leave it to me from now on. Everyone was speechless. In the distance, a girl in purple walked by. Duanda immediately poked Yi Fan and said, Purple Mansion Saintess, innate Dao embryo, this is a good opportunity. Knock her out and carry her away. In the future we can cultivate a second Wuxia. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Suddenly there was chaos outside the Jade Lake Pure Land. It was as if chickens were flying and dogs were jumping about. Someone was cursing and the faint barking of dogs could be heard. At this moment Yi Fan jumped up with an incomparably excited expression and said, It's the Black Emperor. How can this be? I saw it die with my own eyes. It was killed for us. Li Heishui's mood immediately became downcast. It's him, there's no mistake. Yi Fan rushed out. Seeing this, the others also stood up and followed. Outside the Jade Lake, a big black dog was sticking out its red tongue. It was as robust as a bull and its black fur was shiny like silk. Black Emperor. Yi Fan was excited. It really was him. You are still alive. Li Heishui was also excited and rushed over. Everyone was dumbfounded. This dog really wasn't dead and had come out alive and kicking. His life was truly tenacious. Why is there a ruckus as soon as you appear? Behind them, someone laughed and said excitedly, Who am I? Everyone's eyes are on me. The wind and clouds move for me and heaven and earth cry for me. Only a place with me will there be glory. The big black dog was arrogant and boasted shamelessly. His skin was extremely thick. Boom. Within the Jade Lake, another wisp of the aura of a saint erupted. The noise was so loud that many people heard the sound of the ancestral king's meeting. No, absolutely not. Why can't a saint-level figure make a move? Why? Everyone was shocked. Clearly, a deadlock had appeared in the meeting. When the Black Emperor who had just arrived at the Jade Lake heard these roars, his expression immediately became solemn, and his entire body shone. I'm going to do something big. After saying this, he spat out a golden paper that was extremely brilliant, and the aura of a supreme great emperor rushed out. What is this? Yi Fan asked in surprise. Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree. The Black Emperor said solemnly. What, this really is? That's right, it really is. The Black Emperor nodded seriously. Chapter 830. Really, this decree is real? Li Heishui felt his mouth go dry. He swallowed with difficulty, feeling incredulous. This golden paper was majestic, sacred, and auspicious. The aura it emitted made people want to bow down. This kind of thing was difficult to imitate. It was definitely an artifact of an ancient emperor. How is this possible? Is there really an emperor alive in the present world? Even the monkey was shocked, as if he had heard that the emperor of fighting had been resurrected. The large black dog raised his massive head proudly. His entire body was radiating with divine light, and it could be said that he was a dignified and divine being. Of course. Let me see what's written on it. Yi Fan stretched out his hand. He was excited. Intuitively, he knew this was a divine paper. This involves the mysteries of the heavens, and not just anyone can see it. Seeing that we're all acquaintances, just give me a holy fruit or half a stalk of undying divine medicine and I'll let you see it carefully. The Black Emperor put on airs, bared his white teeth, and said in a very confident manner. Sure enough, his nature was hard to change. Yi Fan went up to snatch it, but his mind was shaken. There was a kind of emperor's might that made him feel very uncomfortable. I'll give you half price because we are acquaintances. If that damned fatty who steals graves all day wants to see it, everything will be doubled. The large black stared at Duanda. Wuxia is still alive. This is too ridiculous. The heartless Taoist rubbed his nose. At this time, Yi Fan had already held the Wuxia decree in his hand. The divine paper was surrounded by light, making his body look auspicious and sparkling. He turned it over and over, feeling a kind of vastness and majesty. He was engulfed by a sacred light, but he didn't see any words. How is it? Stunned, right? Do you not recognize the words on it? Do you need me to teach you the Supreme Emperor's language? The large black dog said arrogantly. What's written on it? Let me see. Li Tian couldn't wait. He took it from Yi Fan's hand and stared at it for a long time. This wordless heavenly scroll is so King profound. Really? Let me have a look. Duanda came over to have a look, but at the same time, he was very vigilant in case of being bitten by the dogs. Based on my many years of experience in tomb raiding, this wordless heavenly book doesn't have any King words. Fatty Duan came to this conclusion. Damn dog, are you messing with us? Woof, I took the wrong card. Sorry, it should be the other card. The large black dog scratched his head, an embarrassed expression on his face. To think that I thought it was a wordless heavenly book. What a waste of my sincerity and respect. It turns out that it's just a blank piece of paper. Li Tian was the most indignant. I came here in a hurry, so I grabbed a few more. I didn't think that I would make a mistake just now, the large black dog explained guiltily. What? A few at once? Isn't that too cheap? Everyone was dumbfounded. Don't doubt me, the large black dog said. This time it's definitely the real deal. Once it appears, everyone will have to pay their respects to it. Are you all ready? Go to hell, you took a stack of decrees at once. Who would believe you? Even Li Heishui cast a vote of disbelief. The large black dog spat out divine papers in succession, and they were all wordless heavenly books. The papers flickered with holy light, and had the aura of an ancient emperor. However, they were all wordless. Damn dog, you really know how to mess things up. Yi Fan wanted to kick him. Only Duanda kept the papers, wanting to take them for himself. His eyes shone with a thieving light, and he said, Good stuff, there are really a lot of papers specially used by ancient emperors. Seek fatty, if you dare to swallow one, I'll bite you 10,000 times and take you as my human pet. The large black dog spat out the papers as he threatened fiercely and said, These are all used by me to make my bed. Really, King, extravagant. The eyes of the habitual tomb raider Duanda were bloodshot. You really have Wuxia's decree? Li Heishui was doubtful. Boom. Suddenly the whole heaven and earth trembled, and a majestic aura spread out. A divine paper shone brilliantly, and it had an unusual aura compared to the other papers. That's it. They walked into the Jade Lake, and along the way many people felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if they were facing an eternal monument, and they almost all knelt down. This time the large black dog held his head high. He didn't have to pretend to be dignified and holy anymore. This piece of paper illuminated every inch of his body, and his whole body shone with dazzling holy light. Be careful, I'm going to use my divine power. At this moment he only used a little bit of his divine power, and this piece of paper instantly seemed to have a life of its own. Boom. A terrifying wave spread out, instantly surging like a vast ocean, engulfing the Jade Lake. A few ancient characters appeared on the divine paper, profound and difficult to read. Above the 9 heavens, streaks of auspicious light descended, and treasured lotuses grew on the ground. All kinds of multicolored light rose, and it was a scene of holiness that engulfed the large black dog in the center. To be more precise, it entwined the decree, turning it into an eternal light. This kind of aura couldn't be faked, and it belonged to an ancient emperor. It wasn't a divine power that could suppress the heavens, but it was as majestic as the vast ocean. Indistinctly, celestial music could be heard, and in the distance, all kinds of spirit beasts began to fly, and all the flowers in the Pure Land immediately bloomed. The decree of an ancient emperor has arrived. In the Jade Lake, many ancient kings stood up in shock, and even the saints of the human race were no exception. Their senses were the clearest, and with their cultivation levels, it was easy for them to come into contact with Tao marks of this level. There isn't the intimidation of extreme divine power, but it can't be wrong. This is the unique aura of an existence like the archaic emperor. An ancient king said with a trembling voice. Let's go and take a look. Great sage Xianxia was very calm. He stood up and walked out. Jianghu also stood up and walked out with the others. They could clearly see a divine paper floating in front of them, and a large dog with its head held high was enveloped by divine splendor. There were 4 words on the decree and they were intimidating. The strokes were vigorous and the pressure made it hard for one to breathe. And this kind of spiritual pressure was something that only ancient kings would feel fear, and their bodies broke out in cold sweat. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to feel this kind of spiritual pressure, and it was difficult for them to trigger this kind of spiritual pressure. The more powerful one was, the more horrified they would be. Is this really the decree of an ancient emperor? An ancient king asked with a trembling voice. Indeed. The Black Emperor was incomparably arrogant and said loudly, "This emperor will personally read out Great Emperor Wuxia's decree." Great Emperor Wuxia's decree. As soon as these words came out, the Jade Lake immediately exploded, and everyone couldn't help but cry out. They all stared in this direction at the Black Emperor and immediately flared up. The divine paper shone with boundless brilliance, becoming more and more resplendent, illuminating the heaven and earth. The holy splendor scattered to every corner, making people feel reverence and peace. Who are you? How can you be sure that this is Wuxia's decree? An ancient king asked. You asked the right question. Listen up, this is the first time this emperor has revealed his true identity in the world. The Black Emperor swept his gaze in all directions and standing on the high platform he said, I am the mountain protector Black Emperor under Great Emperor Wuxia. The Jade Lake quieted down and everyone stared forward looking at the decree and they were indescribably amazed. The ancient race's people frowned even more. The word, emperor, had a special meaning, and this dog was so rebellious, daring to use such a name. It made them feel uncomfortable in their hearts. You guys still don't know who it is? There are some ancient records that Great Emperor Wuxia adopted a young dog in his later years. Duanda spoke from within the crowd. It's him? I've heard of this kind of secret before. A few sect master-level figures said in shock. The Jade Lake immediately became noisy. A dog caused a huge commotion, bringing along Great Emperor Wuxia's decree, leaving everyone indescribably shaken. Nonsense, this emperor is a natural-born sacred emperor, the reincarnation of a deity. The Black Emperor boasted shamelessly. What mountain protector Black Emperor? It was definitely a mountain protector beast, magnified endlessly by it. Yi Fan and the others cursed inwardly, but they were also quite shocked. This was the first time the Black Emperor revealed his origins. What words are those? Why can't we decipher them? An ancient king was endlessly bewildered. They had long realized that this was the work of a great emperor. These are the special words used by ancient emperors and great emperors after comprehending the Tao. Great sage Xianxia said. After carefully studying it, he read out those ancient words and said, There is no saint under the heavens. Correct, there is no saint under the heavens. Jianghu also said. The group of people sucked in a breath of cold air, all of them stunned. Was this the meaning of Great Emperor Wuxia? He issued this kind of decree, leaving everyone shaken. If you don't believe me, you guys can take a look. The Black Emperor was extremely generous, bringing out the divine paper. The group of ancient kings were horrified, all of them retreating, and only after a long time did they slowly surround it. After watching for a long time, not a single person said anything, all of them silent. A great emperor was still alive, was he going to seal them? I've already said before, saints should hide their cultivation, leave this world to the youngsters. Jianghu said. Great sage Xianxia's expression was cold and he said, Good, good, good. The myriad races will coexist, and the future will be very peaceful. They invited this decree into the secret land of the Jade Lake, and continued to discuss. However, the style had already been decided, and no matter how noisy the people outside were, everything was about to come to an end. In a place where no one was around, Yi Fan grabbed one of the Black Emperor's large ears and asked seriously, "Is Great Emperor Wuxia really still alive?" Of course, Great Emperor Wuxia is peerless in the heavens and earth, and he wanted to suppress the celestial capital. Unfortunately, he left the 9 heavens and 10 earths and could not be found. He was lonely for tens of thousands of years, invincible in the long river of time, the large black dog replied with certainty. "Where is he?" Li Tian's eyes shone and he couldn't help but move closer, asking as if they were close friends. "How would I know? I haven't seen him for many tens of thousands of years. He has probably entered the celestial realm," the Black Emperor said. The group of people were petrified and then they all pounced, grabbing his neck. At the same time they asked, "Where did that decree come from?" "CK, you are all blaspheming the great Black Emperor. Let go." The Black Emperor coughed. "Hurry up and tell me, where did that decree come from?" The group of people were strangling him to the point where his eyes were about to roll back. "I said, let go. That was written by Great Emperor Wuxia more than 100,000 years ago, and I used it as a bed cushion." The Black Emperor stuck out his tongue and revealed the truth. The group of people were all dumbfounded. This decree had actually been taken out from a dog kennel? Could this dog be any more ridiculous? He had deceived a group of ancient kings. "The decree is real and there is no mistake, but it does not mean that," the large black dog mumbled. The phrase, "there is no saint in the world," was not aimed at all the saints in the world, but rather at a kind of moral character. There was no one in the world who could become a saint, and there was no perfect person in the world. The heaven and earth are damaged and humans are also flawed. A flawless person will be destroyed and immortals will no longer exist. The Black Emperor muttered and said a few words. Back then he had not heard it clearly and only remembered a few words. "Do immortals not exist?" Duanda muttered to himself. Then he shook his head, saying that this was impossible. Great Emperor Wuxia said that there are no immortals in this world. I think he saw a place where there were immortals, so he disappeared, ascended, and went to another world, the large black dog said. "Damn dog, just how many secrets are you still hiding from us? Hurry up and tell us." Yi Fan did not let go. "Brat, you ran away for 12 years. What exactly did you encounter in the realm of stars? Hurry up and tell us." The large black dog retorted. The Jade Lake meeting soon came to an end. Not long after, a piece of news that shocked the 5 regions spread out. There were no saints in the world and the world was about to be at peace. Is this a sign of peace? I think it's the opening of the path of blood. The bloodline of the ancient emperors has not been depleted. Is the son of the great emperor of the ancient ages about to be born? Some people who had cultivated for a long time immediately smelled the scent of blood. "Brat, let go of me. This time I have suppressed all the races and in terms of merit I am the greatest. Regarding everything related to the investiture of the gods and great Emperor Wuxia, I have silently made an enormous contribution, enough to shock the heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep." The Black Emperor shouted. "I want to ask you, where did little Nan Nan go?" She ascended. The Black Emperor's words caused Yi Fan to stumble in shock, and he almost fell to the ground. Chapter 831. Little Nan Nan had ascended. When this news came out, not only did Yi Fan stagger, the others were also stunned and couldn't speak for a while. "Who are you lying to? Tell me, where did she go? Did you lose her?" Yi Fan grabbed his black hair that was like a lion's mane. "It's true, I swear I didn't say anything false. I saw it with my own eyes. Flowers floated in the sky and celestial music played. Then she flew into the sky and I couldn't catch up to her no matter how hard I tried." The large black dog pointed at the sky and swore. That year Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui and the others were ambushed, and Lu Ko was directly blasted into a bloody pulp. If the large black dog hadn't appeared in time, everyone would have been killed. That time was too dangerous. First, there was the inheritor of the demonic heaven-devouring art, then there was the winged servant of the heavenly prince, this mountain eagle. Finally, there was the mysterious and unknown incomplete 9 apertures creature, the large rock head. It was truly terrifying. The Black Emperor saved them with formation patterns, but he was hit by someone. A divine light entered the region gate and slashed him out of the void. Even if he had iron bones, he was still broken into pieces. Little Nan Nan fell from his body and cried loudly. She shook him with her 2 little hands, calling him to wake up. She lay on his body and cried her heart out. Yi Fan could imagine that scene. Little Nan Nan treated him and the Black Emperor as the closest people. At that time he wasn't by her side and only a large dog accompanied her. Little Nan Nan must have been heartbroken. Later the pursuers approached. The large black dog recounted the events of the past, and was slightly disappointed. Little Nan Nan was sorrowful. She cried as she tried to carry him on her back and run. She stumbled and kept falling. I will definitely kill those people. Yi Fan clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Finally the man and the dog were surrounded. But at that moment, little Nan's small body actually emitted a brilliant light. The heavens descended and celestial music played. It was as if she had ascended, and she soared into the sky with the Black Emperor. No one could catch up. When we reached the outer realm, her tears immediately helped me recover. That feeling was too mysterious. Even now, the Black Emperor still felt that it was inconceivable. Then it was swept down from the sky by a streak of Tao light, falling into a great wasteland. It survived. At that moment, the Black Emperor seemed to have gone mad as he carved the Great Emperor's remnant marks. It was rare for him to be accurate and he directly arrived in outer space returning to that place. However, he never saw Nan Nan again. Ever since that day he had completely lost track of her. Over the years, the Black Emperor had spent most of his time in the sky above this ancient star, but in the end he had never seen little Nan Nan again. Why is it like this? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Poor little Nan Nan. Jianghu said softly. She really liked this little one. She always wanted to tease her but she disappeared just like that. The others also frowned. Many of them had seen the little girl before. She was obedient and cute, never growing up, yet she disappeared just like that. Everyone was worried. Ascend to heaven? Who could believe it? Don't worry, I feel that no one in this world can kill her. There is a special characteristic on her body that I have only sensed from one person in my life. The Black Emperor said. Yi Fan finally knew why the greedy and arrogant big black dog was willing to be little Nan Nan's mount. It was a pity that he couldn't see that little girl anymore. Everyone gathered together and talked about their own experiences, and the Black Emperor also revealed many secrets. Jianghu was still alive. This was another piece of earth-shattering news that the Black Emperor revealed after admitting that he had followed Great Emperor Wuxia. This time they could enter the Holy Cliff because the Black Emperor understood the killing formation there and told them the various secrets of the investiture of the gods. Gai Jiuyo and Jianghu were able to solve the mystery. Of course, the two of them also borrowed an extreme emperor weapon and temporarily suppressed it on the Holy Cliff. Now they should have retrieved the investiture of the gods when they returned. The saints have sacrificed a lot and done many things, but they have never mentioned it. It is not something that outsiders can understand. They felt respect in their hearts, but they also became more aware of their own shortcomings. They needed to quickly increase their strength during this rare period of peace. I can sense the aura of the Tai Sovereign Sword, the great Xia Prince said. The little nun also nodded seriously. That kind of power was connected to their bloodline. Everyone was shocked. There was still an extreme emperor weapon in the Jade Lake. If they really fought, the North region would be flattened. The human race had prepared a lot. It is undeniable that in this world, some forces only care about themselves. They don't care about what will happen after their death. However, the great sects are still very responsible and will look far ahead, Jianghu said. If they really fought, the ancient race would definitely suffer heavy losses. Unfortunately, they have more than one great sage. Even if they killed great sage Hunchuo and the ancient kings present, it would be useless, Yao Yuekong said. In the end, the Jade Lake meeting came to an end and people from all sides left in batches. Of course, there were still many people who had not left. Many familiar people gathered and drank to their heart's content. After all, a rare period of peace had arrived. A person with a very high status found Yi Fan. It was Lin Daochen, the vice manor lord of the Qishir Manor. He told him that in a few years, a path to the outer realm would be opened. After so many years, the Qishir Manor finally made a decision. They once again invited Yi Fan and told him that if he was interested, he could make a trip to the Central Plains. 9 great accomplishments Saint Physiques. How many of them have set foot on this path and some have returned alive? The reason why the Azure Emperor could prove his Tao in the post-antiquity era is also related to this path. The shortest is a year's worth of cultivation, and the longest is a lifetime in the outer realm. Lin Daochen didn't say much and only left these 3 sentences before leaving. Yi Fan stood there in a daze. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly raised his head and found that Lin Daochen had also gone to find the wavering light saint child, the Southern Demon, and the Central Emperor. The final selection hasn't been decided yet, or will the people going this time surpass the previous ones? Yi Fan was astonished. Even that bastard Duanda had been found. Even the Ji clan's little moon was one of the candidates. She was quite open and had a bright smile on her face, looking eager to try. Pang Bo had once told him that the journey to the outer realm was a path stained with blood. Since ancient times, only a few people had returned alive. I say, Lord Black Emperor, look over there. There's a fellow that suits you quite well. Li Tian pointed in the distance. It was an ancient creature with a dog's head, a human's body, and a pair of pure white divine wings on its back. A divine halo enveloped its head, making it look quite holy. Too ugly, the Black Emperor said with his tongue hanging out. Immediately, a terrifying pressure spread over. The divine halo around the dog-headed angel's body became even more resplendent as it looked over coldly. Don't say any more, it's a bit smelly. Damn, too bad it's a male. The Black Emperor cursed drunkenly. Bang. The group of people were sent flying. The place where they were drinking exploded, and the ancient creature left the Jade Lake. This is an expert from the heavenly dog race. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden warned them not to speak carelessly. Finally, it was time to part. Yi Fan and the others were going to leave this pure land together. In the coming period of time, the 10,000 races would reproduce and recuperate. There wouldn't be any great battles, but no one could relax. The Black Emperor was drunk. His tongue was hanging out and he stood up straight. He was actually together with Duanda, and the two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders. It was very disharmonious. The two of them didn't have much of a natural disposition. It was quite strange for them to be together like this. No matter how one looked at it, they were a pair of greedy and shameless people. I am lightning, I am light, I am the only legend. The Black Emperor howled dryly, startling countless wild ducks. Break and then establish and then break, the elephant is formless, the Lord is nowhere to be seen, I am your only sacred emperor. Duanda also howled drunkenly. Then the two bastards finally revealed their true colors. They fought against each other, attacking each other secretly, seizing each other's treasures, god weapons and other things. F***CK Tomb Robber, don't think that I don't know that you've been eyeing the Purple Mountain for so many years. You dare to covet my nest? If I don't bite you to death, my human pet will tremble in fear. Woof. Damn dog, don't think that I don't know your background. The limit of a great elite is fake. You break and then establish and you go back and forth. You always want to steal my heaven-engulfing demonic lid. My uncle boundless celestial being. You dare to attack me. Neither of them were kind people, and once they were together they would definitely fight to the death. However, the others didn't try to dissuade them. Instead, they clapped their hands and cheered them on. Woof woof woof. After so many years, the large black dog had already become a supreme great elite, and was even close to the Severing Dao tier. Meanwhile, Duanda was also strange and unfathomable. It was impossible to tell how powerful he was, and he fought evenly with the large black dog. Both of their objectives were to seize treasures, and the secret techniques they used were unheard of. They could capture ancient weapons from the bodies of others. In the end, the large black dog stopped first, and solemnly announced a ceasefire. Then he ran off into the distance. In front of him were the people from the various holy lands. They were about to carve formation patterns and leave. There were many young disciples among them, and a purple-robed young woman among them was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. She was innately compatible with the Tao, and if she didn't deliberately suppress her aura, it would be like a heavenly curtain pouring down from the sky. Even so, she was still surrounded by all kinds of light of the Tao, and she was indescribably holy and otherworldly. Coupled with her peerless beauty, she was like a fairy from the 9 heavens who had descended into the world. She was the holy daughter of the Purple Mansion. The large black dog was wearing a pair of flowery underpants, and he ran over on his hind legs. He was incredibly fervent, and he said, "For the sake of quelling the chaos, for the peace of the entire ancient planet, and for the future of the human race, please give birth to an innate saint body Tao fetus." Outside the Jade Lake, the various forces were petrified, and the people from the Purple Mansion were also stunned. The heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, and there was a deathly silence. However, this didn't last for too long. The people from the Purple Mansion all shouted, and all kinds of light flew out toward the Black Emperor, causing him to cover his head and scurry away. Of course they didn't kill him. Now, everyone knew that he was a divine dog that followed Great Emperor Wuxia. If they really killed him, there might be a great calamity. I'm serious. Great Emperor Wuxia asked me to find a successor, and it has to be an innate saint body Tao fetus. the large black dog said in a fervent voice from afar. You're not lying? If that's the case, I ask the Supreme Great Emperor to issue a decree. To everyone's surprise, a living fossil from the Purple Mansion Holy Land actually said such a thing. Of course it's true. To tell you the truth, Great Emperor Wuxia himself has an innate saint body Tao fetus. Otherwise, how could he have swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths and become invincible? He wandered through the endless river of time, lonely and unmatched. He needs someone with the same physique to inherit his Tao fetus. The large black dog swore solemnly, and he almost cursed himself. There was a fervent expression on his face, and he moved closer to the people from the Purple Mansion Holy Land, speaking so loudly that his saliva flew everywhere. Peng? Little Moon of the Ji clan made a move. This was a rare instance of violence. She borrowed an extra-large divine hammer from Duanda. It was even larger than a house, and she smashed it on the back of the Black Emperor's head, causing him to faint. Brother, drag our dog home and throw him into the woodshed. Ji Ziyue threw down the large hammer, clapped her hands and summoned Ji Haoyue. It's fine, leave it to me. Brother Duan is also a brother. I don't have any other strong points, but I'm good at excavating the remaining value, and I can use my eyes to discern the beauty of the world. The unscrupulous Taoist priest stepped forward, wanting to strip the large black dog clean. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped him. Otherwise, if the black dog woke up, he would definitely go crazy, and the entire north region would hear the dogs barking every night. Let's go, everyone. May we meet again. The prince of the great Xia, the little nun in white, Yao Yuekong, and the others left one after another. Let's go as well. What plans does little Yi have for the future? Li Heishui asked. I want to establish an incomparably great sect, Yi Fan said. Let's establish a sect together and choose 2 neighboring mountains. These days, if one isn't a sect master, they don't even have the confidence to get close to an archaic divine girl, Li Tian said, sighing that the archaic divine girl was too powerful, and it was a little hard for him to handle. They hadn't walked far, and the jade lake behind them could still be vaguely seen. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance appeared in the void. A sword sealed the sky. This was a fatal blow. A demon sword dripping with blood was as fast as lightning, stabbing towards the top of Yi Fan's head. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it escaped his spiritual senses. If it was a normal person, they would undoubtedly die, and there was no way to evade it at all. It was exceptionally sharp, and this was a thunderous strike from a king of assassins. At this moment, Yi Fan surprisingly calmed down. His heart was empty, and his body was like a green rainbow. He used the line formula, and by a hair's breadth, he evaded this attack, shifting thousands of meters away. Pooh! However, blood splattered. It was as though someone had long predicted that he would flee here. An assassin king of assassins appeared from the void, piercing a demon sword that was dripping with blood into Yi Fan's body. Little Yi Fan! Ji Ziyue exclaimed in shock. She instantly rushed over, and the others also acted. Don't come over, all of you retreat. Yi Fan roared, his voice like thunder, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. If it was someone else, their body and soul would have long since been destroyed. Because although the 2 who acted were extremely old, they had already succeeded in the 3rd slash of Immortals, and were incomparably terrifying. Such characters could be said to be a fatal blow to a 2nd-level Immortal Foundation cultivator. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult for them to revive. Only the Saint Physique was special. His flesh was incomparably tough, withstanding the impact of a king-level expert, not allowing the laws to dissipate, and forcibly breaking that demon sword. However, Yi Fan was also bleeding profusely. He was injured, and his golden saint blood was dazzling to the eyes. His blood chi rumbled like thunder, rumbling and seething. Hell, the mortal world, the 2 of us cannot live under the same sky. Yi Fan pointed to the heavens and swore. The others were also enraged. At this critical juncture, the ancient killer god dynasty actually wanted to strangle the saint physique of the human race. This caused the eyes of everyone to turn red as their anger soared to the heavens. As expected, there are all kinds of people. Even Duanda's countenance changed. For the sake of the human race, some great sects didn't hesitate to fight to the death, doing their best to resolve the crisis. Even taking out an emperor-ranked weapon was nothing. But for some great sects, they didn't care about what would happen after his death. From the start to the end, they only cared about their own benefits, afraid that the saint physique would grow stronger and uproot them. When the Prince of Grand Xia said that the Grand Sovereign Sword was also in the Jasper Lake, everyone was still sighing. The radiance of humanity was always very resplendent, but in the blink of an eye, they encountered such a thing. F***ck, Little Yi Fan risked his life to enter the Violet Mountain and did so much. Where are these inhumane bastards? When everything calmed down, they actually acted against him. They deserve death. Li Heishui was infuriated. The rise of a supreme sect would always be accompanied by a storm of blood. In the next 100 years, let's build Yi Fan's supreme sect on the ruins of the mortal world and hell. Li Tian spoke. Chapter 832. Qi. The killer god Imperial Court's person turned into an afterimage. A blood sword appeared in front of him, breaking through the restrictions of time and space. Killing intent pervaded the air. He still didn't give up and unleashed a thunderous attack. Chomp. Sparks flew in all directions like a meteor shower. The instant Yi Fan evaded with the row technique, he pointed out a finger radiance to probe this person. The blood sword patterns didn't move in the slightest and only released chong-chong sounds. Biting cold killing intent and heaven overflowing killing intent were like a group of archaic vicious beasts charging crazily, engulfing the wasteland as they charged over. The other killer king also arrived. Their attack didn't work, but they didn't leave. Instead, they wanted to use their king-level power to suppress and kill Yi Fan. When one was powerful to this degree, killing sect masters was like cutting grass. I was just waiting for you guys to come. Yi Fan was truly angry. He did everything he could to deal with the archaic king race, yet in the end he was treated like this. He didn't use heavenly tribulation because he didn't want to use it up now. However, he wasn't willing to let these two go either, even if they were terrifying immortal kings. Hong. In the distance, the monkey took action. He brandished a large iron rod that was full of bumps and hollows. It wasn't very smooth. This was an archaic vicious weapon from back then. He turned into a streak of golden light and rushed over, smashing towards one of the killer kings. He was already at the third immortal severing Dao. Even though he had just stepped into it, he was still the son of an ancient emperor. His strength was great enough to catch up to kings who had cultivated for many years. One of them immediately gave up on Yi Fan and went up to block the monkey. He wanted to stall for time and let the other kill Yi Fan. He thought that nothing unexpected would happen because the immortal king killed sect masters as easily as plucking flowers. Yi Fan didn't have anything to hide. He immediately brought out that divine shell. He definitely wouldn't let these two go. Like a flood that overflowed into the heavens, a wave of blood energy pierced through the heavens. A majestic pressure pervaded the air. From the distance, it looked like a great golden furnace that immediately covered this place. Holy might. An unstoppable holy might. Go. This killer king was immediately horrified. He quickly called out to the other person and turned around to run. They would never face those who surpassed themselves head-on. They focused on assassination. None of you will leave today. Yi Fan roared furiously. With a loud roar, a golden ripple rushed out like a vast sea. Pooh! The king of assassins coughed up a large mouthful of blood on the spot and almost fell from the sky. Although it was not a saint's law, it was still a sonic boom of this level. He naturally could not withstand it. That's right. None of you can escape. Monkey swung his cudgel and chased after another king of assassins. Whoosh! The two killer kings entered the void, disappearing from where they stood. However, Yi Fan sneered and chased after him with the row formula. This kind of secret technique was useless against him because he had already read the ancient scrolls of the Celestial Court. Boom. At this moment he didn't need to use any laws. He punched out and the golden blood energy surged forward like a divine sea. Pooh. The void collapsed and a person spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell out. He didn't even look back as he continued to flee. The blood sword in his hand was broken, and one of his arms was bent beyond recognition. You really did obtain the legacy of the Celestial Court. King of Killers growled. Ah! Yi Fan shouted and spoke the six-syllable mantra. His physical body hummed and trembled slightly. Suddenly, a golden wave rushed out and caused the void in front to collapse. Ah! King of Killers screamed miserably. His divine laws couldn't injure this sacred shell, and he was seriously injured once again. Yi Fan's eyes were suffused with a cold glint as he used the row formula. His body turned into a beam of light and arrived in front of the King of Killers. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed the King of Killers. In terms of speed, none of the current kings could compare to him. There was simply no hope of escaping. Yi Fan grabbed him back like a little chick. In the distance, the monkey was bewildered. Although the fiery eye's golden clarity hadn't been shaken off by that King of Killers, he was also about to disappear. He couldn't completely break through Hell's concealment technique. Boom. Yi Fan arrived and blasted that shriveled figure out of the void with a punch. He then followed up with a heaven-overturning seal. Ah! With a loud cry, this person's bones were also broken. In the end, the monkey's jet black cudgel also smashed down, smashing half of his body. Yi Fan was like dragging dead dogs. He placed the two killers together. They were both heavily injured and on the verge of death. Their bodies were spasming. We risked our lives to enter the Purple Mountain and did our best to suppress the Divine Spirit Valley. Patriarch Origin Heaven even lost his life. Where were you guys at that time? We just got a peaceful period, but you guys can't sit still anymore and want to kill me. I'll skin you guys alive. Yi Fan's foot almost squashed one of their heads. His heart was filled with rage. He had paid a lot, but these two assassin organizations had come to assassinate him at this juncture. It made it hard for him to calm down. There's something wrong with these two. They've reached the three immortals slaying Dao, but they're not that strong. There seems to be a problem somewhere. The monkey was quite sharp. They're half-primordial spirits. Duanda walked over and searched their bodies with great familiarity. In the end, he kicked them twice and said, "They're kings of assassins, but they don't even have a decent treasure." The important figures of the god dynasty of assassins were all very cautious. They would always leave a path of survival for themselves. These two king bodies were shells left behind by their predecessors. They weren't their true bodies. They were only half-primordial spirits. No wonder. I was wondering why they were so weak. They don't match the strength of kings at all, the monkey said. Yi Fan reached out with a large hand and stripped their primordial spirits. In the end, their heads exploded on the spot and turned to dust. Not only are they ruthless to their enemies, but they're also ruthless to themselves. Half of their primordial spirits have been destroyed just like that. Li Heishui sighed. Hell, the human world, if you don't erase your names, then I will. Yi Fan looked into the distance and said with a powerful voice. Peng Bo Dongfang Yi Wu Zhongtian, and the others were either dead, injured, or missing. Their hatred had long since been irreconcilable. What do we do now? Do we establish an unparalleled sect or go find the secret place of the two god dynasties? Li Heishui asked. They all felt that they should first use their own connections to find various clues about the two god dynasties and understand them thoroughly. After all, it was an immortal inheritance from ancient times. In the past, I established a mining sect on a whim. Now it has moved to an oasis. We can meet there. Yi Fan gave an address in detail. The monkey was used to being alone, but he also said that he would go to the mining sect soon to help. Duanda even patted his chest and said that he would definitely find the cemetery of the ancient god dynasty of assassins and turn it upside down. Li Heishui could ask the 13 great bandits for advice, and there was no need to mention Ji Ziyue and her brother. The Ji clan most likely had top-secret information. Dongfang Man could ask the clan elders. After the large black dog woke up, his drunkenness disappeared. He bared his teeth and made a fuss, asking who had hit him. Everyone pointed at Duanda. Damn it, you guys are so mean. I'm going to escape. Duanda disappeared with a whoosh. He was the first to disappear into the horizon. Woof woof woof. The large black dog chased for hundreds of miles. He rubbed the big bump on the back of his head and returned without success. He clamored that he would definitely take Fatty Duan as a human pet in the future. In the end, they went their separate ways. Li Tian and Yan Ishi didn't understand this world. They were in the dark and could only follow Yi Fan. It's time to return the treasure, Yi Fan said. The matter of the North region was over. The ancient saints had gone into hibernation. Their cultivation was complete. The sky-devouring demonic jar had been returned to its respective owners at the Jade Pool. The sacred shell had to be returned. Once again they came to the small world of the Green Flood Dragon King. Yi Fan and the others received a very high standard of courtesy. Many ancient demons came out to welcome them. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't be careless. He performed all the necessary etiquette. Then he saw the Red Dragon Taoist, thanked the son of the Flood Dragon King, and returned the sacred shell. This was an invincible human-shaped weapon. Although the demon race was generous, they weren't so generous as to casually gift a sacred shell to others. Moreover, undercurrents were turbulent in the world. At any time there might be a dark upheaval. The demon race really needed this sacred shell. With it to activate the weapon of the demon monarch, its power would definitely increase by several times. Do you still want Ryu to come back? If necessary, I can immediately call her back from the western desert, the Red Dragon Taoist said. There's no need. Not for a very long time. Yi Fan sighed. He told him about this trip and said, I hope that there will never be a need for Azure Emperor to come into the world. That day will never come. After saying this, Yi Fan stood up under the flickering divine brilliance of the Red Dragon Taoist. He walked out of the great hall and headed outside. He was going to see an old friend. The last time he came he was filled with worry. The main reason was to borrow the sacred shell. He didn't stay for even a moment. Now everything had finally calmed down. Who are you going to see? Li Tian asked with a mischievous smile. A demoness. The Black Emperor curled his lips. He didn't forget the demoness named Qin Yao. When the palace collapsed he was buried alive. A cold wind blew over. Yi Fan felt his entire body go cold. He climbed up the mountain peak. The pines rustled, but the pavilion was no longer there. There was no sign of life at all. In the depths of the pine forest, there was only a lonely grave. The mound of earth wasn't big, and there was a stone tablet with the name Qin Yao clearly engraved on it. Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. When he came here again his old friend had already passed away. They were separated forever. How could this be? He was absent-minded and then incomparably sad. After traveling for more than 10 years, he actually only saw her grave after returning. He stood in front of the grave in a daze. What? Do you feel a tinge of guilt or sadness? You could see her a few more times in the past but you never came back. In the end you crossed the star domain alone. A young lady in golden feather clothes appeared and said coldly. Yi Fan recognized her. Her name was Jin Yan, a demoness of this small world. Back then she was extremely loathsome, but now he couldn't feel a trace of anger after hearing her words. There was only silence. The pines rustled. This place was very desolate and lonely. There was only a lonely grave like this. Made one feel sad. Light footsteps could be heard. 3 demonic race men appeared. They were Bai Feng, Jianghu and Kuzhu. They were Qin Yao's pursuers back then. How did she leave? When did she die? Yi Fan asked after a long silence. She died less than 200 days ago, Bai Feng replied. What? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This was about the same time as his return. She was very happy after learning of your return, but she quickly became silent again and began to cultivate bitterly, Kuzhu said with a hoarse voice. What? What exactly happened? Yi Fan looked at him. Because you and us are people of 2 different worlds. Your cultivation is too high. She did her best to catch up, but in the end something went wrong, Kuzhu said in a low voice. Isn't it laughable? Jin Yan wiped away her tears and placed several bouquets of pure white flowers in front of the lone grave. To you she might just be a passerby in your life. She doesn't count for anything. But to her it's different. The wind became stronger. The pines rustled as if they were sobbing. The lonely grave made one feel sad. Yi Fan stood there in a daze. If you had never appeared she would have lived very well. Perhaps she would have already become Dao companions with one of Big Brother Kuzhu and the others. These calm words were transmitted through the wind. It was like a blade hacking at Yi Fan's heart. He became even more silent. He couldn't say anything, only feeling a wave of bitterness. There is no need to feel sad, no need to feel dejected, because there is no need. After many years, perhaps you will remember her. You might even feel some bitterness sometimes, but what does that matter? She is only a part of your life that can be considered profound. But in the end, a scenery is a scenery. It will never be the most important brand in the depths of your heart. In the past, Jin Yan was very loathsome. Now, she said words that Yi Fan couldn't refute. He couldn't refute her words either. Every word hit the nail on the head and opened up wounds. Chapter 833. 12 years had passed and when he looked back things remained the same but the people had changed. The pine forest was deep, and all that remained was a lonely grave. He would never see that woman again, forever separated from the heavens. The wind blew the pure white flowers Kuzhu and the others brought, scattering them messily on the grave. There was a trace of desolation and a few wisps of fragrance. This was Qin Yao's life. Who was a passerby in whose life? The scattered flowers, the ice-cold steel, the lonely grave, there was no need for an answer, no need for further words. A fine rain began to pour down from the sky. It wetted the pure white flowers, diluting the delicate fragrance, adding a trace of coolness. Last time you came, you left right after meeting Senior Crimson Dragon, not even stopping for a moment. Have you never thought that there would be an old friend here, a woman you interacted with in the past? Jin Yan's voice became very loud, as if she was extremely emotional. She clenched her fists and glared at Yi Fan. Are you in such a hurry? Is there some world-shaking matter waiting for you to do? Are you going to mend the heavens? There is a woman here, lying in an ice-cold coffin. Is she really that insignificant? You've long forgotten, even if it was just for a moment. Jin Yan pointed at him, her body trembling in anger. A pine forest, a grave, a single person. The world was cold and bleak. Rain poured down. Yi Fan stood there for a long time. What could he say right now? Xianxia had already withered like a flower, her life reaching its end. She blossomed brilliantly like fireworks, and then returned to eternal darkness and silence. Jinyan, Kuzhu and the others had already left. There was only Yi Fan on the mountain. Under the rustling of the rain, he faced the new grave alone. The rain became heavier and heavier, finally pouring down in torrents, drenching him from head to toe. Water droplets continuously fell down even on his face. His lips moved, his voice hoarse. It was impossible to hear clearly in the wind and rain. He had already cultivated the heavenly eye, so he could see through the muddy water, through the grave. He could see the crystal coffin underground. That woman was ice-cold and silent, not moving at all. Her beauty was gone, but her appearance hadn't changed. She lay quietly and bleakly in the coffin. She was close, yet he couldn't touch her as far as the horizon. One step to life, one step to death. Even if there was only a layer of earth between them, it was still difficult to touch. Separated by a netherworld, it was difficult to pull back. Yi Fan sat in front of the grave and placed his hand on the soil, allowing the rain to pour down on his body. He spoke softly until daybreak. On the second day the rain did not stop, but it was much lighter. The pine forest was shrouded in mist. Yi Fan took one last look at the grave and descended the mountain step by step. He walked very slowly, leaving behind footprints. At the foot of the mountain, Jinyan, Kuzhu, and the others stood, watching through the misty rain. Finally, Jinyan couldn't hold it in any longer. She pointed at him and said many things as if she were venting her anger. Some of the words were harsh, unpleasant, and hurtful, but Yi Fan couldn't refute them. Some of the words might not be the truth and they stabbed into his heart. I say, sister, when it is possible to let someone off, one should forgive them. Would Yi Fan be willing to see such a scene? Who would be willing to see an old friend die? Who would be willing to see life and death part? If he didn't have urgent matters to attend to, why wouldn't he stop? Li Tian asked. Let's go. Yi Fan stopped Li Tian, not letting him say anything else. He walked into the distance step by step, leaving this place that made him so sad that he couldn't say a single word. That little girl really wasn't bad. How could she die just like that? What a pity, the Black Emperor mumbled. It was unknown just how many cultivators had fallen on the long path of cultivation. In reality, there were large numbers of people who couldn't make it through and perished at every stage. Those who could succeed were all heroes. This was a ruthless path to begin with. Those who set foot on it would experience many cruelties. What they heard were the legends of the heroes whose names shook the world. Who would pay attention to the decline of a small cultivator? In reality, there were many sad songs on the path of cultivators. However, apart from those famous heroes, who would pay attention to the joys and sorrows of others? Yan Ishi patted Yi Fan's shoulder and didn't say anything else. They left this place, traveling 90,000 li in one go. Where are we going? What are we going to do? Li Tian asked. I'm going to undergo tribulation, Yi Fan said. Where do you want to choose? The Black Emperor laughed dryly. Use your brain and think carefully. Find an important place between hell and the human world. I want to resist the heavenly tribulation in such a place, Yi Fan said seriously. He sealed a part of his nascent soul in Yan Ishi's goddess furnace. He didn't place it on his celestial platform, forcefully delaying the arrival of the tribulation. Let me think carefully. It's been too long. That place is just a remote corner of the world. I wasn't too clear about it in the past and now I've almost completely forgotten about it. The large black dog scratched his head and began to ponder. They began to wander around the north region like a group of ghosts, and also like a group of death gods. They all knew that Yi Fan was full of depression and needed to find someone to kill. In these few days they tried to find some light topics to avoid the heavy atmosphere. Of course, they didn't avoid the topic of Qin Yao's death. I've always been surrounded by flowers. If I leave for 12 years, there will most likely be many women who will clap their hands in joy. *CK. Li Tian cursed. None of you can do this. You have to learn from me. Use great willpower, great wisdom, and great fearlessness to sever everything. Bury them in the grave in your heart, and they will never have to worry. At this point, the Black Emperor poked Yi Fan and said, For you there will be an additional experience. The opportunity for the 3 slashes of Tao might come early. Severing Tao. Yi Fan looked into the distance and said, Let's go. We'll find hell in the human world first. Brat, have you thought about it? What kind of Tao do you want to sever in the future? The Black Emperor asked seriously. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, I can't sever whatever I want. If I think about it seriously, perhaps severing my entire Tao is the most suitable. There are too many fetters and shackles. The Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Xianxia all wore awkward expressions. You can't be serious, right? Cut yourself off? What kind of joke is this? Since ancient times, who has done this? Even if you want to commit suicide, you can't do this. The Black Emperor scolded. Yi Fan said, severing the Tao, that is a very long time ago. In history, the strongest few monsters were comparable to the young Great Emperor, but in the end they all fell. My Tao seems to be very difficult to sever. Let's finish the tribulation first. According to the Black Emperor's ancient memories, he searched many places but to no avail. After hundreds of thousands of years of ups and downs, the world had changed greatly, and many of the old places had changed greatly. Furthermore, in the past, it wasn't very clear about these two great killer divine dynasties. It didn't know where the important places were and had only vaguely heard of them. On this day, they arrived at a desolate mountain outside of Kaiyuan City in the northern region. They immediately stopped and walked towards the mountain. Because they had heard from Li Heishui that his grandfather, Li Heng, had died in battle to save them. The few of them decided to pay their respects. It should be that stone cliff. A broken spear was stabbed into the cliff. The blood had long since dried up, forming a human shape. It was dark red, a ghastly sight. One could imagine the miserable state at that time. Li Heishui had once said with tears in his eyes that his grandfather had been nailed to the cliff by an old assassin from the Hell God Imperial Court with a spear. One could imagine that a white-haired old man had died in battle to save his descendants. Looking at the broken spear and the dried blood, the few of them gritted their teeth. Half a month later, the Black Emperor brought them to the western part of the northern region. It remembered that some things had happened here in the past, and it was related to the Hell God Imperial Court. After walking into an ancient mountain range, there was no sign of life. Not even a blade of grass grew, and they still didn't discover anything. They were almost completely disappointed. They couldn't even find a living fossil like the big black dog, so who else knew? Found it. Suddenly, the Black Emperor shouted excitedly, pointing at a mark that was almost worn away by time, saying that this was a dark mark of hell. They must be in this mountain range. Be careful, don't be discovered by them, and search slowly. Finally finding some clues, they were naturally extremely cautious. After spending several days, they hid in the dark, and only rushed out when they saw a black-clothed man disappear on a cliff, pouncing over there. Yes, I understand now. There is a small world here that was opened by an ancient sage. It is an extremely important secret place in hell. The Black Emperor said. In hell, apart from a supreme ancient palace, that was where their foundation was. There were also 18 layers of hell, which were the 18 main branches that extended from the roots. The 18 layers of hell were extremely important. They were all small worlds in ancient times, independent of the great world and almost impossible to find. They were incomparably mysterious and were all important places. A small world opened by a sage. Their foundation is really deep. You all wait outside, I will go and cross the tribulation. Yi Fan said. Thinking of Pang Bo's life and death still unknown, Lu Ko being blasted into a bloody pulp, Dong Feng Ye's blood staining the falling eagle cliff, Li Heishui's grandfather being nailed to death, and so on and so forth, the blood in his heart was boiling. From today forth there will be one less layer in hell. This is the first debt I will collect. Yi Fan's voice was deep and cold, ringing through the entire mountain range. He already found the entrance, retracting his primordial spirit from the goddess furnace, and then walked in with a single step. At first, the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Xianxia were still a bit worried, following him inside. In the end, black smoke immediately rose from their bodies, hurriedly withdrawing. There is no justice in the heavens. The lightning tribulation is so great, how can there be human lightning in some celestial court's ancient watchtowers? Li Tian had never seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation before. We should still back up, this place isn't safe either. This small world will definitely collapse, and those who are stuck inside are all finished. The Black Emperor bared his teeth, smoke coming out of his mouth, all of the hair on his body standing on end. They decisively backed up, only stopping after moving far enough. Everything was as they expected. This small world had existed since the ancient times, and after more than 100,000 years, it had long become unstable. The heavenly tribulation descended and in the end it collapsed. Ah, miserable cries sounded. This small world was hacked through, and now it was adjacent to the great world outside. Everything could be seen. The lightning turned into a sea, and the thunderstorm connected to form a blazing purple light. This was a human tragedy. After this collapsed small world appeared, all types of miserable scenes could be seen. Large amounts of human figures turned into scorched corpses, and countless palaces became ruins. This was an important place for assassins. Experts were as common as clouds, and everyone was passively facing tribulation, unable to escape. Even though they were trying to break out of the encirclement, the tribulation clouds continued to surround their heads, and heavenly lightning struck down continuously. There was nowhere to escape to. This was especially the case when Yi Fan turned into a streak of humanoid lightning, chasing after experts everywhere. Wherever he passed, everyone would definitely be turned into ashes. There is a king. There is actually a powerful king here. The Black Emperor, Li Tian, and the others quickly discovered an extremely powerful existence with world-shocking strength. His heavenly punishment was boundless, forming a vast ocean. It's an assassin king who tried to assassinate Yi Fan last time. It's his aura. Who would have thought that his true body would be here? Ah! Miserable cries sounded everywhere and people continuously turned into ashes. This place became a living hell, but this time, it was someone else who came to take their lives. There was no suspense in this battle. After Yi Fan rushed over, he locked onto the assassin king. An even more vast sea of lightning descended, and he was blasted into ashes. The battle flattened this place, leaving behind only a vast expanse of ruins and human-shaped ashes. That day the eastern wasteland was shaken. A secret area of the infernal realm was picked by someone, and from then on, there was one less layer of the infernal realm. Yi Fan said that since the human world and the infernal realm wanted to play, he would accompany them to the end. Next he was going to hunt down their divine sons and goddesses. At the same time he offered bounties to everyone in the world, offering generous rewards. Regardless of whether it was providing information on the assassin divine dynasty or killing them, there would be sky-high rewards. The world was in an uproar. Was a single person going to start a war against two great ancient assassin divine dynasties? Everyone was moved. Chapter 834. The northern region had just calmed down, and the ancient saints went into hibernation, welcoming a period of relative peace. At this moment, Yi Fan's declaration of war against the ancient killer god dynasty spread throughout the world. The 13th level of hell has been broken through. It's really unbelievable. All the assassins have been turned into ashes, and even the small space opened up by the ancient sages has collapsed. The heavenly tribulation of the saint physique is truly terrifying. It destroyed a level of hell alone, wiping it from the world. It's extremely powerful and shocking. In the outside world, everyone was discussing this matter. Yi Fan wanted to fight against the two divine dynasties alone, and the whole world was paying attention to it. The saint physique has passed the heavenly tribulation. This time he has reached the great circle of the second level of Immortal Foundation. If he doesn't sever his Tao, who can contend against him? During this period of time the world was not peaceful. All the sects were guarding against the attacks of the ancient races, and very few people paid attention to Yi Fan's cultivation. Now they suddenly realized that he had grown to a very terrifying level. However, people didn't think that Yi Fan could win. Even if he used the heavenly tribulation to flatten the 13th level of hell, they didn't think that he could fight against the human world and hell alone, because it was too unrealistic. The ancient killer god dynasty has never been destroyed. Even in the most severe period of history, they still survived when the Holy Lands joined forces. In that battle in the past, heaven and earth collapsed, blood flowed like rivers and ghosts cried and gods howled. Corpses piled up into mountains and the celestial court turned into ashes. Hell and the human world retreated, but they didn't stop. Everywhere was noisy, but Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were relatively calm. They walked among the barren mountains of the northern region, not in a hurry to do anything. This is a dragon vein, there should be many divine roots underground. Yi Fan stared at a mountain ahead. On the way they dug up more than 10 mountains and their harvest was plentiful. They didn't rush to continue at all and used this to calm their emotions. After all, they were going to face two divine dynasties. When a true sect is established, there are too many formation patterns that need to be inscribed. The more divine roots, the better. Let's quickly accumulate them. The large black dog embezzled all the divine roots. Let's go, we can't dig this mountain anymore. As soon as he dug halfway, Yi Fan immediately stopped. There were ancient creatures underground, and they were definitely powerful existences. They began to plan to hunt down the divine sons and daughters of the two major assassin organizations. However, they didn't find any clues in the following half a month. This is the calm before the storm. They must be calculating where we are. When the time comes, they will strike like lightning. Say, do you think there's an existence like Killer Saint in these two assassin organizations? Li Tian asked a terrifying question. It's hard to say. In the ancient times they killed saints endlessly, but now we don't know. The Black Emperor said. Finally, on this day many places in the eastern wastelands were covered in snow-white flowers. Large areas were dyed with blood. The two ancient divine dynasties made a response, declaring that they would kill the human race's holy bodies. More than 10 years ago you already put me on the kill list, but haven't I still lived well until now? On that day Yi Fan stood out and mocked coldly, appearing in the divine city of the northern region. Moreover, on this day Yi Fan announced to the whole world that killing the lowest level person in the God dynasty would be rewarded with 10,000 divine roots, killing a disciple would be rewarded with 100,000 divine roots, killing an important figure would be rewarded with 1 million divine roots, and killing a divine son or a big shot would be rewarded with 10 million divine roots. I'm about to become the Yuan Taoist master, so the divine roots won't be a problem. Moreover, they'll all be xenogeneic or divine roots. Even if I provide just one piece of information, I'll be rewarded with divine roots. Yi Fan directly declared ruthlessly. He was going to start a great war that would engulf the entire eastern wastelands. He was going to use all his power to eradicate the assassin organizations. He was extremely forceful and direct. If anyone can provide the location of the people of hell and the world, and take the head of their leader, I'll give them a piece of phoenix blood gold. In the end, Yi Fan released world-shaking news, displaying the immortal material exclusive to the great ancient emperors. It shook the entire northern region and quickly spread throughout the world. A piece of phoenix gold, that's right, it's a piece of true phoenix blood gold. There isn't a single trace of impurity, and there are 9 phoenixes curling around it. Auspicious energy surged and rushed straight into the heavens. That day, the divine city of the northern region erupted with commotion. Everyone went crazy. This world-shaking news immediately spread everywhere, flying into the great powers. It really is a piece of phoenix blood gold, a priceless material. It's something even the great ancient emperors yearned for even in their dreams. It's the same material as the Jianghu family's eternal universe furnace. That day the 5 regions were in an uproar. It was unknown how many cultivators' blood was boiling. The phoenix blood moved people's hearts, and it was unknown how many people's hearts were moved by this kind of immortal material. A fist-sized piece like this, if forged cleverly, could definitely form a Tao weapon. If there were still great emperors in this world, they would definitely pay attention to it. Yi Fan didn't care at all. At this point there was nothing to be afraid of. Everyone knew that he had the myriad energy cauldron on him, so another piece of enviable immortal material wasn't that big of a deal. Do you all dare to kill me? If you can provide the location of the 2 great ancient divine dynasties' palaces and take the heads of their leaders, I'll even give you the seed of the Qilin divine medicine as a reward. When Yi Fan released this news and personally took out the purple Qilin sealed within the divine source, another storm swept through the eastern wasteland. Crazy, too crazy. With so many immortal treasures, it will drive everyone to attack the divine dynasties. Everyone had indeed gone crazy. With so many benefits, no one could remain calm. Killing an ordinary disciple would give them 100,000 kilograms of origin. The temptation was just too great. After Yi Fan announced the news, he immediately fled into the distance, disappearing without a trace. He didn't want to become a living target for the divine dynasties. Draw everyone in the world to target the 2 great ancient divine dynasties and kill them together. After a few more years, Yi Fan might really become the Yuan Taoist master. Those origin resources really aren't a problem for him. He wants to use the people of the world to exhaust the 2 ancient organizations. Everyone understood his intentions, but they were still tempted. The reward was too generous and almost everyone wanted to find some clues. The storm this time was even greater than what everyone had imagined. Even the ancient races participated, and many strange and powerful creatures moved out. Find the ancient palace of hell and the human world and kill one of their leaders. Will I be able to obtain the phoenix blood scarlet gold? Let me give it a try. No one would have thought that an ancient emperor's son would say these words. He was extremely interested in Yi Fan's reward and was the first to step out from the ancient races. Huang Shudao came from the Blood Phoenix Mountain. He was a low-key and incomparably mysterious ancient prince. He rarely appeared in the world and very few people had seen his true appearance. Back then, the Heavenly Prince personally invited him to come out and kill the monkey, but he was refused. He said that he only wanted to exist in this life, never expecting that he would appear in the world at this time. However, soon after, everyone knew why he was interested in that Phoenix blood scarlet gold. It was because what his clan cultivated was Phoenix immortal force. The Phoenix gold could be used as a primer to corroborate the Tao. Large amounts of ancient race experts participated, exceeding Yi Fan's expectations. It also made many people who were interested in the reward feel pressure. This was a powerful competitor. Meanwhile, not long after, another piece of news spread. Another ancient prince also expressed that he was going to take action. Not only was he interested in the phoenix blood scarlet gold immortal material, he also desired the Qilin divine medicine. The Fire Qilin child appeared. He came from Fire Qilin cave, always lingering outside Origin ancient mine. The people of the world didn't know what he wanted to do. This time, not only was he going to take action himself, he also drew over a few experts from his clan. They had to obtain the Qilin seed because it was rumored that this was their past divine medicine, but it flew away during a great calamity. It could be said that Fire Qilin cave's people were extremely fervent and anxious, using all types of methods to contact Yi Fan. They were willing to use exceptional divine objects to exchange for it and immediately purchase it. What a coincidence! Yi Fan immediately laughed. He never expected the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold and Qilin Divine Medicine to startle even the two archaic Emperor clans. It is worth being on guard. If Fire Qilin Cave's people become desperate and directly take action against you, then it will be troublesome. The Black Emperor said worriedly. Yi Fan nodded and said, "This is indeed a problem. However, if we use it well, it will become a murderous immortal sword. Who knows, it might truly be able to destroy hell in the human world." The Qilin Divine Medicine Seed was something he wouldn't give away no matter what, because every single ancient emperor had one. It was something that couldn't be exchanged for millions and millions of gold. They naturally wouldn't show themselves, but they still responded. They still had the same condition that if they wanted to obtain the medicine, they had to find the two great assassin dynasties' ancient palaces and kill one of their leaders. Huang Shudao himself was one thing, but the Fire Qilin had drawn out the people behind him. This was very terrifying. If they really attacked, even the assassin dynasty would be terrified. Great. Although it is a double-edged sword, if we use it well, destroying hell in the human world will no longer be a delusion. Li Heishui clenched his fists when he heard the news. From that day onward, the eastern wasteland was no longer peaceful. Soldiers were everywhere, and many people began to search for hell in the human world. Yi Fan transported in Source Mountain into the God City. It was filled with xenogenic source sources, and there were many bowl-sized god source sources mixed in. Light shone in all directions and the entire city was bright at night. How long had it been? He had suddenly produced such a pile of treasures, shocking everyone. There were countless treasures and they shone brightly. Many people regretted that they had recruited Yi Fan when he was still weak. They wouldn't have fought and killed him. Now, his source techniques alone were enough to shock the world. People like the Yuan Taoist master were both frightening and fearful. This was what everyone felt. Everyone was envious, but no one dared to have any improper thoughts. This was because Yi Fan had simply piled the treasures into Tianshan Old Stone Square. Now no one dared to go in. They already knew that the gatekeeper was a human saint. Anyone who dared to rob there would be looking to die. At the same time, people were shocked. How did Yi Fan get involved with this saint? And he didn't treat him like an outsider. This made the hearts of those who had strange thoughts turn cold. Of course, this time Yi Fan was completely thick-skinned. He truly displayed the scene of Crazy Ol fighting the kings in the Ziwei segmentum, and then he piled the source sources in. He didn't care about these source sources. Even if this human saint was unhappy, he could throw them all away. At the very least, he had the effect of a tiger's skin. When it came to saints, even the Fire Qilin cave would have to think twice. Now that the saints were in hibernation and didn't appear in the world, they couldn't provoke them either. Yi Fan disappeared from the Divine City once again. In just half a month, the results were obvious. More than 20 disciples and 2 old assassins from the 2 divine dynasties had been killed. It was laughable to say that there were many incidents when they came out to carry out assassination missions. After being discovered, people gathered to attack them, and they were hunted down instead. The eastern wasteland couldn't calm down. A source mountain was piled up in the divine city for people to collect. There was also a piece of phoenix blood gold and the seed of an immortal divine medicine. These days there were bloodshed every day. Hell in the human world's missions failed time and time again. Those who dared to appear would be hunted down by a group of people. It was a tragedy. I'm so poor that I only have source sources left. With the heaven source technique, I can smash you to death with source sources. The Black Emperor shouted. He embezzled divine source sources all day long. His big mouth stretched to his ears and hadn't closed it for the past few days. Yi Fan thought he had concealed himself very well. It was difficult for outsiders to discover him, but he didn't expect to be found today. Moreover, it was an unexpected person, Old Saber Honcho. In the past he, Li Dishing, Old Saber Honcho, Yao Guang Saint Child, Jade Lake Saintess, and others entered the absolute beginning forbidden area. A series of strange things happened there. After they parted ways, he never saw Old Saber Honcho again. He didn't expect him to suddenly appear today. It was very mysterious. My grandfather wants to see you. He was already so old, yet he said such an inexplicable sentence the moment he arrived. Why? Yi Fan asked in puzzlement. He comes from the celestial court. The mysterious and powerful Old Saber Honcho's words stunned Yi Fan and the others. Chapter 835. Did the celestial court, the inheritance that made even the ancient saints change their expressions, still exist in this world? Yi Fan and the others were all stunned, unable to say anything for a long time. More than 100,000 years ago, all the Holy Lands joined forces and even used the extreme emperor weapon to finally uproot the celestial court. Everyone knew about that battle. Is the celestial court still in this world? Yi Fan asked. This was a very serious question. For him it was a matter of life and death. Perhaps there would be an unimaginably great enemy. That was because the Xing character formula and a scroll of the celestial court scriptures were on him. If the celestial court still existed in this world, they would definitely think of a way to take it back. Old Saber Honcho seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and said, "You don't need to worry, my grandfather doesn't have any evil intentions. He simply wants to see you." The Black Emperor immediately set her eyes on him and circled around him. She stuck out her bright red tongue and asked, "Back then the ancient palace of the celestial court wasn't breached?" "Breached, everything was destroyed. This is all I know, there's no need to ask anything else." Old Saber Honcho said straightforwardly. "All right, I'll go see your grandfather," Yi Fan said. If the other party wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have appeared in such a manner, so he wasn't too worried. Li Tian Yanishi and the Black Emperor wanted to go together, but Old Saber Honcho flatly refused. In the end, only Yi Fan went with him. "Be careful, the ancient divine court is not a good person. Don't be fooled by them," the Black Emperor reminded. Yi Fan nodded. The human heart was the most complicated. Sometimes, the judgment that one thought was accurate might not necessarily be correct. Perhaps it was to make him relax and scheme for the Xing character formula on him. They went all the way north and finally approached the divine city. Old Saber Honcho's grandfather was waiting here, overseeing this eternal city. Yi Fan didn't want to enter this place again because a storm was already brewing. He had spoken here twice, so who knew how many pairs of eyes were staring at him, hoping that he would appear a third time. With the Guardian of Merak here, no one dares to cause any trouble. "It's beneficial to you, so my grandfather is waiting for you here," Old Saber Honcho said. "Is that so? There's one thing I've always wanted to ask in detail, but I never had the chance to." Yi Fan didn't say much about this. Instead he mentioned an old matter. "What is it?" Old Saber Honcho asked. "That year, after we got out of the absolute beginning forbidden land, someone attacked us at night and killed Elder Yao Guang. Did you do that?" Yi Fan couldn't forget that incident. "It's definitely not me. After what happened, I became the biggest suspect and had no choice but to leave," Old Saber Honcho said. Then he said something that made Yi Fan shiver. That year, they weren't the only ones who had entered the absolute beginning forbidden land. Someone else had fallen behind them. It can't be an ancient being, right? No, it's a powerful human expert. He was walking on the footsteps left by Yao Guang's saint son. More than 10 years ago, Yi Fan's cultivation base was low, so it was impossible for him to have such a sharp spiritual sense. He couldn't sense the powerful stalker behind them. After so many years, he finally knew that there was another unknown person who had entered the absolute beginning forbidden land with them. That year's incident was a bit terrifying. That person was very powerful. We were afraid of each other, and neither of us dared to act blindly without thinking. Old Saber Honcho's words revealed that person's cultivation base. At the very least, he was a peerless expert. So that night, it wasn't Yao Guang's saint son who took action, Yi Fan muttered to himself. No, it should be him. With my many years of experience, that person was protecting Yao Guang's saint son. Moreover, the two of them were in contact, Old Saber Honcho said. So, that was his path protector. Yi Fan was startled. So, I had no choice but to leave that night. After I escaped, they would definitely make a move on me. There must be some unspeakable secret, Old Saber Honcho said. Yes, fortunately, Senior, you left in time. I think that peerless expert personally went to kill you, but he missed. At the same time, it also allowed me to avoid a disaster. Cold sweat appeared on Yi Fan's back. That year it was really too dangerous. Being able to avoid a disaster was really because of all kinds of reasons. Only until now, when he knew the truth, did he feel terrified. Even if he was Yao Guang's saint's son, it would be difficult for him to have such a protector, because that person might be even more powerful than Yao Guang's saint master, old Saber Hancho said. He obtained another inheritance. If I'm not wrong, it must be that indestructible heaven technique. Yi Fan had a premonition long ago, but after directly confirming it, he was still shocked. Yao Guang's saint's son hid himself very deeply. Old Saber Hancho was startled. This heavenly technique was world-shaking. It was passed down from generation to generation, but no one had ever seen it. It was the most mysterious. Just like the Wuxia scripture, it never appeared in the world, but it couldn't stop people's desire and reverence for it. It was as clear and distant as the bright moon in the sky. The indestructible heaven technique was created by Ruthless in his later years. It competed with heaven and earth for luck, seized the good fortune of the past and present, shed his demonic shell and aged body, and used it to give birth to a divine fetus, beginning a new life. Old Saber Hancho muttered to himself in horror. This kind of technique was too mysterious, it had never been seen in the world. Ruthless was world-shaking. After comprehending his whole life in his later years, he left behind such a scripture. How terrifying would it be? Since ancient times, it was unknown how many people wanted to dig out this scripture, but they could only sigh in vain. Unexpectedly, a successor had appeared today. Talented people appear in every generation, each dominating the world for several thousand years. Moreover, an unprecedented great era has arrived. Ruthless' unique mysterious technique has appeared. I wonder when the Wuxia scripture will appear. Could it be that it must have an innate divine body? Old Saber Hancho muttered to himself. They entered the divine city. Yi Fan was very cautious. Hell and the human world were definitely the source of terror. He didn't dare to lower his guard. Old Saber Hancho's grandfather was called Qi Luo. The place he chose was very gorgeous. It was suspended in the sky, an ancient watchtower connected to each other. It was built with 5-colored jade. Rumor has it that it was supported by the Southern Mountains' demonic imperial palace. Qi Luo was very old, he was leaning on a crutch. One of his eyes was very turbid, the other was a black hole, as if it was connected to a black hole in the universe. It was extremely terrifying. At his level, even if he was really blind, he could still refine his body. Unless it was a great Dao injury, he would be able to recover. Yi Fan didn't believe that he was blind in one eye. No matter how he looked at it, that black hole seemed like it contained a terrifying Dao law. Perhaps it even contained a Dao weapon. Qi Luo stared at him for a very long time. Especially the black hole that shot out a strand of black light, it was even more terrifying. It was as if it could penetrate his body. It can't be wrong. You have obtained the Xing formula, and you have read the ancient scrolls of the Celestial Court. However, you didn't cultivate much. He was very direct, saying such words as soon as they met. Yi Fan was very calm, but he was shocked in his heart. This old man was very powerful. With just a glance, he was able to see through Yi Fan's depth. He was definitely an expert. Unless you become the Yuan Taoist master, otherwise, no matter how you disguise yourself, you won't be able to hide from the Heaven's Wheel Eye. The old man laughed. What advice does Senior have for me? Yi Fan asked. Qi Luo immediately burst into tears. He cried until the entire palace rumbled and was on the verge of collapse. He was so shocked that even the sky was trembling. This kind of cultivation was indeed astonishing, far surpassing that of a super expert. He was definitely a world-shaking character who had already severed his Dao for many years. Senior, you are. Yi Fan didn't understand. The heavens have taken pity on us and didn't sever the inheritance of the Celestial Court. Finally, there is someone to continue it. There is finally hope to avenge the hatred of our ancestors. The old man cried loudly. Yi Fan felt his blood run cold. What was this old man trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to drag him into becoming enemies with the whole world? One had to know that the destruction of the Celestial Court back then was the joint effort of all the Holy Lands. It was rumored that the undying Imperial Court of the Central Plains also seemed to have contributed. Our ancestors proved their Dao by killing and killed many experts from the Holy Lands. Later on they besieged us, but we don't hate them. This is the karma of heaven and earth. However, the Celestial Court overlooked the world. How could it be destroyed in one fell swoop and even uprooted? The old man wiped his tears. It was unknown whether he was really sad or if he had this kind of habit, but he cried until the void was about to collapse. It was the underworld and the human world who leaked the address of the Celestial Court and secretly took action. Yi Fan was surprised to hear this. The destruction of the Celestial Court actually had the shadow of the other two killer divine dynasties. As expected, there were all kinds of secrets. Because they know that as long as the Celestial Court exists, it will always look down on them and will never be able to surpass them. After a long while, Qi Luo finally stopped crying. Yi Fan's ears were ringing non-stop. This old man's strength was too terrifying. With a cry, the Tao patterns were densely covered. If it wasn't for his divine physique, his physical body would have already been shattered. "Senior, what do you want me to come here for?" The one-eyed old man wiped his tears and stood in front of the window with the help of his crutch. He said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to see what kind of person you are." Seeing is believing. Yi Fan didn't say anything and just looked at him calmly. A while ago, the underworld and the human world sent out all their assassins and even their trump cards. Wang Ting's body and spirit were almost destroyed, but he was saved at the crucial moment by an immortal crane. Yi Fan was shocked. Even Wang Ting became the target of the two divine dynasties. This was somewhat out of his expectation. At the same time, the immortal crane saving him made him shiver. He had long heard rumors that Wang Ting was gifted when he was young and was carried away by a divine crane. That was how he became a legend. A stray dog wants to be beaten by everyone. Since ancient times, the underworld and the human world have been envious of our celestial court's line's secret, but in the end, they couldn't get it. Now they have their eyes on his forwarding secret. Once the secret is mastered, one can predict all opportunities. For an assassin, it is the same as the line's secret and can be called a supreme technique. In that case, their main purpose of killing me is for the line's secret, and not because of the previous enmity. Yi Fan scoffed coldly. It's like this. They have always been thinking about our celestial court's supreme secret technique. It can break through all formations like walking on flat ground. It can go anywhere in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After it is refined to the extreme, it can even evolve into the God's law, time. Old Saber Hancho stood at the side and didn't say anything. He was quietly listening to the conversation between his grandfather and Yi Fan. After a long time, Qi Luo said again, "There are many experts in this ancient watchtower built from multicolored jade. Not only are there Blood Phoenix Mountain and Fire Qilin Cave's far ancient imperial family, there are also many young experts from the far ancient tribe. There are also dozens of assassins from the underworld and the human world. It seems their divine sons and daughters are also here." Yi Fan stood up and said, "What do you mean? I want to see how you'll perform under the siege of so many young elites. Oh, I forgot to mention, Fire Qilin's younger sister, Hualin, is also here. She is a princess with the ancient emperor's bloodline. She is incomparably powerful. She has personally come here." "You?" Yi Fan's expression changed. The divine sons and daughters of the underworld and the human world are known to be able to kill all kings. They are much stronger than the saints. It is not surprising that the immortals have slashed the path 3 times. You have to perform well, don't let down the celestial court's prestige. After Qi Luo finished speaking, he shouted toward the outside of the ancient watchtower, "The human race's sacred physique is here." "You old bastard." Yi Fan cursed. Murderous intent soared to the heavens in all directions. Pillars of qi pierced through the heaven and earth. Blood energy covered the sun and rushed up. Dozens to 100 great experts surrounded the ancient watchtower. Chapter 836. Palaces made of multicolored jade stones emitted a faint radiance one after another. They were connected together and hung in the sky. At this time, the blood energy was like pillars supporting the sky. They were thick and majestic, piercing through the clouds and connecting the heavens and the earth. Over 100 experts were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. Yi Fan was quite straightforward and didn't say anything else. He wanted to open the realm gate and leave, but he was astonished to find that the void was locked and he couldn't escape. Tao patterns were arranged like wriggling ancestral snakes, densely covering every inch of space. These were precisely the divine patterns formed by Qi Luo's crying. Yi Fan was astonished. This old man was too powerful. His cries were like blades as he carved divine patterns in the void, forming the power of laws that weaved in all directions. He turned around to leave, breaking open the window and leaping out. However, what he saw made him shiver inwardly. Even in the outside world, there were all types of fine Tao patterns that were like little snakes, but also like little divine phoenixes dancing about, locking down heaven and earth. The entire sky was sealed, so it was impossible to open the realm gate. He could only rely on his own strength to break through. He clenched his teeth and said, "Old thing, you really know how to cry." Qi Luo was all smiles as his single eye squinted into a reclining silkworm. Meanwhile, old Saber Hancho was petrified and didn't say anything. Yifan didn't even turn his head back as he rushed into the distance. He couldn't stay here for long and had to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, there would be a world-shaking bloody battle. Human Saint Physique, where do you think you're going? The Fallen Wing Race's Lu Dongfa is here. In front, a handsome young expert appeared. He rushed out from an ancient watchtower with 54 pairs of ink-black wings on his back. They were like a black cloud with blood-colored lightning curling around them. I heard you don't put the younger generation of our archaic immemorial era in your eyes. Today I'll fight with you. Yifan was astonished. No matter how he looked at it, this young ancient race expert was like a fallen angel from the other side of the starry sky. He knew that this was definitely the hatred Duanda had attracted for him. Cursing the heavenly prince and calling Yuangu a watermelon made the other ancient races feel that he was too arrogant. Clang. The 54 pairs of wings on Lu Dongfa's back vibrated like the cry of a sword. Immediately, demonic energy overflowed into the sky. Blood-colored lightning surged over like a long river, tearing apart the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Yifan drew a line with his right hand, and a round taiji appeared. It spun in the void and guided the god rule that the blood-colored lightning had evolved to the other side. Roar! Suddenly a loud roar sounded. It was like the roar of a bull from the heavens, shaking the ancient walls of the divine city. The sound traveled several hundred li. An existence that looked like an ox-demon king wielding a heaven-supporting trident and covered in thick black fur, with a human body and an ox head, a wide mouth filled with fangs, and a pair of thick and sturdy horns, transformed into a black light and charged over. Buzz! The void trembled. His speed was too fast, arriving in the blink of an eye, clashing head-on with Yifan, smashing over like a small black mountain. I Nyo E of the demonic bull tribe would like to experience the power of the human tribe's sacred physique. He released a great roar, blood energy overflowing into the heavens, demonic clouds covering the sun, the sound waves even splitting apart the entire sky dome. One could well imagine how ferocious he was. Boom. This black figure, which was as tall and sturdy as a mountain, was even heavier than a mountain. He directly engaged in close combat with Yifan, competing with his physical body. This part of the sky was smashed into pieces as if two ancient stars had collided. The shockwaves spread far and wide, shaking everything in all directions. The rumbling sounds lingered on incessantly. The heaven-supporting trident shattered into pieces and flew out like a crow feather. It was directly broken by Yifan, who rushed forward to attack Nyo E of the demonic bull tribe. Roar! This black figure, which was as tall as a mountain, flew out and let out a loud roar, causing the clouds in the surroundings to collapse. It was as if a huge mountain had fallen down. Nyo E spat out a large mouthful of blood. One of his arms had been broken, and a terrifying palm print had appeared on his chest. All the bones in his body were cracking, and his thick ox hair was standing on end. As expected of the human tribe's sacred physique. Even the demonic bull tribe, which has boundless strength and intimidated the primordial times, is no match for him, said Lu Dongfa of the Fallen Wing race. Yifan didn't stop and chased after him with the row formula. He decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and end this Nyo E of the demonic bull tribe. Moo! Suddenly, a terrifying demonic roar rang out. Nyo E opened his mouth and let out a barbaric bull roar, causing the sky to collapse. In front of him was a vast expanse of whiteness that couldn't be seen clearly. Everything was filled with barbaric bull waves that could shatter space. Yifan was astonished. This move was similar to the secret technique used by the old man's mount in the Ziwei ancient star field. A single roar could cause mountains and rivers to collapse. It was very frightening and blocked his path forward. A figure was as fast as lightning, streaking across the sky in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out a great Tao Law that poured down like a curtain from the heavens. He attacked amidst the terrifying barbaric bull waves, concealing all of his aura. Like a shocking rainbow, he rushed over in an instant, leaving behind the divine law of death. Humph! Yifan snorted coldly and rushed into the sky. He moved later but arrived first, cutting off the path. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist blasted out. He had been obstructed as soon as he came out of the ancient watchtower, so he really needed to use a powerful method to intimidate the enemy. This fist contained all of his battle chi and it was tyrannical. The laws in the sky collapsed. The lightning-like figure didn't even have time to turn around and was drowned by the overflowing golden blood energy. With a pring sound he exploded and died a violent death. During this process, there were still 3 ghost-like figures that rushed over. They swallowed and spat out divine laws as they worked together to surround and kill. Yi Fan turned around like a wolf howling at the moon. His entire body was shining, blazing like the sun. It was as if the primal chaos had submerged the world, and endless divine might surged. His body turned into a dragon-shaped curve as he flew out, cutting apart the sky and cutting apart everything in his way. Pooh! 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 Blood blossomed like a haze that dyed the sky. It was beautiful yet poignant. The three great experts were all cut in half. Blood splashed through the void and their corpses fell to the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. He blocked the Heavenly Feather race's Lu Dongfa, forced back the Demon Bull race's Niu Yi, and then quickly killed the four great experts. Yi Fan's clothes weren't tainted by blood. He stood in the sky alone, facing the experts of the various races. He was calm and composed, and a cold smile hung on his lips. The human race's sacred physique is worthy of its reputation. Your combat strength has reached such a level. Even among the younger generation of the various ancient tribes, there aren't many who can be compared to you, said the Heavenly Feather race's Lu Dongfa. In another direction, the Demon Bull race's Niu Yi's entire body crackled. Over 100 bones reconnected, and his body emitted a dazzling light. The black fur on the surface of his body became translucent. How terrifying! Can he really be compared to the bloodlines of the ancient emperors? It surpasses the strength of my race's physical body. In the surroundings, figures appeared one after another. They were densely packed and indistinct, surrounding Yi Fan. They were all great experts and not a single one of them was weak. No wonder you dare to humiliate the Heavenly Prince and challenge Jianghu. You are indeed very strong. A woman whose entire body was enveloped in raging flames spoke. This was a young expert from the Fire Cloud race. During the Archaic era, the myriad races were at war. Experts were as common as clouds, and the younger generations were endless. The human race's sacred physique couldn't create any waves. On the other side, a man with a sparkling jade horn between his brows spoke. He wore a chainmail and had silver hair that draped over his shoulders. He belonged to the horn race. I've long heard of how powerful the human race's sacred physique is. Today I shall see who's stronger, hee. A cold laughter rang out from another side. Black mist curled up and a small figure was hidden within. He was an expert from the Hidden Shadow race. The kings of the human race have risen, and the various ancient tribes of the supreme ancient immortal realms have also appeared. There will naturally be fierce battles. The human race's sacred physique, you killed Zi Tiandu. You do have the ability, but in this era where experts emerge in large numbers, you still can't be considered peerless. Another tall creature spoke. His blood-colored hair draped over his shoulders, and he was as imposing as a mountain. His entire body was enveloped in divine light, dazzling and resplendent. He belonged to the Blood Lightning King race. The blood of the human race. What a nostalgic taste. I wonder how different the blood of a sacred physique is. A sinister laughter rang out. This woman's face was snow-white, and her arms were covered in fine silver scales. She was an expert from the Life Ghost race. In all four directions there were all sorts of creatures. There were no less than 10 races, and each and every one of them was incomparably powerful. They were all experts ranked at the top of the younger generation. You have to be careful. These people are all extraordinary, especially a few who are extremely powerful. Enjoy the battle. Qi Luo transmitted his voice. Old bastard, you can continue crying. Yi Fan really wanted to stamp his shoe on his face. Pooh. As he spoke, Yi Fan's right hand formed a sword art and slashed through the air. A bloody line appeared as a head fell from the sky. The people from the God-Killer dynasty finally couldn't endure it any longer. They began to take action, but in front of Yi Fan, they had nowhere to hide. All of them were discovered. Sword cries rang out. 10 directional death. A total of 10 people formed a sword formation. They stepped on special formation runes as they worked together to kill Yi Fan. This was a great killing formation that caused the entire divine city to become cold. Cold light illuminated all directions and it was bone-chilling. The God-Killer dynasty used killing to prove their Tao, so the ancient formation they laid down was naturally incomparably terrifying. Killing intent pervaded the entire sky, and the birds flying in the distance were all crushed. Are you people from hell or the human world? Yi Fan asked. No one replied. The 10 people were emotionless and raised their swords at Yi Fan at the same time like emotionless machines. Kill? The group of people shouted. The ancient killing formation was activated, and dozens of sword radiances flew out. They were incomparably dazzling and pierced through the clouds. These are useless against me. Yi Fan roared loudly. His black hair danced about chaotically. He activated the rose symbol and charged into the formation. His fists were like two golden mountains as they smashed downwards. Boom. The entire heaven and earth emitted a blazing light as golden blood energy submerged the land. A vast amount of divine might surged. Not bad, it's the line formula. It's unstoppable in the ancient killing formation. As expected of a saint physique, his battle prowess has also reached such a level. Inside the ancient watchtower, Qi Luo nodded and muttered to himself. Yi Fan wasn't affected by the killing formation. He had long since comprehended the line formula to a brand new realm, and it was as if he was walking on flat ground. His fist swung out like a divine drum shaking the sky. Every time he struck out, there would be an explosive sound that destroyed all directions. Boom. In the end, Yi Fan joined his fists together and forcefully shook the vast sky, emitting a sky overflowing brilliance. The fist energy fluctuations forced everyone to retreat. And in the center of the battlefield, miserable screams rang out as one figure after another exploded into a bloody mist. All of them were crushed. Buzz. Just at this moment, a huge silver foot stepped down from the sky. It was like a huge mountain crashing down towards Yi Fan's body. All the experts in the surroundings retreated. Clearly, it was an incomparably powerful ancient race character who wanted to show off his strength to Yi Fan. Clang. A sharp killing intent shot over like the power of a fairy. One of the goddesses of the God-Killer dynasty had finally made her move, and she was stronger than everyone else. Chapter 837. Even now, in this era of seclusion, who still dared to act so unrestrainedly, trampling down with a large silver foot to directly stomp Yi Fan to death. This person's magical body reached the heavens, reaching above his knees into the clouds. His true body couldn't be seen. A large silver foot that was as lofty as a mountain crushed downwards. Wind whistled and air currents surged like a tsunami. Yi Fan's right leg moved horizontally, and his body spun like a top, releasing endless light. Then he kicked out horizontally, trampling through the sky dome. The large silver foot released radiance that was like a nebula. It trembled violently. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's foot also released endless radiance, heaven and earth becoming a dazzling expanse. Many people flew out like pieces of paper. With this place as the center, divine might fluctuations that resembled the collapse of a star domain were released. It was as if an endless divine sea was surging, its brilliance blotting out the sun. Yi Fan was astonished. What kind of person was this? To be able to face his physical body head-on, at his level, perhaps only a few ancient princes had a body comparable to his. A figure flickered in the sky. That person became smaller and flew out, completely unharmed and calm. He's Xianxia, wearing the Silver Moon Clan's wind and cloud battle boots. I heard that he has already stepped on the threshold of the Dao-severing realm. Someone cried out in alarm. This person was clad in silver battle clothes, especially his feet. His battle boots were shiny, and there were chains that looked like natural order laws that flowed with precious splendor. He had a head of long snow-white hair, and there was a crescent moon imprint between his brows. In his hand was an exquisite pagoda that was shrouded in mist. Yi Fan didn't have the time to carefully size him up, because the other ascension light was exceptionally sharp. It was aimed at the crown of his head from the boundless void. Chong chong. Streak after streak of sword radiance hacked down like streaks of ascension power, dazzling and terrifying. Yi Fan's hands formed sword arts, continuously dispelling them. Moreover, he rushed into the sky. After the tribulation last time, his heavenly eye had finally reached completion. The moment it opened, two streaks of divine light immediately saw through the fabrications and saw a black-clothed woman. The goddess of the underworld. It was completely a type of intuition. Yi Fan immediately sensed her identity, because she had a special aura that was extremely powerful and difficult to estimate. Boom. The sky itself collapsed. A dark Azura palace appeared behind the black-clothed woman. It wasn't a physical body but formed from endless light. It became a backdrop. Her body was slender and looked weak, but she had an intimidating aura. Only someone like Yi Fan, who had an extremely sharp spiritual sense, could sense it. There was a mask on her face made of unknown materials, able to block the heavenly eyes prying. It was the face of an underworld ghost. She was supposed to be a peerless beauty, but after putting on such a mask, it was indescribably strange. She let out a light shout, and the entire sky darkened. Dark Azura halls were everywhere. At this moment she disappeared. It was as if hell had descended upon the human world. All kinds of purgatory, endless palaces, innumerable blood pools and impenetrable bone mountains were piled up in the sky. The various ancient races were all shocked. They almost couldn't see through what was happening, as if it was a real scene. Meanwhile, the goddess of hell was moving about within these scenes. Clang! Sword cries shook the heavens. From time to time they would shoot out from all kinds of purgatory, blood pools and bone mountains, catching people off guard. The goddess of hell disappeared, merging into nothingness. This was the first time Yi Fan faced the goddess of an assassin organization. He could sense how powerful the other party was. If not for the fact that the heavenly eye had been cultivated and he had seen the celestial court's ancient killing scroll, he would definitely be on the defensive. Everything is fabricated. It is useless against me. Yi Fan rushed over, using his hand as a sword. He attacked with great force, destroying the blood pools, destroying the bone mountains and sending the dark Azura halls flying. He would kill gods if they stood in his way. Even though that woman was unpredictable and could sometimes hide from the heavenly eye, most of the time she was within Yi Fan's field of view. The two of them quickly exchanged blows, fighting endlessly. This was actually a woman who had almost severed the Tao. She had already taken one step, and all that was missing was the final strike, the enlightenment of the Tao. Even if she only took one step, her combat prowess would be on a completely different level. Her strength was incomparably strong and she didn't fight head-on against Yi Fan. She would use all sorts of illusions to assassinate him, and it was extremely dangerous. And now Yi Fan was at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation. Other than the direct descendants of the ancient emperors, there weren't many who could contend against him. Clearly the goddess of hell was one of the few who could. All sorts of light flashed as a bone pagoda floated over. However, Yi Fan didn't dare to be careless. He activated his Man-King imprint and blasted it out. Bang! Shattered bones shot out as the bone pagoda collapsed from the impact. It was incomparably violent as tens of thousands of beams of black light shot out from within. This was the curse of death. Those who were struck by it would die for sure. Yi Fan's body trembled. He activated his golden sacred domain, blocking the black light and blocking this sure kill technique. The expressions of many people from the ancient races changed. Although many of them had never seen this killing light before, they could sense the danger. It could corrode divine light. Among the god sons and goddesses of the two ancient assassin dynasties, the goddess of hell is the weakest. Their god son and goddesses of the mortal world are the strongest, but not all of them came. Qi Luo transmitted his voice over. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The goddess of hell was actually the weakest and the other three were even stronger. This wasn't good news at all. No wonder it was rumored that they could kill all immortal kings. Is this the limit of your abilities? Even if you truly step into the third level of Immortal Foundation, I have no fear. Yi Fan roared, filled with absolute confidence as he rushed forward. He had stepped into the domain of the 8 restrictions. Even if his opponent had 7 restrictions and was at the initial stage of severing her Tao, she would only be on par with him. If they fought head-on, he had absolute confidence that he could kill her. Boom! Yi Fan's entire body radiated with golden sacred light, shattering the illusions around him. He chased after the black-robed goddess, wanting to kill her here and now. In the air, only the 18 prisons of hell didn't vanish. They stood there, half real and half illusory, with the goddesses of hell within them. Yi Fan used the Celestial Court's secret technique that he wasn't familiar with to resist the underworld killing technique. They had already exchanged several hundred blows. Something's wrong. He was suddenly startled. The 18 half-real black prisons seemed to have a strange power that made his body heavier and heavier. It was as if they were shackles on his body. Break for me! Yi Fan shouted loudly. His entire body once again began to erupt with boundless light, burning fiercely like divine flames. Chains of order, eternal binding. The goddess of hell shouted lightly. She was still hiding in the black prison, using extremely strange laws. 18 chains reached out from the black prison and had long bound his body. They represented the restraints of the 18 layers of hell. They were going to obliterate him. These were formed from 18 divine laws. They were difficult to sever and impossible to struggle free. The 18 black prisons materialized, emerging from the depths of the void and descending here. Chains of order, eternal suppression. The black-robed goddess shouted lightly. The 18 demonic prisons descended together, merging together to refine and swallow Yi Fan inside. Now's the time. A natural circle appeared outside Yi Fan's body. The golden Tai Chi appeared. The Great Yin and Great Yang fused and rotated around each other. He rushed forward and took the initiative to enter the 18 layers of hell. Suddenly, tens of thousands of swords cried out in unison. The sky was filled with sword radiance. Tens of thousands of them all rushed into the black prison. Yi Fan used the golden Tai Chi circle to protect himself and tried hard to sever the chains of order. At the same time, he operated the army formula and turned his killing intent into sword radiance. Clang! The most special sword cry came from the goddess of hell's own blood-dripping demon sword. It slashed at her own body and half of her body was sent flying. This incomparably strange scene shocked everyone. They didn't know what was going on and all opened their mouths wide. At the same time, Yi Fan struggled with all his might. His whole body was covered in golden holy light as he broke the 18 chains of order. He continued to control the soldiers to kill the goddess. Pooh! The falling half of her body was shattered by him and turned into a bloody mist. Meanwhile, the goddess used her extreme secret technique to escape into the black prison that was about to disappear. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan chased after her. Suddenly, a cold and eerie light pierced over. It was soundless and only when it got close to him did the surface of his body suddenly burst into flames. This was a peerless killing intent. Clang! Yi Fan leaned to the side and used his arm to block the attack. The killing light was shattered and a few drops of blood fell from his arm. If it was an ordinary person, his body and soul would have been destroyed. However, he was only scratched. So there are more divine sons and goddesses hiding? They are indeed stronger. Boom! It was very abrupt. A large black claw stretched out from the 18 black prisons that had just disappeared. It was as thin as firewood and gloomy and cold as it clawed forward. Qi Luo stood in the ancient watchtower. It was as if a dark universe was evolving inside that black hole-like eye. He didn't make a move, but he emitted a wisp of energy and rushed forward. Swoosh! The large black claw seemed to have sensed something and disappeared in a flash. The others didn't know why the mysterious person suddenly retreated. It's like a king that came from hell and was scared away by Qi Luo. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Only he had personally sensed it. At this time he looked for the goddess of hell, but he discovered that she had already disappeared. He didn't delay and tried to break out of the encirclement. Anyone would feel pressured after being surrounded by over 100 great experts. The Heavenly Prince asked us to take action. How can we let you leave? His Highness Jianghu also said that if he discovered you, he must delay you until he arrives. You can forget about leaving today. I've always wanted to fight against the human race's divine physique. Today I can finally fulfill one of my wishes. A group of people obstructed him from breaking out. Some were truly powerful and wanted to fight against him to temper themselves, while others were filled with hostility. The young experts of the various ancient tribes took action. All sorts of lights shot out, cutting off his path forward. Moreover, there were still divine sons from the Killer God dynasty here. They hadn't left yet and were eyeing him covetously. If you insist on obstructing me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Yi Fan's expression sank. His combat strength soared, rising to the limit. He felt a great threat and knew that there was definitely a great enemy among them. He opened up the golden sacred domain. All sorts of laws flew over, but none of them could approach him. Then he pounced forward like a divine lion and began his massacre. Bang! A bell tower fell down, smashing onto the golden sacred domain. Yi Fan staggered from the impact. One could well imagine how heavy this strike was. You again. Yi Fan turned around and discovered that it was that white-haired man from the Silver Moon race who had stepped on him with the Wind Cloud battle boots not long ago. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. Many people took action and ancient treasures flew over one after another. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan raised his combat strength and fought with his life on the line. He forced back the people around him and then shouted at Xianxia, "Pang!" The 6-word incantation left his mouth and transformed into a supreme sound wave that spread in all directions. Immediately, 7 or 8 experts bore the brunt of the attack and collapsed one after another. Everyone was shocked. The dead experts came from different races and were all kings among elites. Each of them possessed heaven-defying strength, but they were all crushed by Yi Fan's roar. Xianxia coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The Linglong pagoda in front of him collapsed, and his body was flung away. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't block this attack. Boom! Yi Fan's Dharma body enlarged. He stomped his foot forward like a mountain. Xianxia shouted. The Wind Cloud battle boots on his feet glowed, and he turned into a beam of light as he retreated. However, at this time Yi Fan once again used the army formula. The treasured boots on Xianxia's feet suddenly emitted a demonic light. He let out a miserable scream as a mass of bloody light burst out and his feet turned into a bloody paste. Pfft! Yi Fan's foot stomped down. This king among elites of the Silver Moon race was already at the threshold of the 3 slashes of the Immortal Tao, but he still couldn't block it. He was trampled to death, leaving only a pair of boots behind. Boom! In the sky, a delicate jade-like hand stretched down and rapidly enlarged. It was as if a deity had descended into the world. The jade-like hand covered the sky and crushed everything in its path towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan attacked upwards. Another person who dared to fight against his physical body had appeared. In his eyes, this person didn't know the difference between life and death. However, things went beyond his expectations. After the intense collision, that pure white hand was not destroyed and was in perfect condition. The daughter of the archaic emperor, the bloodline of the ancient emperor, Huolin, has arrived. Someone cried out in alarm. Chapter 838. This was a blue-haired girl with bright eyes and white teeth. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was as white as fine jade. She was graceful and elegant as she twisted her body over. Her blue hair flickered like silk as it hung down to Huolin's waist. A sparkling and translucent jade hairpin was inserted in her hair, and on top of the hairpin was a fine string of beads with a vivid and lifelike little qilin hanging on it. It made her jade-like cheeks appear even more lustrous and white. This was the daughter of the archaic emperor. She was sealed like the fire qilin, and now that she had been reborn in this world, the power of her bloodline inheritance was unimaginable. Yi Fan was astonished. It was precisely this kind of charming girl who was able to resist his flesh without suffering any injuries. She was truly powerful. Is this the bloodline of the ancient emperor? As the first-generation heir, her talent has been stunning since ancient times. It is difficult to compare to her. Her innate conditions are too astonishing. Strictly speaking, no one from the younger generation dared to fight him head-on. However, Huolin had met him with aplomb as soon as she arrived. Meanwhile, the ancient sacred emperor's daughter's talent was definitely not limited to her flesh. She was the strongest in every other aspect. This kind of conjecture was truly horrifying. No wonder it is said that any ancient prince that jumps out will shock the world and recreate the glory of his father's generation. In the past, the human princes were like this. Once they grew up, they would only be a step away from confirming their Tao and entering the realm of great ancient emperors. They would then be able to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The ancient princes were also like this. 1 year of cultivation was equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for others. In the future, there would definitely be a dialogue between the most powerful experts. The human race's sacred body is so powerful. It makes my hand hurt a bit. This is truly unexpected. Huolin revealed a faint smile. She was bright and beautiful, and her blue hair was like the essence of the sea. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock and couldn't help but retreat. The archaic emperor's daughter had arrived. Everyone was in awe and couldn't help but make way. It wasn't difficult to see the strict hierarchy of the ancient races. People revered the ancient emperors greatly, and even their descendants had extremely revered statuses. There were also human cultivators in this palace, and they were well aware of the strength of the sacred body. They were all shocked after seeing this scene, and they inwardly sighed at how terrifying the emperor's descendant was. Worthy of being the archaic emperor's daughter. Your talent is world-shaking, truly admirable. Yi Fan spoke. I didn't come here to fight you to the death. Leave it to the heavenly prince or Jianghu. Of course, if my old bro runs into you, he will most likely be interested as well. She smiled sweetly, beautiful and enchanting. She was naturally talking about the fire unicorn. Then what advice do you have for me? Yi Fan asked. Can you return the seed of the qilin divine medicine to me? That's the only thing our father left us. Huolin said pitifully. Then she giggled and said, Don't refuse yet. My clansmen will trade with you with immortal materials. Everyone was stupefied. They were moved by her beauty, and they began to have wild and fanciful thoughts after hearing her words. The qilin divine medicine had previously accompanied an archaic emperor, and now it was still in this world. How many years had passed since then? It made people feel the terrifying power of time change. I've said it before. Tell me the location of hell and the human world and bring me the head of one of their leaders. I will definitely hand over the qilin medicine with both hands, and all other conditions are off the table. Yi Fan was extremely straightforward. He wouldn't hand over this medicine no matter what. Every single ancient emperor had one without exception. Apart from prolonging one's life, there must be some unknown reason behind it. Perhaps it would be extremely important in the later stages. Let's discuss it. Don't be so inflexible. The things I give you won't be bad and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Huolin smiled sweetly. Her slender jade-like legs were faintly discernible as she walked forward. "It's better if we maintain a certain distance to avoid any misunderstandings and disputes," said Yi Fan. This woman was more beautiful than a flower and had a celestial appearance, but she was also extremely dangerous. "The divine body is peerless. I should be the one guarding against you." Huolin giggled and leisurely walked forward. However, in the end she still stopped and didn't continue forward. "Are you really not going to reconsider? My fire Qilin cave has existed since the ancient times and produced ancient emperors. The immortal materials we have are things the people of the world yearn for even in their dreams. It is enough to make up for the Qilin medicine's value." Yi Fan shook his head. In this world he felt that the most precious thing was the undying medicine. He had seen almost everything else, but divine medicines were the most difficult to find. Sigh, what a pity. The ones that came from hell and the human world are all divine children and goddesses. If a leader came they could cut off their heads and exchange it with you. How great would that be? She ascended a jade carriage and propped up her chin in a daze. Her large eyes blinked. She looked innocent but also flirtatious. There was a type of strange temperament to her. The human cultivators were all horrified. Just how powerful was this ancient emperor's young daughter? Unfortunately, she didn't fight against the divine body. It was difficult to estimate. "Princess, if you want to take back the Qilin divine medicine, I'll help you get it." At this time an ancient race male walked out. There was a spiritual jade horn between his brows. He wore chainmail and had silver hair that draped over his shoulders. This was an expert from the horned race. "Sure, if you can get it back for me, I'll invite you to stay in the fire Qilin cave for a year." Huolin smiled, incomparably mesmerizing. The expressions of many people from the supreme ancient immortal realms changed. That was the cultivation place of ancient emperors and also the place where they entered closed-door seclusion in their later years. There were countless wondrous places there and even the saints wanted nothing more than to enter but they didn't have the chance to do so. Dongbahong bed. The silver-haired male spoke in a low voice, chanting an ancient incantation. His body glowed with a silver light, resembling a divine lamp that hung in the air. The people in the surroundings all hurriedly retreated, flying very far away. They were all filled with trepidation towards this incantation and weren't willing to get close to it. This is the death curse of the horned race. It's extremely difficult to dispel it. A young elite king at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation acted. The consequences would definitely be terrifying. Yi Fan heard their discussion. As long as this incantation was used within a certain range, even if one didn't die they would still be weakened for a few years. It was extremely bizarre. The best solution was to immediately retreat and evade this ancient incantation. After it dissipated they would then rush over to kill it. However, this place was already surrounded and it was difficult to break out. This gave the expert from the horned race the opportunity to unleash this secret art to its fullest potential. In the air, numerous tadpole-like runes appeared, trapping Yi Fan within. This was a bizarre energy known as the death curse. Saint Physique of the human race, what do you think the 10,000 ancient immortal realms are? You have disrespected us time and time again. Today I will take your life. As a loud roar rang out, the silver hair of the young expert from the horned race fluttered in the wind. The jade horn in the center of his brows seemed to have gained sentience as it carved runes in the air, emitting a faint black light. Everyone retreated even further, afraid that the runes would contaminate their bodies. Even the baptism of the holy light from the ancient king wouldn't be able to cleanse it. However, everyone discovered to their astonishment that Yi Fan didn't retreat at all. He took the initiative to rush forward, moving towards the center. The tadpole-like runes were about to stick onto his body. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Fan made his move. His fingers were like heavenly swords as he carved the 9 ancient characters recorded in the Tao scriptures in the air. This allowed him to achieve a short period of eternity as if he was standing in another small world. He walked forward step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. The tadpole-like runes that filled the sky all fell down, but when they encountered the 9 ancient characters, they dissipated like ashes. They simply couldn't stop them. What? Everyone was astonished. For others, they would rather fight a disciple of the archaic imperial race than face this incantation head-on. They never expected that it would be broken down by Yi Fan on the spot. You, the young expert from the horned race, turned pale with fright. Every time he encountered an enemy, he would first evade and then look for an opportunity to attack. Today was the first time he had been attacked head-on. He turned around to leave. The pressure the human race's sacred body gave him was too terrifying. It was as if a burning immortal divine furnace was closing in on him to refine him. That surging golden blood energy terrified him. However, how could Yi Fan let him escape? After cultivating the Ro character art, his speed was incomparable. He moved later but arrived first, cutting off his path and smashed down with a fist. A beam of bloody light burst forth, and the silver-haired man directly turned into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed, and not even a piece of his shattered bones remained. Everyone was horrified, but the ancient race's various tribes didn't disperse. A group of people slowly approached, and there was no lack of elites from the royal family or even the imperial family among them. "Hey old man, you sold a piece of information to so many of us. You must have earned quite a bit of origin power, right?" Huolin spoke while staring at the ancient watchtower in front of him. "The price of the information varies from 10,000 to 50,000 kilograms of origin power. It's not much. I'm just a poor man and I'm far inferior to the Yuan Taoist master," Qi Luo said with a hollow laugh. Boom. No one said anything more. It was as if they had a tacit understanding and they all made their moves. All kinds of divine laws and secret treasures rose into the sky almost at the same time and rushed toward Yi Fan. "Since that's the case, I'll start a massacre." Yi Fan clenched his teeth. He definitely wouldn't be able to leave smoothly without paying the price in blood today. With a loud roar, his golden sacred domain expanded to its maximum size. It was as round as the Tao, enveloping him completely. In an instant, the myriad of techniques couldn't touch him, and he had no fear in his eyes as he rushed toward his enemies. An intense battle erupted. Tens to over 100 experts were present. Even if each of them unleashed a single move, it would be extremely terrifying. When they joined forces, even kings of the three slashes of the immortal Tao would feel fear in their hearts. Let alone the fact that there was a godchild of the Killer God dynasty among them. Once these people acted, they would definitely kill. Only a few among the younger generation would be able to survive. With so many people attacking and each of them was an elite, their combined strength was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan's golden sacred domain was about to be penetrated. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but rather there were simply too many enemies, and each of them was terrifying to the extreme. His defense is shocking, he can already be compared to a king. Those who attacked were even more shocked. Logically speaking, a peak stage second-level Immortal Foundation expert should have been turned into ashes by a single strike. Yet, the saint physique of a human actually managed to endure it. Kill. Everyone surrounded him as the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Yi Fan coughed out a mouthful of blood as his heart turned cold. There were actually a few among them who weren't any weaker than him. Some of them even had a foot in the immortal Tao and were about to succeed in severing their Taos. Who are these people exactly? Over 100 terrifying elite kings attacked together, causing the sun and moon to lose their radiance. Yi Fan suffered heavy injuries and was sent flying a few times. His golden sacred domain was about to collapse. Invulnerable to all arts? Blast open his sacred domain and cause him to lose his defense. With so many people attacking him, we can definitely kill him. Someone roared. In truth, it was impossible for Yi Fan's sacred domain to block so many people. The main reason was that the Ro technique was unparalleled, allowing him to evade the most terrifying waves of attacks. Unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't clash head-on. As long as there were more than 20 people who managed to land a blow on the golden circle, blood would seep out from the corner of his mouth. Kill? Yi Fan was enraged. His killing intent was boundless as he started to fight to the death, slaughtering everything in his way. The young elite king of the shadow race silently rushed over from the back, hiding in the black mist. However, he was discovered by Yi Fan in an instant. The secret arts of the celestial court were unleashed. With a chop of his hand, the young elite king was split into two as fresh blood splattered high into the air. 3,000 li of ice. A woman in white shouted. She was an expert of the snow race and could naturally use the ice god technique. A white wave of air drowned Yi Fan and sealed him in a piece of divine ice. Good, the others exclaimed. Bang. However, the divine ice collapsed in an instant. Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist could not seal him at all. Moreover, the power of this fist was unparalleled. One after another, figures turned into bloody mist as their names were erased from the world. 11 elites of the ancient race had been killed with one punch. This shocking result left everyone stupefied, but they didn't stop. Even more ferocious attacks were unleashed. Everyone in the distance took out all types of weapons, attacking over. Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, the gold sacred domain collapsing several times. Kill. Yi Fan shouted again. He activated the army technique and all the ancient weapons turned in reverse. It was as if time was flowing backward and a strange change occurred. Miserable cries rose and fell. 9 people died under their own weapons and there were more than 10 who were injured, their bodies covered in blood. This scene was even more terrifying, making many people shiver inwardly. They tightly gripped their weapons, their palms covered in cold sweat. There were even some who couldn't help but tremble. He's finished. After suffering our combined attacks, there's no way he can hold on for much longer. Someone sneered and took action first. Yes, he can't hold on anymore. The life ghost race woman laughed sinisterly. Her face was snow white, and her arms were covered in fine scales. The blood of the archaic human race, I really miss it. I wonder how holy blood tastes now. Yi Fan was on the verge of collapse. Facing so many experts was truly strenuous. Even Immortal 3's people couldn't hold on for a long time. The future kings of the various clans charged forward together. Roar! Yi Fan released a great roar. He risked his life to kill. With a leap, he entered the crowd and grabbed that life ghost race woman. Then, with a forceful pull, she was torn apart with a pung sound. Blood splashed everywhere. This scene was extremely bloody, but it was extremely intimidating. Many people backed up in fear, not daring to approach. Finally, the golden sacred domain collapsed. Yi Fan chanted an ancient scripture. It was precisely the Nirvana scripture that Miaoyi passed down to him. Golden blood energy surged within his body, quickly recovering his injured body. Hurry, stop him. We can't give him any time. Many people shouted and took action together. Yi Fan's eyes released cold lightning. He rushed over while healing his injuries. The rose symbol art was displayed to its peak as he slaughtered in all directions. A woman whose entire body was covered in raging flames erupted at this crucial moment, wanting to burn Yi Fan down. She was a young expert from the Fire Cloud race. Battle Saint Art. Yi Fan's eyes were ice cold. His hands moved about, looking down on the world like divine King Jianghu. He actually produced a sacred furnace that was scarlet red like blood. The eternal universe furnace flew out and suppressed forward. Immediately, cries of alarm rang out. That woman bore the brunt of the attack and was killed on the spot. The instant the sacred furnace collapsed, 8 or 9 people were burned to ashes. When Yi Fan used the Battle Saint art to evolve the eternal universe furnace, he also activated the sacred power of the ancient sun scripture to form this sacred furnace. They complemented each other. Good. Although our celestial court doesn't have the scriptures of the great ancient emperors, the previous masters would experience all kinds of cruel tempering to become number 1 under the heavens. Qi Luo secretly transmitted his voice from the ancient watchtower. In the past, if one couldn't become a peerless expert and couldn't kill all the kings, the celestial court would rather not choose a master. Old Saber Hancho also transmitted his voice. That's right, the master of the celestial court must be number 1 under the heavens. Qi Luo's words were sonorous and resounded in Yi Fan's ears. It was as if 10,000 swords were unsheathed, rumbling together. Chapter 839. The great battle had already reached its climax. Yi Fan went crazy, doing everything he could to break out of the encirclement. His entire body was covered in blood, slaughtering until everyone trembled. Meanwhile, he himself also suffered serious injuries. Pung pung. Great collisions continuously rang out. Bloody paste and shattered bones flew everywhere, terrifying rumbling sounds ringing out continuously. There were exceptional figures in this group who were deeply hidden, not much weaker than him. At this moment they finally began to exert force, every strike making heaven and earth collapse. Chomp. Ancient weapons clashed, great weapons colliding, the noise deafening. Yi Fan operated the army character formula, controlling all types of secret treasures, turning them around to kill their masters. This was a terrifying and crazy scene, miserable cries rising and falling. Tao sounds resonated between heaven and earth, shaking everyone until their primordial spirits were about to split apart. These were the cries of ancient weapons, quite a few of them divine objects, yet they couldn't be controlled, killing their own masters. A rain of blood flew about. This was a cruel great battle. Yi Fan didn't have a choice, only using the most effective, simplest and most energy-saving methods to continue living. There wasn't a single weakling on the battlefield, some of them destined to become the future ancestral kings of various clans. Right now they were attacking Yi Fan together. This was practically a dead end. It was difficult for him to make it through. Another ancient race young expert cried out. Under the radiation of the army character formula, half of his head was cut off by his own ancient mirror, his primordial spirit also melting under the light of the mirror. Kill. Shouts of war shook the heavens. There were powerful enemies who were fearless, not cowering back. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also paid a tremendous price, the golden sacred domain collapsing several times, flesh as powerful as his almost exploding, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. With so many powerful individuals working together, even the kings of Immortal 3 had to nurse a grievance. This was especially the case with a few individuals among them, their own strength extremely powerful, 1 foot over the threshold of Immortal 3, possessing world-shocking strength. They blended into the crowd and launched a terrifying ambush every now and then. Almost every single one of their attacks was fatal. This was a bloody battle. Yi Fan was about to break out several times, but he was always stopped by the most powerful individuals, forcing him to fight with his life on the line, exhausting his own life. Clang. Just as Yi Fan was in the most dangerous situation, a deity law appeared out of nowhere. It flew over like a divine light from outer space and went straight for the center of Yi Fan's brows. Not to mention him, even the people around him felt like their bodies were about to crack and their Yuanshin was about to collapse. The divine son of the mortal world had made his move. He actually didn't leave this entire time, patiently enduring until now. Finally, he found a fatal opening, decisively and mercilessly slashing out. Yi Fan was in a life-and-death situation. He was being attacked by a few top figures. They were the top figures of the ancient race's younger generation, and all of them had 1 foot over the threshold of the Tao-severing realm. It was difficult for him to deal with the sudden attack. This was a sword of order engraved with all types of symbols. It was completely forged from natural laws, representing the power of the mortal world's divine child. He had already succeeded in severing the Tao. All of this was too critical. There was no time to think. Yi Fan exerted all of his cultivation and exerted the power of the army formula to the extreme to interfere with the sword of order. It's useless. This isn't a material sword. It is forged from natural laws. Once it comes into contact with it, it will turn into ashes. The divine son of the mortal world said sinisterly. However, the army formula was peerless and exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the weapon formed from natural laws was disturbed. The sword of order stopped in that instant. Chomp. At the same time, not far away, an individual's entire body shone. He wore undying battle clothes, and under the control of the army formula, his entire body flew over in reverse, blocking in front of Yi Fan. Pooh! The sword of order mercilessly entered the space between his brows. He was like ice and snow under the scorching sun, melting along with the divine laws. His flesh and bones were melting. It was a sight too horrible to endure. In the end, his entire body exploded, turning into a bloody rain. His remains scattered in all directions, and his body and soul were completely destroyed. At the same time, Yi Fan also suffered the attacks of several other top-level figures. Blood flowed out from his mouth as he flew outwards. However, he still avoided a disaster of death in the end. This was a bitter battle. A rain of blood scattered down from the sky, and there were many broken bones. It was like an Azura battlefield. The sun and moon lost all radiance from the battle, and it was filled with the haze of death. Third Immortal slaying Tao. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He finally encountered such an opponent. This was especially so since this opponent was an assassin from the mortal world. He didn't fight head-on but chose to assassinate him instead. This caused his situation to become even more unfavorable. At the center of his brows, a drop of golden blood dripped down. The sword of order didn't manage to pierce through, but the aura it exuded was enough to pierce through anyone else's immortal foundation. There was no time to waste. Every minute and every second was filled with death. This battle had already reached the climax, and to him, there was no path of retreat. He could only rush forward. Some wanted to seize the Qilin divine medicine seed, some wanted to act on behalf of the Heaven Prince in Jianghu, and there were also some who wanted to kill Yi Fan. An example was the Killer God dynasty. Yi Fan roared in a low voice. The golden blood he spilled transformed into a supreme sword qi that pierced through the experts in all directions. Many of them died in the air. Bzz. Many experts joined forces and rushed forward. Tens of cracks appeared on Yi Fan's body. If he was an ordinary person, he would have long been reduced to dust. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he was flung through the air. Fighting against so many future kings alone. Even if he dies, it's already a glorious death. The expert from the Blood Lightning King race was as majestic as a mountain. His blood-red hair draped over his shoulders and his entire body was enveloped in divine light. This was one of the few powerful enemies. Yi Fan had tried to kill him several times but failed. Instead, he was taken advantage of by the others, adding more injuries to his body. What the elite king from the Blood Lightning race said was the truth. Some of them would definitely become ancestral kings in the future. But now, even after joining forces, they still couldn't kill this enemy. This was truly a glorious battle achievement that shocked everyone. Moo! Everyone fought until their blood boiled. The expert from the Herculean Bull Devil race swayed his mountain-like body and rushed forward. He suddenly unleashed a ruthless attack, unleashing the barbaric bull wave that could destroy mountains and rivers, wanting to knock Yi Fan unconscious. Yi Fan shouted and the six-syllable mantra of Buddhism was used again. It was as if the universe had just been opened, and the sound of the absolute beginning streaked across. With a buzzing sound, heaven and earth trembled. In front of him, the elite of the Herculean Bull Devil race was covered in thick black fur. At this moment, he roared incessantly and his mountain-like demonic body rapidly cracked. Boom! He let out a loud cry unwillingly. In the end, he couldn't block this mantra and collapsed in the confrontation of the Tao sounds. He turned into a mass of flesh and broken bones and died a violent death. The people beside him were also annihilated in body and soul. In the void, a pair of thick and sturdy horns fell off and turned into two Tao axes. They were surrounded by endless Tao patterns and fell straight down. In the end, it still killed and injured Yi Fan. The two axes transformed from horns exploded beside Yi Fan's body, causing his body to shake violently and spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. One of his feet was already at the gate of Immortal Foundation. Such a person's all-out attack was extremely terrifying and fatal. He would usually drag his enemies down with him. No one would be willing to fight like this. However, Yi Fan had no other choice. Right now he had already gone berserk. It was impossible for him to not be stained by blood or suffer any injuries. He could only fight with his life on the line. At the side, the future immortal kings were all shocked. The Herculean Bull Devil race was the most valiant and powerful to such an extent. Yet, their final attack only caused the saint physique of the human race to cough out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Such a result caused the hearts of everyone to turn cold. An intense battle caused the heavens and earth to turn dark. A sinister wind howled as countless vengeful spirits gathered here. Yi Fan's entire body was filled with injuries as he fought in all directions. This battle was destined to shock the world. One person fought against so many experts and each of them was extremely powerful. Yet, Yi Fan actually managed to endure for such a long time without dying. Peak second-level Immortal Foundation experts, those who stood at the gate of the Tao-severing realm, as well as those who had truly stepped into the Immortal Foundation realm. The combination of these people was sufficient to kill a terrifying immortal king. However, the saint physique of the human race rampaged about and didn't die from the start. Although his injuries worsened, he still didn't collapse. At the very end, many people felt their hair standing on end. They didn't understand the saint physique of the human race, but through this battle, they understood that the saint physique of the human race might not be weaker than the son of the ancient emperors. What sort of characters were the ancient sacred emperors? They represented the extremity of the Tao and were supreme existences. A single person could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries, eternally invincible. Their descendants would inherit their incomparable bloodline after they reached the peak. In the process of growth, they might even surpass the ancient emperors when they were young. After all, the ancient emperors experienced numerous breakthroughs, as well as the baptism of tens of thousands of battles before they finally corroborated their Tao. Hence, they had the aptitude of the emperor and had a supreme bloodline. As for their descendants, they were born with this bloodline and were bestowed with terrifying strength. Their aptitude was extremely rare and incomparable. In the sky, there was a mist of blood everywhere. Pieces of broken bones floated about, surrounded by strange Tao runes. This battle caused ghosts to wail and gods to howl, the 9 heavens to wail. Yi Fan was indeed powerful. But being surrounded by so many powerful and terrifying people, even if he was the reincarnation of a war god, he would still be crippled. Even a king who has slashed his Tao for many years should have died long ago. His physique is too strong. Many people felt their hair standing on end. Yi Fan was in a difficult situation. His entire body was covered in blood. Although he staggered about, he didn't fall from the start. Moreover, he would occasionally display terrifying methods to kill the peak characters of the various races. Finally, the divine child of the mortal world bared his fangs for the second time. The sword of order flew out once more. The immortal light pointed at the back of Yi Fan's head, slashing apart the sky as it neared him. He was like a venomous snake that had been lying dormant the entire time. At the crucial moment he would deliver a fatal blow. He was steady, accurate and ruthless, seeking to kill in one strike. This was already someone at the Tao-severing realm, a meticulous assassination, naturally unfathomable. He quickly and abruptly attacked, the immortal light almost about to split Yi Fan in half. A terrifying great crack appeared on his back, illuminating the entire sky dome. I was just waiting for you to appear. Divine light rushed into the heavens from the top of Yi Fan's head. It was as if a true dragon had leapt out, frightening all directions. His primordial spirit merged with the Tao and carried the cauldron out. The extreme sublimation, the Tai Chi reversed and turned into limitless, which was also the beginning of the Tao. It broke through the golden Tao body of the physical body and turned into a Tao point that transcended the world. The little golden person carried the small cauldron. It shone brilliantly and became the only thing between heaven and earth, accompanied by the rumbling sound of the great Tao. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's movements seemed to have slowed down, almost to a standstill. The little golden person carried the energy of all things cauldron, smashed the sword of order, and rushed towards the divine child of the mortal world. This was the second time Yi Fan had displayed this kind of Tao fruit on this ancient star. Everyone was shaken. They felt that their movements had become much slower in this space. The divine child of the mortal world roared. One couldn't help but admit that he was extremely powerful. After slashing the Tao 3 times, he possessed boundless divine might. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth was world-shaking. He opened his mouth and spat out an expanse of Tao light. This was the Tao he had cultivated for many years. He fought against the little golden person who had merged with the Tao, wanting to block this world-shocking attack. However, the primordial spirit merging with the Tao also contained the profundity of one weapon breaking 10,000 laws. The energy of all things pressed down, destroying all ancient weapons and divine laws. Suddenly Yi Fan felt extreme danger. There was an unforeseen event happening in his physical body. Someone was going to attack him. When this technique appeared, heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. Almost no one could break through the restriction. However, at this moment, someone was forcefully breaking through and was about to approach his physical body. There's actually such a person after slashing the Tao 3 times. Yi Fan's heart sank. The little golden person carried the cauldron and smashed down. The divine child of the mortal world's entire body collapsed. Only his primordial spirit and half a head escaped. Yi Fan couldn't chase after him. His physical body was about to be taken advantage of. He had no choice but to abandon everything here and quickly return to his body. The primordial spirit merging with the Tao and carrying the cauldron was extremely fast. Meanwhile, the enemy seemed to be restricted in this space and his movements were much slower. When he returned, he narrowly avoided a blow that would have destroyed his body and quickly retreated. It was also at this moment that the movements of the people around him became normal. All kinds of divine laws and weapons were as fast as lightning. There was also a person from the third immortal who had cut the Tao. He actually hadn't made a move all this time. Until now, his flesh shell was almost destroyed. It was said that there were as many experts as there were clouds in the myriad of races. Not all of the experts came from the royal families. It was just like the human cultivators. Some of the smaller races might also have exceptional experts. This was an expert who had successfully cut the Tao. He could fight against the ancient princes now. No one could say for sure how far he would go in the future. One had to know that some ancient emperors were born from small races. Then they fought step by step and finally proved their Tao, achieving the divine might of the royal family. This person's attack didn't succeed. He immediately disappeared into the crowd and didn't attack again. Yi Fan couldn't care less about this. Now he could only break through. This group of people were all at the same level. It would be a legend if he could kill all of them. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't kill 100 elite kings of this level by himself. There's only one chance left. At this moment he suddenly unleashed a strange phenomenon. The golden bitter sea, green lotus, immortal king descending to the 9 heavens, beautiful land and mountains all appeared and connected together. It was still incomplete, but in a short moment, it emitted boundless light and divine power. Immediately, miserable screams came from the surroundings. The 11 people in front of him all seemed to have ascended. They turned into a rain of light and died just like that. Yi Fan rushed over and broke through the encirclement into the distance. He wanted to leave the battlefield. During this process, boundless laws attacked, covering the sky and covering the earth. After suffering the heavy attacks of so many experts, the connected phenomenon was originally about to disappear. At this moment it suddenly collapsed. Another 5 people were swept in and dimmed along with the phenomenon. They were badly mutilated and died in the sky. A rain of blood flew everywhere. Then, with a long tremble, ripples extended. A great cauldron appeared above Yi Fan's head. The 10,000 Dao Qi descended. He continued to rush out with the deity striking whip in hand. At this time, it was impossible to use the purple golden hammer in his body. Perhaps half a strike would exhaust his divine force, and then he could forget about fighting or escaping. At this moment he couldn't even open the golden sacred domain. After fighting to this point and being attacked by over 100 experts, even a divine child would collapse. This battle was equivalent to a rehearsal for the great battle against some of the future ancestral kings of the various races. Some of these people were destined to be existences of that level in the future. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's physical body was about to collapse. He charged forward with great difficulty. With a pu sound, the 10,000 Dao Qi trembled. That dazzling man from the blood lightning royal race with blood hair draped over his shoulders was finally killed. Yi Fan brandished the deity striking whip in his hand. All of the pitch-black wings of the fallen winged race's Lu Dongfa were shattered. His entire body was also torn into pieces. Finally he killed his way out of the encirclement. With the Rho formula under his feet, he rushed into the distance. After fighting the future kings alone, Yi Fan did not fall. He carved out a path of blood as he left, leaving behind a figure that made others tremble. This battle was destined to shake the world. It was a world-shocking achievement. A single person was able to escape unscathed under the siege of so many terrifying enemies. The world was going to be thrown into an uproar. Chapter 840. He actually killed so many people in this battle and killed his way out alone. This is far beyond our expectations. Qi Luo revealed an astonished expression. Old Saber Hancho was drenched in cold sweat, drenching his clothes. He knew that he had no hope of accomplishing this. This battle caused the heaven and earth to dim and ghosts to weep and gods to howl. A group of future kings suffered disastrous losses. Qi Luo was the first to give chase. Next, Hualin are also moved, leaving behind a blue silhouette. No one had expected that Yi Fan would be so daring as to not leave the divine city at all. After coughing out a mouthful of golden blood, he landed on the street and proceeded on foot. Many people were startled. What exactly did he want to do? With such great courage he actually stopped in the divine city. Could it be that he wanted to fight and kill until corpses littered the ground? Yi Fan was very calm. He arrived at the Merak Stone Square using the line formula and pushed open the shabby door with a creak. He walked straight in. The people who chased after him were all stunned. No one dared to approach. There was a saint overseeing this place, so who would dare to go in and act wildly? Yi Fan greeted the gatekeeper and then found a place to sit cross-legged. Golden blood qi rose from his body and he turned into a statue of a deity. His appearance was solemn and dignified. Although the nirvana scripture he obtained was only a simplified version, it was enough for him to cultivate with his physique. Inside the Merak Holy Land, golden blood qi was rising like a large steamer. Battle qi was rising and Yi Fan's body was constantly making noises as the various wounds on his body healed. In just 4 hours he opened his eyes and restrained his blood qi. He was full of vigor again. After washing away the bloodstains in the spring, his whole body flickered with luster, looking strong and powerful. Yi Fan changed into a set of battle clothes and walked towards the gatekeeper. He greeted the gatekeeper and said, "I have disturbed senior's peaceful cultivation time and time again. Today I present you with a bottle of clear spring water. This is the best water for brewing tea." This was the divine spring from the forbidden ancient land. He was very familiar with it and brought it into the gatekeeper's room without the slightest regard. However, his heart was beating like a drum. This old man might be one of the survivors from back then. Would he go crazy after smelling the aura of the forbidden ancient land? It's been a long time since I've smelled this scent. The aged saint's voice was very fleeting. He took out a broken jar and handed it to Yi Fan. Enlightenment tea leaves. Among them there were actually more than 10 pieces. This was a priceless divine tea, and this was especially true for those who had great accomplishments. These tea leaves were more precious than anything else. Yi Fan hurriedly went to boil some water. Drinking tea was a small matter, but being able to drink with this sage was more important. He really wanted to ask this old man to come out and hold the fort for him. If they really wanted to establish a religion, they would let this old man sit at the mountain gate. There was no need for any peerless defensive formations. One person was enough. Those who became saints in the post-primordial era were almost synonymous with invincibility. The divine spring water was already boiling. Yi Fan glanced at the broken tea jar and didn't dare to recklessly waste it. He only took out 2 leaves and placed them into the pot. A fragrance immediately pervaded the air. It was unknown how many pairs of eyes were watching from afar. They all felt a little scared after seeing this scene. Yi Fan had just been fighting a bloody battle in all directions, and in the next moment he ran here to find a saint to drink tea. At this moment, everyone in the divine city felt a headache. Even the ancient races felt a chill down their backs. They were deeply shocked and felt an indescribable lingering fear. In the end, Qi Luo still appeared. He entered the old territory of Merak and let out a hollow laugh outside the gatekeeper's room. He saluted the surviving saint of Merak. Yi Fan used this opportunity to probe. Although this old bastard hadn't become a saint yet, he probably wasn't far from it. Looking at his current posture, he could find some clues. Qi Luo entered the room with a sanctimonious appearance. This made Yi Fan's teeth itch. He wanted nothing more than to beat him up and kick him a couple of times. "Crybaby, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to establish a religion? I'll give you whatever you lack." Qi Luo was quite straightforward. "If I get involved with you guys, I'll most likely kill you all over the world. At that time, who knows how many Supreme Emperor weapons will come bearing down on our borders." Yi Fan shook his head. "The Celestial Court has long been annihilated. We don't want to restore it. We just need to break through the ancient halls of hell and the mortal world. You can do whatever you want with the rest." Qi Luo was quite straightforward. At the same time, he didn't regard himself as an outsider. He saluted the Saint of Merak respectfully and then snatched a cup of tea from Yi Fan and slowly tasted it. The fragrance of the tea filled the air and spread very far, leaving one with an endless aftertaste. Using the divine spring in the life-forbidden zone to brew enlightenment tea. This pot of tea is too precious. This is something the ancient great emperors often do. Qi Luo was almost intoxicated, but he didn't dare to lose his composure. He was very respectful to the Saint of Merak and said some words that even Yi Fan couldn't hear clearly. The fragrance of the tea filled the air and drifted to the tranquil ancient street. Many peepers were almost intoxicated and had a dazed expression. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the gatehouse. This wasn't the first time he drank enlightenment tea, but this time was the most different. His heart was empty and he calmed down all of a sudden. He comprehended the various aspects of the battle just now and entered a wondrous state. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses. He poured the second cup of tea and began to taste it. He felt as if there were divine laws interweaving in his immortal platform. "Greetings, human saint." A sweet voice rang out. Huolin had arrived and respectfully saluted outside the gatehouse. The Saint of Merak nodded and didn't say anything. Huolin combed her sea-like shiny blue hair and walked in gracefully. "In the past, my father would boil a pot of enlightenment tea with the divine spring every day. He would silently gaze at the starry sky and often stay up all night. I couldn't help but come in when I smelled the familiar fragrance of the tea." She explained to the Saint of Merak and forgave him for disturbing them. She was much more particular than Qi Luo. How extravagant, using the divine spring in the forbidden zone of life to boil enlightenment tea every day. So the ancient emperors are a habit inherited from the ancient emperors. Qi Luo was speechless. Unfortunately, that old tea tree seems to be inseparable from the undying mountain. My father wanted to plant it beside the Fire Qilin cave, but it almost died and was sent back, Huolin said. Yi Fan almost spat out the tea in his mouth. That old tea tree was really pitiful. The undying heavenly emperor chopped down its trunk and used it as a coffin board. Moreover, when they entered the undying mountain more than 10 years ago, the big black dog had also said that great Emperor Wuxia had also tortured it. The old tea tree was sickly and almost died. It had no choice but to be planted back into the undying mountain. The ancient emperors have passed away, and the ancient emperors have also passed away. After a terrifyingly long period of time, nothing exists anymore. Only the enlightenment tea and the other immortal herbs are still alive, the Saint of Merak said. This shocked Yi Fan. That was right, the world had changed and time had changed. It seemed like the only living things that could truly live forever in this world were the immortal divine herbs. Was this the reason why even the ancient emperors would have one? They were searching. Can I have a taste? Huolin's eyes were misty, and it was unknown whether she was acting or revealing her true feelings. She said, "In the past my father would boil it for me every day, but I was too lazy to drink it. Now I can only think of him through the fragrance of the tea." "Please sit. Come slowly taste the tea. Tell me some stories about the ancient emperors as payment." Yi Fan poured her a cup of tea. He wanted to hear what kind of existence the ancient emperors were. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. My father only had me and my youngest brother in his later years. My deceased brother was 12,000 years older than us, and we couldn't feel the majesty and unattainability of our father like others. He was only a loving father and was no different from ordinary people. Huolin faintly smiled. She then quietly drank the tea and didn't say anything else. Even if there were some secrets, she wouldn't speak of them. Yifan was stunned. How many pairs of siblings could have a difference of 12,000 years between them? Just how many years did they have to live to have such children? The sky darkened. Huolin spoke again, wanting to exchange the Qilin medicine with Yifan, but she was still rejected. She then left gracefully. Yifan and Qi Luo also bid their farewells and left Merak Stone Square. They disappeared into the night and disappeared from the Divine City. At this moment, no one stopped them. Today the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. The young experts of the ancient races were stunned. The human Saint Physique slaughtered everything in his path. He was invincible and no one could stop him. The commotion spread. Many people were discussing this matter, causing a huge uproar. Is the human Saint Physique really so powerful? Can it be compared to the ancient princes? This is really unexpected. Huolin didn't fight against her. What is that girl planning? Not even hundreds of great experts could kill him. If he could sever his Tao, he would be invincible under the heavens in an era without saints. Regardless of whether it was the ancient races or the human race, all the cultivators were in heated discussion. The heavenly village was a small world no one knew about. The villagers looked very ordinary. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, living an ordinary and simple life. However, after Yifan activated the heavenly eye, he discovered something strange. Even the children walking on the road were silent. This had already become a habit of theirs. Not far away, the children who were playing hide and seek appeared and disappeared unpredictably. This was the unique movement technique of assassins. After dinner, several elders sat on a large blue stone in front of the village and chatted. If they didn't speak, there would be no signs of life. Not far away, some people returned from hunting in the depths of the mountains. They were like specters, blending into the world and becoming a habit. Yifan was in a daze. This was a village of assassins. That kind of instinct had penetrated deep into their bones and had already become a habit. This is the only small world created by the ancient sages of the Celestial Court. The others have all been destroyed, said Qi Luo. There were very few people in the heavenly village. There were only 40 to 50 families and a little more than 100 people. Yifan had long since prepared his heart. If the Celestial Court was prosperous enough, they wouldn't have found him. Moreover, they had endured in hell and the human world until now. Actually, you don't need to run to the Jade Stone Square to drink tea. There's no need to make me feel apprehensive. I won't harm you, said Qi Luo with narrowed eyes. Elder Qi, someone in the outside world, killed a great completion king-level expert of the human world and is clamoring for the Qilin medicine. A villager came over and reported honestly. What? So fast? Who did this, getting rid of such a big fish? Yifan was shocked. It's someone from the Divine Silkworm Ridge, said Qi Luo. The Divine Silkworm Taoist walked in the human world in a drunken state. An old Taoist followed behind him to protect him, fearing that something would happen to him. And this time, it was this old Taoist from the Divine Silkworm Ridge who took action and killed a great completion king-level expert of the human world. The human world is in trouble. After the Divine Silkworm race kills someone, they can use this silk reeling cocoon secret technique to search for those who have come into contact with them. Who knows, they might be able to find the ancient palace of the human world. Qi Luo chuckled and said, the Divine Silkworm race's immortal medicine has also been lost. They have taken root in the ancient abyss. Are they going to fight for the Qilin medicine with the Fire Qilin cave? Good shows are coming one after another. The ancient races have only appeared not long ago. How do you know their secret technique? As an assassin, I have to keep up with the times, said Qi Luo proudly. In truth, Yifan really wanted to smack him after seeing his expression. If I couldn't beat those people in the Divine City and couldn't break out of the encirclement, would you have just stood by and watched? This kind of assumption is meaningless. Qi Luo shook his head. Number one in the world? Your celestial court is too arrogant. Yifan didn't hold back and pointed out the age of the great ancient emperor. In that era there was a celestial court, but there was no master of the celestial court, answered Qi Luo seriously. Yifan pointed out without any trace of politeness. He had seen the last master of the celestial court. He had died in an undignified manner and didn't seem like the style of a peerless expert. He told him everything he had seen at the sacred cliff. Qi Luo was silent for a long time after listening and said, The great completion Saint Physique was possessed by a devil spirit and grew green hair. He needed great Emperor Wuxia to suppress it. The master of the celestial court who was on the verge of death was killed by such an existence. It wasn't shameful at all. The two talked for a long time. In the end, Yi Fan took out the scepter of the celestial court and the human skin scripture. Immediately, a monstrous murderous aura surged. Qi Luo was finally excited after seeing these two items. His body was trembling. He stretched his hands forward and held up the two sacred items with trembling hands. I've finally seen the sacred items of our ancestors again. He couldn't help but burst into tears again. Don't cry. I want to step on your face when I see you cry. Yi Fan was in a bad mood. I was too excited and forgot myself. Haha. Qi Luo laughed loudly. The contrast between before and after was too great. This weapon. Yi Fan endured the bone-piercing chill and raised the golden scepter. It was incomparably gloomy, like a supreme divine treasure that could suppress the underworld. There's no need to show it to me. It's just like this. Even if you find a few more saints, it will still be the same. The higher the cultivation, the greater the saint power. Qi Luo said. He clearly stated that there was no real seal. Yi Fan already knew that this was a sacred weapon that had been passed down from generation to generation. Moreover, it should have been refined by someone above the great sage level. However, he had never taken it out to use. That was because this scepter was very special. No matter how powerful one's own strength was, it would be able to display the divine might of the corresponding realm. He had found a few people to try to unseal it, but they all failed. Back then, my celestial court had other sacred weapons. Unfortunately, they were all taken away. This scepter has a special meaning. Without a cultivation above the great sage level, one is not worthy of using it. This state is for the sake of inspiring future generations. Only when one is compatible with it can one wield it and display a divine might capable of destroying the heaven and earth. Qi Luo was full of heroic spirit. Then he lowered his voice and said, "The Alcade has the black gold cauldron with dragon patterns. It was born from the heaven and earth. This scepter of ours is also the same. It has a secret that even the ancient great sage went crazy over." Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Then he asked again. Unfortunately, Qi Luo's knowledge was limited. In the end, Qi Luo held the human skin scripture and said with a trembling voice, "Did you know? This not only records the most crucial part of my celestial court's great killing technique, but it is also the most terrifying weapon." "It's a weapon?" Yi Fan was astonished. "Naturally, it is the Book of Time. It was refined by one of my sect's patriarchs using his own quasi-emperor skin. The Book of Time." These 4 words shocked Yi Fan until he was stupefied. He could tell just from hearing it that it was endlessly frightening. According to legend, one of the celestial court's masters ate an immortal medicine and lived 2 lives. He truly cultivated the Xing formula and touched upon the domain of time. Could it be that this human skin was refined into a supreme secret treasure called the Book of Time?
Chapter 1050. Lu Ming had never expected that his third bloodline would be a drop of blood. This drop of blood was not the blood essence of the 9 dragons, but a bloodline that had been awakened in his body. Moreover, there was no chakra around this drop of blood, which was unbelievable. This was exactly the same as when his 9 dragons' bloodline had just been awakened. When the 9 dragons' bloodline had just been awakened, there was no chakra either. However, after devouring the blood essence, it would continue to improve. But now, could it be the same for his third bloodline? Lu Ming's consciousness merged with his third bloodline and sensed it carefully. Kill, kill, kill. When Lu Ming merged with his third bloodline, an earth-shattering roar exploded in Lu Ming's mind. This voice was mighty and majestic. It was filled with dense murderous intent. Endless murderous intent instantly drowned Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming let out an explosive roar. His eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless murderous intent as if he wanted to slaughter all the living things in the world. Rumble. At the same time, Lu Ming felt endless energy from this drop of blood in his third bloodline. This drop of blood was no longer a drop of blood in Lu Ming's eyes. It was a sea of blood, an endless sea of blood. This sea of blood was filled with endless energy. Lu Ming felt that even a martial emperor would be as insignificant as an ant in front of this energy. At this moment, there was a trace of energy flowing into Lu Ming's body. This trace of energy was not even a billionth of the total energy in the sea of blood. However, it was already extremely terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming roared angrily again. His murderous intent was boundless. At this moment, a layer of blood-red glow emanated from his body. The strange thing was that his hair actually turned blood-red at this moment. It was as red as blood. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Terrifying energy burst out from Lu Ming's body. Bang! 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 The chains that were hanging down from the ceiling Yuan Tower instantly collapsed and turned into dust. As for the scattered light from the ceiling Essence Pagoda, the light that was suppressing Lu Ming's cultivation, it was also struck by this power and collapsed. After losing the power of suppression, Lu Ming's true essence, which had been suppressed for a year, started to roar crazily. His spirit embryo started to beat violently like a heart. At the same time, the concept rune began to glow and rapidly lengthen. Boom! 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 A five-colored pillar of light soared into the sky and bombarded the Yuan ceiling tower. The ceiling Essence Pagoda shook continuously before it finally exploded. Concepts. Lu Ming's 5 types of concepts had all broken through to the 4th level at this moment. Terrifying energy surged, the magma below churned, and the cave above shook. At this moment, in the Zhou family, forefather Zhou was shocked. His aura shot into the sky and his eyes were filled with shock. He shouted, "Not good, something happened in the underground cavern." After saying that, he quickly rushed into the underground cave. 4th level concept. Lu Ming roared. In the end, his mind wasn't crushed by the endless killing intent, and he still retained a trace of intelligence. Then I'll break through and become a spirit god. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and appeared. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a pile of origin stones appeared in the air. This pile of origin stones had more than 1,000,000 pieces. Supreme Nine Yang had given him about 500,000 origin stones. In addition to the origin stones he had obtained from killing some enemies during this period of time, there were more than 1,000,000 origin stones. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and swallowed the 1,000,000 origin stones. Dong! 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 In his dantian, the spirit embryo was beating rapidly, as if a living being was being born. At this moment, the spirit embryo burst forth with a powerful suction force, attracting Lu Ming's soul into the spirit embryo. Boom! The next moment, the spirit embryo collapsed, and a figure appeared in his dantian. This figure was clearly a miniature version of Lu Ming. It was exactly the same as Lu Ming, except that it was very small and very mini, only the size of a fist. This was a spirit god, formed by gathering the essence, qi, and spirit of a martial artist. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His figure moved and he soared into the sky. The rocks above the cave exploded like tofu. At this moment, the entire Drum Mountain, and the entire Zhou clan, began to shake violently. Swoosh! Then, a bloody light rushed out from the ground and floated in the sky. In the bloody light, Lu Ming stood in the air. His body was covered in bloody light, and his killing intent surged. Kill! 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 The 3rd bloodline roared constantly, and killing intent surged into Lu Ming's mind. You! How did you escape? Not far away, there was an incredulous shout. It was Patriarch Zhou. At this moment, figures flew over from all over the Zhou family. They were all alarmed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Figures appeared one after another. The patriarch of the Zhou family, the elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Xian, how is this possible? How did you escape? The patriarch of the Zhou family shouted in disbelief. His eyes were about to pop out. Ha, I knew it. You can't trap this kid. Dandan laughed from one of Patriarch Zhou's hands. Kill. So what if you escape? This time, I'll kill you completely. Patriarch Zhou shouted and stepped forward to attack Lu Ming. But in the next moment, his hair stood on end, and a terrifying sense of danger arose in his heart. He subconsciously looked up at the sky, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He roared, "Heavenly tribulation! It's the heavenly tribulation! You're going to transcend the tribulation!" At this moment, wind and clouds gathered in the sky. Endless dark clouds seemed to have appeared out of thin air and covered the sky. Endless lightning swam in the dark clouds, emitting a terrifying might. At this moment, Lu Ming hadn't completely stepped into the domain enlightened God realm, and he still had to transcend the domain enlightened God tribulation. Only after transcending the domain enlightened God tribulation could he be considered to have truly stepped into the domain enlightened God realm. If he couldn't transcend it, he would be reduced to ashes. "Oh no, retreat, retreat quickly!" Patriarch Zhou roared. If they were implicated during the tribulation, then they would have to transcend the tribulation as well. Moreover, the might of the heavenly tribulation would change according to the cultivator's cultivation. If they weren't prepared and were implicated, then they would be courting death. Patriarch Zhou retreated hastily. He wanted to retreat far away and kill Lu Ming after he transcended the tribulation. He was confident that even if Lu Ming stepped into the first level of the spirit god realm, he was confident in his ability to kill Lu Ming. The gap between every single level of the spirit god realm was extremely huge. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could surmount 3 levels to fight him while at the spirit god realm. "Old dog, where do you think you're going?" Lu Ming stared at Patriarch Zhou, and then he took a step forward and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. At this moment, Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps was a few times faster than it was a year ago. It seemed that Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps had broken through during this year. His figure was like a bolt of lightning that approached Patriarch Zhou at extreme speed. Rumble. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky roiled as a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a water jar struck down towards Lu Ming. 5 types of concepts converged to form a 5-colored battle armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming didn't even spare a glance at the lightning as he continued to pursue Patriarch Zhou. Bang! The lightning drowned Lu Ming, but Lu Ming charged through it and was completely fine. Bang! 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 Chapter 1051. 3 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a water jar, streaked across the sky as though they were tearing it into several pieces. Unparalleled heavenly might spread. Many Zhou family disciples below trembled as though a great calamity was about to befall them. However, in the face of such terrifying lightning, Lu Ming still ignored it and charged at Forefather Zhou. "Get lost! Get lost!" Forefather Zhou was horrified. He rushed forward with all his might and roared. He was terrified and aggrieved. However, he did not dare to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming was undergoing a tribulation. If he attacked Lu Ming, he would be directly implicated in the lightning tribulation. He looked forward to Lu Ming being killed by the lightning tribulation. Boom! 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 The 3 bolts of lightning struck Lu Ming, but Lu Ming was completely fine. He did not even slow down as he rapidly approached Forefather Zhou. Evildoer, evildoer! Forefather Zhou was even more terrified. Lu Ming was simply a freak. He did not resist the lightning tribulation at all. It was unbelievable. The heavenly tribulation was a sharp blade hanging over every martial artist's head. Countless martial artists were turned to ashes by the heavenly tribulation. Before he broke through to spiritual God, he had prepared for hundreds of years. When the lightning tribulation finally descended, he was also surrounded by danger and narrowly escaped death. How could it be so easy? "Ha, little thief, are you afraid now? Wait for your death." Dandan laughed arrogantly. "You'll be the first to die. Enter the lightning tribulation." Forefather Zhou steeled his heart and threw Dandan into the lightning tribulation. Rumble. The moment Dandan entered the lightning tribulation, the tribulation clouds in the sky became even more terrifying. Lightning rumbled and covered the sky, causing the world to shake. Chi La. Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck Dandan. Dandan stretched out its limbs and head. It opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning. Then, it stretched and shouted, "Ahaha, I'm finally out. After being a coward for a year, it feels good." This fellow's body emitted lightning, but his eyes shone with excitement. The eyes of forefather Zhou, the Zhou family, and the others almost popped out. "Perverts, evildoers, all of them are perverts, let's go, let's go." Forefather Zhou had lost all sense of propriety and only knew to flee for his life. However, Lu Ming was too fast. He turned into a stream of light and approached forefather Zhou in a few moments. Dark clouds roiled in the sky and enveloped forefather Zhou. "No!" Forefather Zhou roared angrily, but it was useless. Thunder roared and a bolt of lightning shot towards forefather Zhou. This bolt of lightning was even more terrifying than the one that had shot towards Hongming. Forefather Zhou fought back with all his might and defeated this bolt of lightning. Rumble. At this time, 9 lightning bolts shot towards Lu Ming, but were easily blocked by Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming had 5 types of intent realm added to his body. He was incomparably powerful, and the lightning tribulation could not touch him at all. Ga. Suddenly, another cry sounded in the sky. A large bird swooped down from the dark clouds towards Lu Ming. This large bird was formed completely from lightning. The bird formed from lightning was like a real being. Lightning taking form. In the legends, this was a lightning tribulation that only peerless evildoers would encounter. No, a lightning-shaped tribulation. No, how can this be? Forefather Zhou roared in despair. No, no. The Zhou family patriarch also roared. Lu Ming was undergoing a lightning-shaped tribulation. Forefather Zhou was enveloped by the heavenly tribulation. He would definitely face a lightning-shaped tribulation. If it was an ordinary lightning tribulation, he had some hope. However, he had no hope at all for a lightning-shaped tribulation. He was desperate and furious, but immediately, 3 more bolts of lightning struck down. Forefather Zhou could only do his best to block them. After the 3 bolts of lightning passed, forefather Zhou's hair was disheveled and he vomited blood. However, 9 more bolts of lightning descended from the sky and struck at forefather Zhou. Forefather Zhou was terrified and immediately used bloodline fusion. Forefather Zhou's divine bloodline was a raging flame vine. It was a level 4 divine bloodline. The raging flame vine was hundreds of meters long and filled with flames as it struck at the 9 bolts of lightning. Boom! 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 After the 9 bolts of lightning, the raging flame vine's leaves withered. It was charred black and its aura withered. It was almost struck to death. On the other side, Dandan was extremely relaxed. No matter what lightning struck, he swallowed it with a look of enjoyment. On the other hand, Lu Ming was equally relaxed. He threw a punch and the thunder eagle dissipated. Go quickly, leave this place. Forefather Zhou knew that he had no hope. He roared, hoping that the Zhou family patriarch and the others would escape. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and stepped towards forefather Zhou. If I die, you will not have an easy time. Forefather Zhou roared crazily. The raging flame vine twisted wildly and whipped towards Lu Ming. Since he was already under the lightning tribulation, he planned to die together with Lu Ming. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His killing intent surged like a tide. His eyes turned blood-red and looked extremely evil. The 3rd bloodline on his head, a drop of blood, actually wriggled and turned into a battle sword. Lu Ming gripped the battle sword. At this moment, endless killing intent surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's killing intent grew even stronger. Swoosh! The blood-red battle sword tore through the air and tore open space, revealing a black and unfathomable crack. Poof! The battle sword could break through anything. It slashed through forefather Zhou's attack and cut the raging flame vine in half. Forefather Zhou let out a shrill scream. The raging flame vine disappeared. Forefather Zhou's body reappeared and he vomited blood. Kill! Killing intent surged like a tide. The battle sword slashed and there was only a blood-red sword light in the sky. Puchi! Forefather Zhou didn't even have the chance to scream before he was killed by the sword. No! In the distance, the Zhou clan's patriarch roared loudly when he saw this scene. Forefather Zhou was the backbone of the Zhou clan. Now that he was killed, even if Lu Ming died now, the Zhou clan's strength would be reduced greatly and would be nibbled away by other powers. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline roared loudly and devoured all of Forefather Zhou's blood essence, true essence, and energy. After that, he took a step forward and chased after an old man from the Zhou clan. At this moment, Lu Ming swept the surroundings with his gaze and noticed that the Zhou clan still had 3 domain-enlightened spirit gods. The Zhou clan had a total of 5 domain-enlightened spirit gods. One of them had been killed by Lu Ming a year ago. Now that Forefather Zhou was dead, there were 3 more. The Zhou clan's patriarch and 2 other elders. Those 2 elders were both at the first level of the domain-enlightened spirit god realm. First level spirit god. His speed was much slower than Lu Ming's. In a few moments, Lu Ming caught up to this group of elders, and then he slashed down with his blood-red sword. This elder let out a shrill cry, and the tribulation lightning didn't even strike him before he was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure turned around and charged towards the other elder. No! Spare me! That elder begged madly for mercy, but a blood-red sword light greeted him. Blood-red light shot out, and that elder was killed as well. The Zhou clan's patriarch's face was covered in despair. The Zhou clan was finished. He knew that the Zhou clan was completely finished. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to flee for his life, flee madly. However, Lu Ming's speed was too swift, and he was utterly unable to flee. He hadn't even flown 5,000 kilometers away when Lu Ming caught up to him. Bang! 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 Numerous bolts of lightning struck down towards the Zhou clan's patriarch. He resisted with all his might, but he was heavily injured after 2 rounds of tribulation lightning. Chapter 1052. Then, he grabbed the patriarch of the Zhou family with one hand and blasted out with the other, dispersing a lightning tiger condensed from lightning. At this moment, more creatures condensed from lightning pounced at Lu Ming, but they were all defeated by Lu Ming. With a step, Lu Ming returned to the sky above the Zhou family. At this moment, the other members of the Zhou family were still looking at the sky in shock, not knowing what had happened. They didn't understand why someone would transcend the tribulation in the sky above the Zhou family, nor did they understand why the spirit gods had scattered and fled. All of this happened too quickly. Only a few minutes had passed since Lu Ming rushed out of the underground cave and began to transcend the tribulation. No, please let them go, they are innocent. The patriarch of the Zhou family was grabbed by Lu Ming. Even if lightning struck at him, it was still defeated by Lu Ming. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair and extreme regret. He regretted that he was greedy for Lu Ming's treasures, but he didn't expect Lu Ming to be so monstrous that he could still break through and attract the tribulation after being suppressed in the burning god's earthly flames. This was really unbelievable. However, regret was useless. He only hoped that Lu Ming would let the Zhou family go. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was unimaginably dense. He only wanted to destroy and kill all the members of the Zhou family to take revenge for the suffering he had suffered in the past year. Kill! There was only indifference in Lu Ming's eyes. In his mind, there were continuous roars. Kill! Lu Ming stepped out and shouted. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared, and a terrifying devouring power erupted and enveloped all the members of the Zhou family. No! Help! Screams rose and fell. The essence, qi, and spirit of the Zhou family members were devoured and turned into dried corpses. All the essence, true essence, and energy were devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline and refined into true essence that surged into the spirit gods. No! The The patriarch of the Zhou family was in a daze as he looked at all of this. Almost all the members of the Zhou family were dead. There were corpses all over Jianghu mountain. No, there was one more person. Her eyes were glazed over as she lay limp on a mountain peak. It was Xianxia. Although Lu Ming was affected by the third bloodline and his murderous intent surged like a tide, he still retained a shred of rationality and deliberately left Xianxia behind. He took a step forward and appeared not far away from Xianxia. Rumble. At this moment, there were still countless lightning beings pouncing towards Lu Ming, but they were unable to do anything to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's battle power was simply too powerful. He had cultivated 5 different concepts of heaven and earth, as well as the eruption of dragon power. Most terrifyingly, the trace of power that had entered his third bloodline not only caused Lu Ming's killing intent to surge, but his battle power had also become even more terrifying, allowing him to easily block the lightning tribulation. Do you regret it? Lu Ming said coldly. His blood-red eyes stared at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the family head of the Zhou family in a daze. She then looked at Lu Ming and said, "That's right. All of this is our fault. Retribution, this is retribution. We brought this upon ourselves. Xin heir, it's all my fault. Lu Shaoqing, I beg you to spare Xin heir. It's all my fault." The Zhou family head screamed. "All of you deserve to die." Lu Ming's eyes were cold and unmoved. With a wave of his hand, he threw the Zhou family head out. A bolt of lightning struck and the Zhou family head turned into ashes. "Father!" Xianxia called out. "Xianxia, you gave me the purple jade back then. There was a vitality stone in the purple jade that was of great use to me. However, after that, I saved your life twice, which is more than enough to offset the fact that you gave me the vitality stone. After that, you guys attacked me and suppressed me. Today, I will kill all of you. All of this is what you deserve. Kill yourself." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He had no intention of letting Xianxia go. "Ha, good, then let me follow my father." Xianxia smiled bitterly. Her body suddenly moved and rushed toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! The lightning fell and struck Xianxia's body. She turned into ashes amidst the lightning. At this point, almost all of the Zhou family were dead. Rumble! The thunder tribulation continued and became stronger. Lu Ming punched continuously and blasted several thunder-shaped creatures. At the same time, the 9 dragons bloodline was constantly refining the blood essence and genuine qi of the Zhou family and turning it into his own genuine qi. Lu Ming's spiritual spirit was getting more and more full and solid. At the same time, Lu Ming poured the energy of the blood essence into the third bloodline. However, he found that the third bloodline did not absorb the energy of the blood essence at all. "It's not absorbing. What's going on?" Lu Ming originally thought that the third bloodline did not have a chakra. Like the 9 dragons bloodline, it needed the energy of the blood essence to upgrade. Now it seemed that it was not the same thing. The third bloodline seemed to be the same. It did not have a chakra. Since the third bloodline could not absorb the energy, Lu Ming transferred the energy of the blood essence to the second bloodline and let the prison-suppressing steel absorb the energy. Not enough, the energy is still not enough. Lu Ming took out the storage ring of the Zhou family's patriarch. With a sweep of his mind, a large pile of origin stones appeared. There were more than 1,000,000 of them. The 9 dragons devoured them and continued to refine them. Boom! Boom! As time passed, the thunder tribulation became stronger and stronger. However, it was still blocked by Lu Ming. After a full 15 minutes, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared along with the thunder and lightning. Lu Ming finally passed the thunder tribulation and became a spiritual god. The thunder tribulation that was difficult for others was not difficult for Lu Ming. After the thunder tribulation, endless spiritual qi in the world gathered toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's aura was rising rapidly. "Let's leave this place first." Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he vanished like a graceful swan. A few hours later, a few million kilometers away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. At this moment, his aura had stabilized, and he'd officially stepped into the first level of the spiritual god realm. At this moment, all the bloodlines had been absorbed into Lu Ming's body. His hair had turned black once more, and when he opened his eyes, they had become calm, pure, and devoid of any killing intent. Phew, the third bloodline is so formidable. Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief. That boundless killing intent was too shocking. Earlier, Lu Ming had almost been controlled by it. It's because I have a strong killing intent towards the Zhou family. Otherwise, I should be able to barely control this force. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Earlier, he already had a strong killing intent towards the Zhou family. Coupled with the fact that he possessed the third bloodline, he'd almost been crushed by his killing intent, and it caused him to practically annihilate the Zhou family. With Lu Ming's original character, he wouldn't have done this. At most, he would annihilate the higher-ups of the Zhou family, and he would let many members of the Zhou family with low cultivations go. However, under the influence of the killing intent that surged like a tide, he only wanted to kill. Only by killing all members of the Zhou family would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. However, it had already occurred, so Lu Ming didn't regret it. Since the Zhou family had treated him like that and suppressed him for a year, then they had to bear the consequences. What exactly is this third bloodline? A drop of blood? But there's such a vast amount of power inside. Earlier, Lu Ming had only borrowed a trace of that energy, yet his strength had increased greatly. However, his will had almost been crushed by the killing intent. This caused Lu Ming to be shocked in his heart. He had to be careful when using the third bloodline in the future. Chapter 1053. I've gained a lot this time. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. In the divine earth flame, Lu Ming entered an ethereal state. Just like that, a year passed. During this year, he had been comprehending the intent realm and various martial skills. In that state, comprehending various intent realm and martial skills was much faster than usual. Coupled with Lu Ming's current comprehension ability, his progress was naturally terrifying. Unknowingly, his 5 intents had already broken through to the 4th level. So, when his third bloodline awakened and he broke through the ceiling tower that suppressed him, his 5 intents began to improve rapidly and broke through to the 4th level. At the same time, he began to break through to the spiritual god realm. Now, Lu Ming could clearly sense that his 5 intents had all reached the peak of the 4th level of the beginner realm. He was only a step away from the 4th level of the initial realm. Moreover, he had also cultivated the 7th step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Its power was equivalent to the highest level of the inferior divine martial skills. In the next moment, with a thought, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared. There were 6 golden chakras on it. After refining the blood essence of the Zhou clan, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had also improved to the 6th level of the divine realm. My physical body has also broken through to the 9th level under the tempering of the divine earth flame. Lu Ming smiled. I have to be more careful in the future. I can't easily expose a treasure like the mountain and river diagram to people I don't trust. This incident taught Lu Ming a lesson. One shouldn't expose one's wealth, not to mention a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. It was easy for others to be greedy. This time, if the Zhou clan hadn't wanted to force him to hand over the mountain and river diagram and suppressed him, he would have been dead long ago if they had directly attacked and killed him. If he hadn't just awakened his third bloodline, which was so amazing that it didn't need to erupt with true essence and had terrifying strength, he wouldn't have been able to escape. This time was a fluke, but Lu Ming didn't want to have a next time. Ha, awesome. On the other side, Dandan laughed loudly as lightning flickered all over his body. This guy had absorbed a large amount of lightning tribulation energy and was still digesting it. What a monster. Not even the bloodline of the 9 dragons could devour the power of the tribulation lightning. Lu Ming, I really didn't misjudge you. Dandan flew over and laughed. I didn't expect you to be able to last for a year. Lu Ming said. Don't you know who I am? My defense is invincible. That guy tried to refine me for a year, but in the end, he couldn't even hurt a single hair on my body. Dandan said proudly. You have hair? Lu Ming said in disdain. Bah, I'm just giving you an example. But your bloodline is really shocking. Even I feel flustered when I look at it. Dandan sized up Lu Ming. Can you identify what bloodline it is? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he asked. I don't know. To be honest, I don't even know your second bloodline. You're a monster. You actually have two bloodlines that I don't know. But your second bloodline looks a little familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Dandan muttered, but in the end, he couldn't remember anything. That's as good as not saying anything. Lu Ming said in disdain. Then, he got up and left. It's been a year. I wonder what level the cultivation of those geniuses have reached. Lu Ming looked forward to it and left quickly. Next, Lu Ming went to the barbaric mountains to look for powerful beasts to fight. His main purpose was to test the power of his third bloodline. As expected, every time Lu Ming activated his third bloodline, endless killing intent would surge in. Moreover, Lu Ming could sense the boundless sea of blood from that drop of blood and could also borrow the power of the sea of blood. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could only borrow a little bit of it. Moreover, every time he borrowed the power of his third bloodline, he was filled with killing intent as if he wanted to kill all living things in the world. That kind of killing intent was too shocking. It seemed to be filled with endless resentment. Why is there such a strong killing intent, such a strong resentment? It's said that all bloodlines can be traced. They can be found in the bodies of ancient, primordial, and immemorial creatures, divine weapons, and spirits of heaven and earth. What kind of creature is this drop of blood? Lu Ming was filled with doubts and his imagination ran wild. As he moved forward, he cultivated and explored. Slowly, Lu Ming became more and more familiar with the use of his third bloodline. He could already keep his mind calm and not be affected by the killing intent when it surged in. Eastern Wilderness, Nine Dragons City. In a hall, Di Shen and Dong Fangyu stood respectfully in front of Martial Emperor Di. On both sides of the hall stood the patriarchs of the 6 ancient families. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Di Shen has successfully broken through to the spiritual god realm. If you see Lu Ming again, you'll definitely be able to kill him easily. The patriarch of the Wang family congratulated with a smile. Yeah, with Di Shen's talent, after entering the spiritual god realm, he'll definitely be able to exert a terrifying power of space. It'll be easy for him to kill Lu Ming. The patriarch of the Jianghu family also took the opportunity to flatter. Yeah. Martial Emperor Di nodded and said, Shen is indeed good. He's invincible in the eastern wilderness, but don't underestimate the heroes of the world. The central continent has always been a place where geniuses come out in large numbers. In this era, there are many geniuses who are not weaker than Shen. The 5 young giants are even more powerful. Don't be complacent. Shen understands. Di Shen bowed and said. Yeah, I've received news that the Jade Wall of the Central Continent World Academy will be open to the public. Heroes from all over the world can go and watch it. You two should go to the Central Continent together. You can also see the heroes of the world and train yourselves. Martial Emperor Di said. Di Shen and Dong Fangyu's eyes shone brightly, revealing a look of anticipation. The Central Continent had always been known as the center of the divine wilderness. How prosperous and powerful were its geniuses. They were looking forward to it. The same scene happened in the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Monster Valley. In a huge ancient tomb in the Heavenly Corpse sect, Shuejiani and Shizhan stood respectfully in front of the Corpse Emperor. Now that the Jade Wall of the Central Continent World Academy will be open to the public, you two should go to the Central Continent together to try your luck. According to my speculation, the geniuses of the Northern Plains, Western Desert, and southern underworld will also go to the central continent. The central continent will become a gathering place for geniuses. You two should go and train yourselves. The Corpse Emperor said. Yes. Shui Jiani and Shi Zhan bowed and said. In the Heavenly Monster Valley, AO2 and Feng Xian also stepped onto the teleportation formation to the central continent under the Corpse Emperor's orders. Roar! 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 In a desolate mountain range, a black panther with 3 heads roared and pounced toward Lu Ming. A ferocious aura filled the forest. The 3 heads let out 3 roars, scattering the clouds in the sky and causing the mountain range to rumble. Its 3 heads spat out fire, lightning, and ice respectively. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 1054. A drop of blood floated up into appearance above Lu Ming's head, and it was his 3rd bloodline. After that, a trace of a bloody glow surged into Lu Ming's body from his 3rd bloodline. In an instant, a bloody glow suffused Lu Ming's body while his jet black hair turned blood red. Moreover, his eyes were like dazzling red rubies that emanated boundless killing intent. His 3rd bloodline wriggled and transformed into a battle sword that was held in Lu Ming's hand. Swish! The battle sword slashed down, causing space to directly split open while a blood-red sword light that carried jet black tore through the sky and slashed towards the 3 black panthers. Pooh! The sword light slashed down, causing the attacks of the 3 black panthers to be directly dispersed, and then the sword light continued forward and slashed the 3 black panthers into 2. The 3 black panthers that were equivalent to the 2nd level of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm had been killed by a single strike from Lu Ming. After breaking through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had improved greatly. Earlier, he'd merely utilized the strength of his 3rd bloodline. He hadn't utilized dragon energy, concept, and so on and so forth. Of course, it was naturally impossible for Lu Ming to surmount 5 or 6 levels to kill enemies at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm like he could at the Spirit Embryo realm because that wasn't realistic. Existences that were able to surmount the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm were geniuses amongst geniuses, and they were existences that could surmount a few levels to kill enemies at the Spirit Embryo realm. When facing such geniuses, Lu Ming was naturally unable to surmount 5 or 6 levels to kill enemies because that would be too exaggerated. Moreover, the gap between every single level in the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm was extremely huge. Lu Ming wasn't too sure that he could surmount a few levels to kill enemies at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm if he erupted with his full strength. When I utilize the strength of my 3rd bloodline, it actually contains strong slaughter concept. With a command in his heart, his 3rd bloodline entered Lu Ming's body, and then Lu Ming's hair turned black once more while the bloody glow vanished along with his killing intent. He'd returned to normal, but he was slightly shocked in his heart. Slaughter concept was an extremely terrifying concept that was filled with the energy of slaughter and was extremely terrifying. This concept was one of the most terrifying concepts in the heavens and the earth, and it wasn't inferior to the concept of time and space. This was not a concept that Lu Ming had comprehended himself, but he could borrow it when he used his 3rd bloodline. Although it was not comprehended by Lu Ming himself, it could be used as Lu Ming's killing move. Lu Ming was very satisfied. The blood of the 9 dragons appeared and sucked in the essence blood and demonic energy of the 3 black panthers. Then, he left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, refining the blood essence of the 3 black panthers. Wang! The hell-suppressing steel's bloodline emerged and vibrated continuously. The 6 golden chakras shone brightly and soon, the 7th golden chakra emerged. The hell-suppressing steel bloodline had also risen to the 7th level of the divine grade. Along the way, Lu Ming had killed many ferocious beasts and refined their blood essences. Now, he had accumulated enough to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline to level 7 divine grade, on par with the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, Lu Ming's cultivation didn't increase by much. He had only reached the mid-first level of the spirit god realm. After refining the energy of the 3 black panthers, the yuan receiving stone appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming continuously poured his true yuan into the yuan receiving stone. When Lu Ming's true yuan was almost exhausted, the yuan receiving stone was also full. Sure enough, it's similar to my previous speculation. This yuan receiving stone can only store my true yuan at the first level of the spirit god realm. If my cultivation continues to increase, this yuan receiving stone won't be of much use. After putting away the yuan receiving stone, Lu Ming took out an origin stone and devoured it to recover. When Lu Ming's true yuan was fully recovered, he waved his hand and a pile of storage rings appeared in the air. Most of these storage rings came from the Zhou clan and some of the experts he had killed before. Lu Ming hadn't organized them properly before. Now, it was a good time to do so. Lu Ming was already familiar with organizing the storage rings. First, he categorized the items and separated out the valuable items, the rare items that Lu Ming didn't recognize. After spending an entire day, Lu Ming finally finished organizing everything. There's only around 1,000,000 origin stones left. Lu Ming sighed. The Zhou clan's patriarch, ancestor, and a few elders were all existences at the spirit god realm. When added together, there were a few million origin stones. However, Lu Ming had used more than half of them to break through to the spirit god realm. Now, only around 1,000,000 remained. If Lu Ming used 1,000,000 origin stones to improve his cultivation now, it probably wouldn't be enough to advance to the second level of the spirit god realm. There were also some other miscellaneous things that wouldn't be worth much origin stones even if they were sold. What's in this chest? It's protected so tightly. Lu Ming noticed a chest in the Zhou clan's patriarch storage ring. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it was extremely hard and covered in inscription formations. The Zhou clan's patriarch hid it so well that it aroused Lu Ming's interest. Lu Ming observed it carefully. Even though this inscription formation was of a high level, Lu Ming still quickly noticed its flaws and weaknesses. Dandan, break it open. Lu Ming didn't have a spirit flame now, so he could only ask Dandan to do it. It's simple, leave it to me. Dandan scurried over and observed it for a moment before it waved its claws repeatedly, causing numerous inscriptions to enter the chest. The inscriptions on the chest glowed, and after a short while, the inscription formation on the chest trembled and collapsed. Give me a share of the treasures. Dandan shouted loudly while its eyes glowed as it hurriedly opened the chest. After it opened the chest, Dandan's face sank and revealed a disappointed expression. Because the things in the chest were very simple. There were only two things, a small jade chest and a book. They weren't the natural treasures Dandan had imagined at all. Without the natural treasures, Dandan instantly lost interest, and it walked to the side with a bored expression to nibble on spirit herbs. Lu Ming was slightly interested, and he picked up the book and started reading it. After a short while, Lu Ming revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. This book recorded a kind of secret skill, the illusory breathing skill. According to the book, cultivating the illusory breathing skill allowed one to change one's aura into another aura at will. This was completely different from the method of concealing one's aura. Concealing one's aura was just concealing one's aura so that others couldn't easily detect it. However, the illusory breathing skill allowed one to transform one's aura into another aura. This was simply escaping for one's life. The ultimate secret skill of disguise could sometimes save one's life. As long as one changed their aura and appearance, no one would be able to recognize them at all. In the world of martial arts, it was easy to change one's appearance, but not one's aura. Everyone's aura was unique, so this kind of secret skill was very precious. No wonder the Zhou family head kept it so well. If I cultivate the illusory breathing skill, even if I meet an old acquaintance, I don't have to be afraid of being recognized. Lu Ming revealed a trace of a smile and couldn't help but look at the jade chest. Put together with the illusory breathing skill, what was in the jade chest? Lu Ming opened the jade chest with some anticipation. Inside the jade chest was a jade tablet. Lu Ming took a look at it and knew that it was a recording jade tablet. He picked it up and scanned it with his mind. At first, Lu Ming was stunned, and then, his face revealed an expression of disbelief. There's actually such a heaven-defying elixir in this world? Lu Ming was tongue-tied, and he was shocked beyond words. This jade tablet contained a kind of elixir formula, a method to refine a heaven-defying elixir. Chapter 1055. Consuming the nirvana elixir would allow a martial artist's bloodline to have a chance of nirvana. After nirvana, one's bloodline would have a chance to upgrade. However, the upgrade wasn't fixed. It depended on one's potential and luck. Some people could upgrade by 1 level, some by 2, or even more. Heavens! This elixir was too heaven-defying. It was very difficult to upgrade a bloodline after birth. The 9 dragons' bloodline was unique in the world. Moreover, Xianxia's bloodline was special. With the help of Emperor Liansong, his bloodline had undergone nirvana and evolved. Along the way, Lu Ming had only seen Xianxia's bloodline undergo nirvana and upgrade once. He had not seen or heard of any other cases. This nirvana elixir was so heaven-defying. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause chaos and stir up endless storms. Just think about it. If a martial artist with a 9th-level king bloodline took the nirvana elixir, even if it was only 1 level, it was very likely that he would be promoted to a divine bloodline and be qualified to break through to the spiritual god realm. If some martial artists with divine bloodlines could upgrade their bloodline by 1 or 2 levels, their talent would undoubtedly be higher and they would be able to go further in the future. This was especially true for top geniuses who had awakened to the 6th, 7th, or even 8th level of the divine bloodline. If they took the nirvana elixir, they might even be able to upgrade to the 9th level of the divine bloodline. How tempting and heaven-defying was this? It would be strange if people did not go crazy when they found out. However, according to the records, every martial artist only had 1 chance. After taking the nirvana elixir once, taking it a second time would have no effect and would develop resistance. However, this would still not reduce the nirvana elixir's supreme value. Back then, Cold Blood Hall made a big move and said that a treasure had been taken away. Xianxia just happened to appear there. Could it be? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of many things. He had met Xianxia in the ancient herb garden, but she obviously did not want to act with Lu Ming and wanted to act alone. Later, Cold Blood Hall seemed to be looking for a treasure in the ancient herb garden, but it was taken away. This caused Cold Blood Hall to make a big move, seal the teleportation formation, and even besiege them on the plains to force them to hand over their storage rings. There, Lu Ming met Xianxia and rescued her. Logically speaking, Xianxia's cultivation was not high. In such a situation, it was very likely that she would hand over her storage ring to save her life. However, Xianxia did not. She did not have the slightest intention of handing over her storage ring. At that time, Lu Ming didn't think much about it, but now that he saw the Nirvana Pills pill formula, Lu Ming couldn't help but connect all these together. Perhaps Xianxia had obtained the formula from the ancient herb garden, and the reason why Cold Blood Hall had mobilized so many people was most likely because they were looking for the formula. Unexpectedly, in the end, it still fell into the hands of Lu Ming. Although this pill formula was not very useful to Lu Ming, because Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline, he did not need the Nirvana pill to improve his bloodline. However, Lu Ming was still very excited. Although it wasn't of much use to him, he had family and friends. This kind of pill formula would be very useful to his family and friends. However, the elixirs needed to refine the Nirvana pill are too rare. Lu Ming sighed again. Although the Nirvana pill was heaven-defying, the materials and elixirs needed were extremely precious and rare. A total of dozens of elixirs and materials were needed. Most of the supplementary materials were of the highest grade at LV8, and 7 of the main materials were of LV9. Moreover, they were of the highest grade at LV9. This made Lu Ming speechless. It was extremely difficult to collect these materials. Forget it, I'm not in a hurry. Take it slow. Lu Ming smiled. He memorized the Nirvana Pills formula, and then put it into the mountain river diagram. Then, he opened the Book of Illusory Breath and began to read. Next, Lu Ming practiced the illusory breath as he moved forward. Time passed day by day. It had been a month since Lu Ming left the Zhou family. On this day, Lu Ming came to a huge city. This city was extremely grand, full of vicissitudes, and magnificent and domineering. On the city gate, there were 3 big words, Xianxia City. I'm actually in Xianxia City. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Xianxia City was next to the World Academy. It was one of the top 10 ancient cities in the Middle Continent and had a long history. The World Academy was northwest of the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Lu Ming had unknowingly passed through the Heavenly Eagle Castle's territory and arrived at the World Academy. Since he was here, Lu Ming naturally had to take a look. After walking into Xianxia City, he realized that it was extremely prosperous. People came and went, and it was very lively. Why are there so many young prodigies? Lu Ming was a little surprised. He could see young prodigies walking by from time to time on the streets. They were in groups of 3 to 5, and each of them had a dignified appearance. They had the potential of dragons and phoenixes. They were definitely extremely powerful elites. Lu Ming sensed that many of them had awakened divine bloodlines. Although the Middle Continent was full of outstanding people and had many more prodigies than the Eastern Wilderness, it was still unrealistic to meet groups of divine prodigies in a big city. Could it be that something big has happened in Xianxia City or the World Academy for so many prodigies to gather? Lu Ming guessed. That's... Lu Ming suddenly froze as he saw 2 familiar faces. Shui Jiani and Shi Zhan. The Heavenly Corpse sects Shui Jiani and Shi Zhan had actually appeared in Xianxia City in the Middle Continent. This shocked Lu Ming. Interesting. The strongest prodigies of the Heavenly Corpse sect are here. Then, did Di Shen and the others come as well? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Shui Jiani and Shi Zhan didn't notice Lu Ming. Instead, they walked into a shop. Lu Ming came to a secret place, and his body started to change. After a while, Lu Ming turned into a dark-skinned, honest-looking youth. Then, he used the illusion art, and his aura changed. Now, even those who were familiar with Lu Ming wouldn't be able to recognize him if they stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and strode down the street. Shui Jiani and Shi Zhan walked out of the shop and passed by Lu Ming, but they didn't react at all. They treated Lu Ming as a stranger. Lu Ming smiled with satisfaction and walked into a restaurant. Have you heard? A month ago, the Sanguinarum of the Cold Blood Hall broke through to the domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. What? The Sanguinarum broke through as well. The Sanguinarum isn't very strong among the second-grade prodigies. I didn't expect him to break through as well. It looks like most of the second-grade prodigies have broken through to the domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. The 5 young titans broke through to the domain Enlightened Spirit God realm a year ago. Now, the second-grade prodigies have broken through as well. From now on, the world will belong to the younger generation. The younger generation will welcome the era of the domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. So many young prodigies have actually broken through to the domain Enlightened Spirit God realm in the same era. How unbelievable! Not long after he entered the restaurant, Lu Ming heard a wave of discussion. Lu Ming nodded to himself. Over a year had passed since the ancient herb garden, so it was normal for the second-grade prodigies to break through to the domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. Chapter 1056. This is a great era. Not only in the central continent, but also in the northern valley, the western desert, and the southern underworld. Some time ago, a genius from the northern valley came to the central continent and challenged one of the top 5 young warriors, Yang Padian. That battle was a great battle, but in the end, it was a draw. I heard about that battle too. It's amazing. I didn't expect the northern plains to have a genius like the top 5 young warriors. Not only in the northern plains, but also in the western desert. A young holy monk entered the central continent and displayed his powerful combat strength. Also, a terrifying son of underworld from the southern underworld entered the central continent. According to reliable sources, the Western Desert and Southern Underworld both have geniuses who are not weaker than the top 5 young warriors. Hearing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and was shocked. He didn't expect the top 5 young warriors to appear in the Southern Underworld, Northern Plains, and Western Desert. The future was bound to be more exciting. What about the Eastern Wilderness? Are there any powerful geniuses in the Eastern Wilderness? Not in the Eastern Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness has the word wilderness because it's a barren land. Since ancient times, it has been the weakest of the 5 domains. What geniuses can there be? Indeed. I heard that there are only 2 geniuses in the Eastern Wilderness who are not bad. One is Lu Ming, and the other is Di Shen. These 2 should be second-class geniuses. The others are just clowns who aren't worth mentioning. That's true. I also heard that there was a great battle in the Eastern Wilderness. Lu Ming is trapped and probably dead. Only Di Shen is left. Ha, it's just a barren land. What's there to talk about? Let's drink. There was a burst of laughter. When they talked about the Eastern Wilderness, their words were full of contempt. Humph, a bunch of rich kids. How dare you talk about being a hero? At this moment, a cold snort was heard in the restaurant. Everyone looked at a corner of the restaurant. There were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was burly and muscular. He was more than 2 meters tall and had bulging muscles. The woman's figure was graceful and beautiful, and her face was unparalleled. She was devastatingly beautiful. AO2, Feng Xian. Lu Ming was stunned. He recognized the 2 of them. They were the 2 most powerful geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness Sky Demon Valley. Oh. Does that mean you're a hero? The 3 youths who had been discussing earlier were all dressed in white swordsman robes. It was obvious that they were from the same faction. At this moment, one of the young men with a sword on his back sneered at AO Tuesday, "It's hard to say whether I'm a hero or not, but suppressing you is as easy as flipping my palm." AO2 sneered. He was very confident. In the Eastern Barren Territory, he was second only to Lu Ming and the Arch-God. He was one of the top talents and no one could defeat him. Even if he came to the Central Continent, he was still confident that he would not be weaker than others. Suppressing me with a flip of your palm? Ha ha ha, I've never seen you before. Are you from the Eastern Wilderness? The young man with a sword on his back asked. That's right, AO2 of the Eastern Wasteland. AO2 said. So, you're a piece of trash from the Eastern Wasteland. You're just a worm. How dare you say that you can suppress me? You really don't know your place. The young man with a sword on his back shouted coldly. What did you say? AO2 stood up angrily. Cold murderous intent shot out from his eyes, and a violent aura burst out. The restaurant was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. The young man with a sword on his back dared to call him a worm. That made him want to kill him. The young man with a sword on his back sneered. He pointed his finger like a sword and sliced AO2's aura apart. Let's go out and fight. I'll let you know if you're a piece of trash or not. The young man with a sword on his back stepped out and flew into the sky. AO2 stepped out as well. Ha, that worm from the Eastern Wilderness dares to fight with Senior Brother Song. He doesn't know what's good for him. Let's go out and have a look. The other 2 young men with swords on their backs laughed and followed AO2 out. Then, Feng Xian followed them out. That's a genius from the Tianwu Sword faction. That person just now seems to be Song Fei, the 3rd-ranked genius from the Tianwu Sword faction. That flood dragon from the Eastern Wilderness wants to fight with Song Fei. Interesting. Let's go and have a look. Let's go. Inside the restaurant, everyone flew out and stood in the air to watch the battle. Lu Ming followed the crowd and flew out of the restaurant, hovering in the air. In the sky, AO2 and Song Fei faced each other. Their powerful auras attracted many people. That's a flood dragon from the Eastern Wilderness. Do you think he has a chance of winning? Impossible. Song Fei is the third-ranked genius from the Tianwu sword faction. He's extremely powerful. That flood dragon is no match for him. Many people were talking about it. There were 18 overlords in the central continent. Of course, there were also differences in strength among the overlords. The Tianwu sword faction was one of the top overlords in the central continent. It was stronger than Floating Mountain Sect, Cold Blood Hall, and Sky Eagle Castle. It had many experts and geniuses. As the third-ranked genius of the Tianwu sword faction, it was needless to say how powerful it was. Boom! Boom! Their auras roared in the sky, causing a terrifying whirlwind. Kill! AO2 was the first to attack. He transformed into his true form, a flood dragon that was a few hundred meters long. Its body was golden as if it was made of gold. Golden storm cut. AO2 roared. He opened his mouth and 9 rays of dark golden light shot out from his mouth. They cut through the air and slashed towards Song Fei. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out as a ray of sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. It tore through the void and sliced through everything. Wherever the sword light passed, AO2's 9 rays of golden light were all cut through. However, the sword chi also dissipated. Gilded Dragon Claw. AO2's flood dragon claw turned into a pure golden color. It was crystal clear and radiated a terrifying energy wave. The claw tore through the air. It was extremely terrifying. AO2 had reached the perfected spirit embryo level. When he attacked with his full strength, he was comparable to a spiritual god. However, Song Fei's cultivation was also at the perfected spirit embryo level. You have some skills. Take this. Song Fei shouted. His bloodline emerged. It was a silver-white battle sword with 7 golden chakras shining. Sword breaking the world. Song Fei transformed into a battle sword. The silver-white battle sword shone brightly as it slashed toward AO2's day. The battle sword and AO2's gilded dragon claw clashed. The sky was filled with golden and silver light. It was so dazzling that many people could not open their eyes. When the light dissipated, AO2 frantically retreated. There was a deep sword wound on his dragon claw. The scales on his claw were shattered and blood was flowing out. Whoosh! The silver battle sword slashed down again. Endless sword chi scattered. It was extremely terrifying. Deep scars appeared in the air. AO2 roared angrily and fought with all his might. However, Song Fei's sword chi was extremely sharp. It could cut through everything. It broke through AO2's attack and defense, leaving sword wounds on his body. AO2 was completely at a disadvantage. Soon, there were more than a dozen sword wounds on his body. Each of them was several meters long. Blood flowed out and even spilled on the ground. This blood contains the bloodline of a true dragon. Take it. Someone unkindly took all the blood that AO2 left behind. This made AO2 roar in anger. However, he was no match for Song Fei even though he tried his best. Your flood dragon is not bad. I happen to be lacking a mount. You will be my mount from now on. Chapter 1057. Don't even think about it. AO2 roared angrily, feeling extremely aggrieved. AO2 had more than 70% of the true dragon bloodline. He had been the top talent of Sky Monster Valley since he was young. He was said to be able to compete with the arch-god. There were very few people among the younger generation in Eastern Wilderness who could compete with him. Although he was defeated by Lu Ming in the Battle of Providence, only Lu Ming and the arch-god were stronger than him in the entire Eastern Wilderness. The only other people who could compete with him were Shui Jianyi and Feng Xian. He was still a peerless talent with a bright halo. However, when he came to Middle Continent, he was suppressed by a random young talent and wanted to capture him as a mount. At this moment, his confidence was severely damaged. Swoosh! Swoosh! Beams of peerlessly sharp silver sword light sliced through the sky toward AO Tuesday. Even though AO2 had the true dragon bloodline, he was completely suppressed and torn apart by the terrifying sword chi. Surrender and be my mount, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, you'll die today. Song Fei's cold voice came from the silver battle sword. Don't even think about it. AO2 shouted. Given his pride, he would rather die than be Song Fei's mount. Then die. The silver battle sword shone brightly and the sword chi pierced through the air toward AO2's head. AO2 frantically retreated and blocked with all his might, but his head was almost chopped off. There was a deep wound on his neck. His body shrunk rapidly and escaped into the distance. Don't even think about leaving. Song Fei clearly had no intention of letting AO2 go. He chased after AO2's day. At this moment, a phoenix cry resounded. A divine bird that looked like a phoenix flew towards Song Fei. With a flap of its wings, a sky full of flames spread towards Song Fei. Song Fei was shocked. His sword chi whistled and cut through the flames. However, this delay allowed AO2 to rush into the distance and disappear without a trace. The divine bird that looked like a phoenix was extremely fast. It flapped its wings and turned into a beam of light, rushing into the distance. Song Fei shouted angrily and chased after it. However, after a while, he failed to catch up. Lu Ming could clearly see that the phoenix-like divine bird was Feng Xian. She possessed the phoenix bloodline and was shockingly fast. Song Fei returned to his human form and snorted coldly. What Donghuang prodigy? You're just trash. After saying that, he flew back into the tavern with the other two disciples of the celestial martial sword sect and continued eating and drinking. In the crowd, Shui Jianyi and Shi Zhan were also watching the battle. Their faces turned ugly, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Song Fei's battle prowess was shocking, and Shui Jian knew that he was not Song Fei's opponent. I didn't expect there to be so many geniuses in the Middle Continent. I heard that Song Fei is only the third-ranked genius of one of the factions, the Sky Martial Sword faction. Shi Zhan sighed. The battle just now had left him shaken. The Central Continent is indeed the center of the Divine Wilderness Continent. Geniuses are everywhere. In the Eastern Wilderness, only Lu Ming and the Emperor can defeat Song Fei. Blood Sword nodded and the two of them left. Lu Ming didn't think much of it. He wasn't surprised by the outcome. AO2 and Song Fei were third-grade prodigies, but AO2 was only average among third-grade prodigies, while Song Fei was at the top among third-grade prodigies. He was close to the second-grade prodigies, so AO2 naturally wasn't his match. Lu Ming also returned to the tavern and continued eating and drinking. Soon, he learned some new news. The reason so many prodigies had gathered in Xianxia City was that the World Academy's Jade Annulus would be opened in 3 days. The World Academy's Jade Annulus was said to contain endless mysteries. Martial artists who comprehended it would obtain great opportunities and benefits. It was even rumored that the All Things Jade Annulus contained a great secret and a divine treasury. However, it hadn't been opened for many years. The World Academy's Jade Annulus had always been closed to the public, but this time, it suddenly announced that it was open to the public. All the heroes of the world were free to visit and comprehend it. Once the news was out, it naturally attracted a large number of sky prides. The Jade Annulus? Since I'm here, I can't miss it. Lu Ming continued eating and drinking. The news he heard next wasn't too important. It was all about which prodigies were more powerful, which beauties were prettier, and so on. After eating and drinking, Lu Ming walked out of the tavern and found an inn to stay in. 3 days passed quickly. Lu Ming left Xianxia City and rushed to the World Academy. He wasn't the only one. Many prodigies stepped into the air and flew over. At a glance, the sky was filled with streaks of rainbow light, like a meteor shower. The World Academy was very close to Xianxia City. Soon, they arrived. Lu Ming was a little surprised when he saw it from afar. A snow-white palace floated in the air, emitting dazzling rays of light. The palace was extremely huge, like a city in the sky. It seemed to be completely made of jade. This was the core of the World Academy. Below the palace, there was a divine mountain covered in clouds. The spiritual chi was dense, and spiritual herbs were everywhere. Spiritual beasts were flying around. It was like a fairyland. The endless divine mountain below and the white jade palace in the sky were the complete World Academy. However, only the core of the World Academy could enter the white jade palace. Lu Ming and the rest naturally couldn't enter. They landed outside the World Academy and walked along an ancient bluestone path. Soon, they saw a huge stone tablet. There were 4 words written on the tablet, World Academy. The words were bold and powerful. At first glance, there was a terrifying aura that spread out. According to legend, these 4 words were left behind by a sacred emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty. They contained the sacred emperor's will. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the ancient Saint dynasty hadn't declined and ruled the 8 barren region, the World Academy was a place for the ancient Saint dynasty to cultivate talents. Countless experts had walked out of the World Academy. However, after the ancient Saint dynasty's Xia family declined, the World Academy became independent and became an overlord force. After passing by the stone tablet, there was a white jade staircase. The group climbed up the white jade staircase and arrived at a huge square. At this time, the square was filled with people. At a glance, there were probably tens of thousands of people. They were all geniuses. Everyone, the universal jade annulus is in front. Please follow me. A white-haired elder appeared and smiled. Then, he flew forward and the group followed. After flying past dozens of mountains, the terrain in front of them leveled out. There were no mountains, only hills. On the hills, there were clouds and mist, blocking the view. The group couldn't see through it. Array! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. According to legend, the World Academy was a force that cultivated both martial arts and inscriptions. There were experts who specialized in martial arts and also those who cultivated inscriptions. There were also rumors that the World Academy had more than one sacred emperor. There were 2 of them. One was a martial arts sacred emperor, and the other was an inscriptions sacred emperor. Whoosh! 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 Figures flashed and a total of 8 elders appeared. Including the one who led the way, there were 9 of them. The 9 elders floated in the air and started to inscribe inscriptions. The inscriptions disappeared into the surrounding space. Hoo-hoo! Chapter 1058. Countless jade discs floated in the air. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with jade discs. Every single one of them seemed to be made of polished white jade. They were as smooth as a mirror as they floated vertically in the air. There was no end in sight. It was unknown how many of them there were. This was the all-jade disc. It was very different from what they had imagined. Lu Ming had imagined that the all-jade disc would be a huge jade disc. He didn't expect there to be so many of them. This is the all-jade disc. You can comprehend it on your own, but you can't destroy it. Otherwise, the World Academy won't let you off the hook. The last sentence of the old man who led the way made everyone's heart skip a beat. Everyone nodded. They didn't dare. Well, you see it. In front of each jade disc, there are 1 or several jade platforms. You can only comprehend it if you sit cross-legged on the jade platforms. The old man introduced. So that's what the jade platforms are for. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A few jade platforms were suspended in front of each jade wall. Lu Ming had seen them long ago. It turned out that they were used for comprehension. This meant that each jade disc could only be comprehended by a few people at most. The jade platforms were very small and could only accommodate 1 person at a time. Well, you can comprehend it on your own. The old man nodded and left with the other 8. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the old man left, some people flew forward to find the jade discs. Lu Ming looked around and saw many familiar faces. Jing Kongling, Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjing, and high zimming from floating mountain were among them. In addition, Sandalwood Fairy, Een Bupo from Sky Eagle Castle, Sanguinarum from Cold Blood Hall, other talents from Cold Blood Hall, and Junyu from Demonic Mountain were among them. Lu Ming also saw familiar faces from Eastern Wilderness, Shui Jiani, Shi Zhan, Ao Tu, and Feng Xian. Di Shen. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze shifted and he saw the Emperor God. Beside him was Dong Fangyu. It seems that all the top talents from Eastern Wilderness are here. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before flying forward. Lu Ming went to the jade wall at the very front and carefully examined it. Suddenly, a tyrannical saber intent spread out, causing his expression to change slightly. In front of this jade wall, there was only a jade platform. At this moment, there was already a young man sitting cross-legged on it. Lu Ming continued to move forward. He discovered that each piece of jade gave off a completely different feeling. It's really strange. There are artistic conceptions, and it seems like there are absolute arts as well. However, they are extremely mysterious. If you want to gain anything from them, it will depend on your comprehension ability and luck. Lu Ming strolled around casually. Many people had already found their targets and were sitting cross-legged on the jade platform. Lu Ming, the arrangement of these jade discs is very strange. In my opinion, there must be a great secret. On his shoulder, Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Big secret? What secret? What did you see? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were many rumors about the Vientiane jade disc in the outside world, but the most recognized rumor was that the Vientiane corn was connected to a mysterious place that contained divine treasures. The ancient World Academy could open it, but that method was lost later on. The World Academy had not opened it for many years. It was said that that place was very strange. In ancient times, supreme experts would often enter seclusion and cultivate there, leaving behind many relics and cave abodes of experts. This was very tempting, but unfortunately, they could not enter later on. I don't know. I can't figure it out in a short time. I need time. Dandan said. He jumped down from Lu Ming's shoulder and walked around alone. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and looked for the jade discs alone. Soon, Lu Ming came in front of a jade wall. Suddenly, he vaguely heard a dragon's roar, and a true dragon pounced at him. This is it. There was only a jade platform in front of this jade wall. No one had come yet. Lu Ming flew up, sat cross-legged on the jade platform, and closed his eyes to comprehend. Roar! The dragon's roar rang out. Lu Ming seemed to see a true dragon walking in the void. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty, causing the void to collapse and the earth to sink. It seems like every move contains supreme battle strength. Is this a true dragon battle technique? No, it doesn't seem like it. Lu Ming's mind raced. He felt that every move of the true dragon was a battle technique, but it also seemed like it was not. It was hard to grasp. Lu Ming tried to comprehend it carefully, but in the end, he gained nothing. No, why should I comprehend any battle technique from it? I can compare it with my 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he began to comprehend. In this way, he indeed felt that he had benefited a lot. His comprehension of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps increased rapidly. He had already cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to the 7th step. At this step, it was even more difficult to cultivate. Every step was very difficult. Without luck, he might not be able to cultivate it in his lifetime. Every bit of improvement was rare and precious. Lu Ming sat cross-legged for 3 days. When he felt that he could not gain anything more, he got up and left to look for the next piece. In the sky, in the huge white jade palace, a few elders were discussing something. Sect Master, is this really going to work? One of them asked. This is the only way. The sacred mansion has not been opened for many years. This time, with the arrival of the Great Era and the gathering of prodigies, everyone has great opportunities. Perhaps this is a chance. Perhaps someone can open the sacred mansion's secret realm. A white-haired elder with a sage-like demeanor said. I hope so. The others sighed. Lu Ming looked at a few more jade discs, but none of them were suitable for him. After looking at more than a dozen jade discs, Lu Ming finally found a suitable one. This jade disc still had dragon roars coming out. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the jade platform. Just like the previous jade discs, there were true dragons rolling in the void. However, what was different this time was that there were two true dragons. The two true dragons were fighting fiercely, their roars shaking the heavens. This is a true dragon battle skill. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The two true dragons clawed at each other. Dragon might lashed out as the dragons soared into the sky. Every move had destructive power. This was clearly a powerful true dragon battle skill. This battle skill is comparable to a divine battle skill. It will be very useful to me. Lu Ming was excited. After he used bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons, he usually only used the 9 dragons heaven stomping step and the hell suppressing heaven skill. Other than that, the 9 dragons relied on brute force to fight and lacked killing moves. If he had this true dragon battle skill, he would definitely be stronger when he transformed into 9 dragons. Lu Ming carefully observed the battle between the two true dragons. He sat there for 10 days. Lu Ming had been watching the battle between the two true dragons all the time. His understanding of the true dragon's combat skills was already quite good. Scram, this jade discs is mine. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard, causing many people to involuntarily turn their heads to look. Xue Jiani and Huang Kuei. Lu Ming's heart jumped. Xue Jiani was sitting cross-legged in front of a jade discs. Huang Kuei coldly looked at Xue Jiani. It was Huang Kuei who told Xue Jiani to scram. Xue Jiani frowned and said, Brother, I was the one who got here first. So what if you came first? You're just a country bumpkin from the eastern wilderness. What right do you have to comprehend the myriad jade discs? Scram. Chapter 1059. Huang Kuei said coldly. His eyes were cold and filled with disdain. He looked like a young master from a big city looking at a bumpkin from the countryside. Xue Jiani's face darkened. He had his pride. Before the Battle of Providence, he was ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents, second only to the Emperor God. No one in the eastern wilderness dared to talk to him like that. Huang Kuei actually told him to get lost and said that he was not qualified to comprehend here. The arrogant Xue Jiani was furious. What's with that look? Bumpkin, do you want to die? Huang Kuei scolded. Let's see if you have what it takes to get this jade disc. Xue Jiani said coldly. What do you mean by that? Do you want to challenge me? Huang Kuei said. That's right. The blood sword Dao was so arrogant, yet he was actually being looked down upon like this. He couldn't take it. He wanted everyone to know his strength. Ha ha ha, since you want to be humiliated, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's go out and fight. Huang Kuei laughed heartily as his figure soared into the sky. He flew out of the all appearances Jade Walls area and arrived in the sky not far away. Xue Jianyi's figure moved and also rushed into the sky, arriving in front of Huang Kuei. The two of them stood in the air. Interesting. That guy seems to be from the eastern wilderness. There's no expert in that barren land. He's just asking to be humiliated by challenging Huang Kuei. Let's go and see. Many people smiled and flew into the sky to watch from afar. Many people directly raised their heads to look at the Vientiane Jade Wall. The eastern wilderness has always been the weakest of the 5 domains. There are almost no experts there. The so-called talents in the eastern wilderness are all ignorant. They think that they're invincible just because they're the best in the eastern wilderness. They don't know that there's always someone stronger. That's right. Not long ago, a flood dragon from the eastern wilderness was also very arrogant, but he was completely defeated by Song Fei from the Sky Martial Sword sect. He almost became a mount. Ha, is that so? Ao2, Feng Xian, and even Dishan and Dong Fangyu frowned when they heard the disdainful whispers from the crowd. At this moment, Huang Kuei and Xue Jinyi's bodies were covered in blood-red light. Both of them had cultivated blood essence. Blood essence? You're just showing off in front of an expert. Huang Kuei sneered. Xue Jinyi, unsheath. Clang. A blood-red battle sword flew out from between Blood Sword's eyebrows. As it flew out, it grew to 10 meters long. As it grew, it split into 2, then 4, and finally 16 blood-red battle swords that danced around Blood Sword. Kill! Blood Sword yelled. He formed a sword finger and waved it. The 16 swords turned into 16 blood-red sword lights and stabbed toward Huang Kuei. As the 16 swords danced in the air, they erupted with boundless sword chi. 16 blood-red swords wrapped in boundless sword chi blasted toward Huang Kuei. Xue Jinyi's battle power was more than 10 times stronger than when he was in the Battle of Providence. His cultivation had reached perfection in spirit embryo, and his conception of blood and sword had become one. As his sword chi swept past, terrifying marks were left in the space. Blood Flame Emperor's Claw. Seeing this, Huang Kuei did not dare to be careless. As the blood-red light spread out, he continued to attack with his claws. In an instant, he had attacked hundreds of times. Huang Kuei attacked hundreds of times, and the boundless blood-red claw lights flooded toward Xue Jinyi. Every claw light was terrifyingly sharp and gave off a scorching aura. It had the power to burn and corrode. Huang Kuei's cultivation was also at perfection. Pang! 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 The blood-red claw lights and the sword chi clashed, and the air trembled. Blood light rushed into the sky, and the sword chi surged. The blood-red claw lights and the sword chi cancelled each other out, and they were evenly matched. Huang Kuei's face was ugly and gloomy. He couldn't even take down a country bumpkin from Eastern Desolation, which made him feel embarrassed. Kill! Bloodthirsty Realm. Huang Kuei yelled and used bloodthirsty great art. A blood-red light shrouded Xue Jinyi. Being shrouded by bloodthirsty great art, Xue Jinyi's face changed. He felt the blood in his body boiling, and a powerful force was pulling at his blood. Swoosh! Xue Jinyi hurriedly retreated, wanting to leave the range of bloodthirsty great art. However, Huang Kuei held him tightly, and Xue Jinyi couldn't escape from Huang Kuei's attacks. Helpless, Xue Jinyi could only execute bloodline fusion and transform into a blood-red battle sword. However, Huang Kuei also executed bloodline fusion and transformed into a blood-red claw. The blood claw and the blood sword clashed, and Xue Jinyi flew back rapidly. Under the influence of bloodthirsty great art, Xue Jinyi was at a disadvantage. Pang! 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 After continuous clashes, Huang Kuei gradually gained the upper hand and suppressed Xue Jinyi. After dozens of moves, the blood-red battle sword crumbled, and Xue Jinyi spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. Xue Jinyi was defeated and wasn't Huang Kuei's match. The blood claw flashed and transformed back into Huang Kuei. He looked at Xue Jinyi with disdain and sneered, "I said that a country bumpkin like you isn't qualified to cultivate in Myriad Jade Wall." Xue Jinyi's face darkened, but he didn't say anything. He had lost. What did a loser have to say? I heard that you used to be ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. It seems that the Eastern Barren Territory is really weak. If the second place is so weak, then the first place can't be any better. I heard that the first place is called Dishan. I guess he must be here today. Tell him to come out and I'll take care of him today. Then, you people from the Eastern Barren Territory can pack up and go back to the Eastern Barren Territory. Huang Kuei was incomparably arrogant. He wanted to trample on the people of the Eastern Barren Territory today to make himself more famous. Are you looking for me? A cold voice sounded, and a figure stepped out. Lu Ming's eyes moved. It was Dishan. Huang Kuei looked at Dishan and said, "You're Dishan." That's right. Dishan nodded calmly. You came at the right time. Come, I'll take care of you too. Huang Kuei sneered. Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword power rose from Dishan's body. A mighty sword chi was as tall as the sky and exuded supreme pressure. Huang Kuei's expression changed drastically, and he broke out in cold sweat. Spiritual God, you're a spiritual god. Huang Kuei shouted in horror. Clang. A sword cry resounded as the sword chi slashed toward Huang Kuei. Huang Kuei retreated in horror. At the same time, he performed bloodline fusion and used all his strength to block the attack. But it was in vain. The sword chi slashed and the blood claw exploded. Huang Kuei's body smashed into the ground below like a cannonball, creating a huge pit. Huang Kuei lay in the pit and kept coughing up blood. The crowd fell silent, and then they burst into an uproar. This person is so strong. He defeated Huang Kuei in one move. He's a spiritual god. I didn't expect there to be such a genius in the Eastern Barren territory. His name is Dishan. Before the Battle of Providence, he was ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. Later, he was defeated by someone called Lu Ming in the Battle of Providence. Now, he's ranked second. What? There's a stronger genius in the Eastern Barren territory? Chapter 1060. Dishan did not even look at Huang Kuei as he turned around and was about to head for the Jade Annulus. You think you can leave after beating up someone from Cold Blood Hall? A cold voice rang out as a blood-robed youth stepped out and blocked Dishan's path. It's Sanguinarum. Someone exclaimed. Sanguinarum is going to make a move. Even more people's eyes were burning with passion. Some time ago, they had heard that Sanguinarum had entered the spiritual god realm while Dishan was also at the spiritual god realm. The two spiritual god realm geniuses were about to make a move, which made many people's eyes light up. For Dishan to be able to break through to the spiritual god realm at his age, he was definitely a second-class genius. It was rare to see two second-class geniuses make a move. You want to make a move? Then let's do it. I also want to see how outstanding the Central Continent geniuses are. Dishan said calmly, but his tone was full of confidence. Now that he had made a major breakthrough in the space will, he was confident that he was not weaker than anyone. Even if he faced Lu Ming again, he was 100% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Sanguinarum's eyes were cold as his body emitted a shocking blood-red light. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, many figures appeared in the sky. All of them were giants among men. Jing Kongling, Sandalwood Fairy, Junyu, Yin Bupo, Kong Xian, some people recognized that they were all second-class geniuses. There were more than 10 of them. This made people's hearts tremble. Apart from the Battle of Providence, this was the gathering of the second-class geniuses. Obviously, the battle between Sanguinarum and Dishan had attracted them. Boom! Boom! Sanguinarum and Dishan released a terrifying aura at the same time. A saber radiance shot up into the sky from Sanguinarum's body, while a sword radiance shot out from Dishan's body. The saber radiance and sword radiance clashed, and their power was extremely terrifying. Clang! The sword radiance and saber radiance met in the air, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. At this moment, Sanguinarum and Dishan moved at the same time. Blood-gathering heavenly saber. Big Dipper Emperor sword. As soon as they made their move, both of them executed low-grade divine rank martial skills. At their level, there was no need for probing anymore. Every move they made was a killing move, and they had to carry out an incomparably terrifying killing move. Boom! The saber and the sword collided. Saber light and sword chi overflowed, cutting the space in half. One side was the saber world, and the other side was the sword world. The two of them retreated at the same time before colliding again. Boom! 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 In just a few breaths, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of blows. Spatial cracks were constantly being torn apart in the sky. The deep spatial cracks seemed to be able to suck in one's mind. It was incomparably terrifying. Many people kept retreating, not daring to stand too close. Because their combat strength was too strong, and it far surpassed an ordinary first-level spirit god. Even the energy that leaked out from their bodies was capable of killing an ordinary first-level spirit god. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. There were only a dozen or so people who could stand at the front to watch the battle. They were all at the same level as Sanguinarum. The Emperor God's combat strength has made a major breakthrough. It's even more unfathomable now. Lu Ming did not fly up into the sky. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the jade platform in front of the jade wall and looked up. He felt that the Emperor God had not used his full strength at all. Bloodthirsty Realm. Sanguinarum executed the Bloodthirsty Realm, but it was useless. It was split apart by the Emperor God's sword. Sanguinarum's face turned solemn. He was starting to lose confidence in the battle. How can he be so strong? The Emperor God is only ranked second in the Eastern Wilderness. How can there be such an expert in the Eastern Wilderness? Sanguinarum's mind raced. Finally, he executed the bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-red bat. After executing the bloodline fusion, Sanguinarum let out a cry and released a terrifying sound wave attack. At the same time, it flapped its wings and charged towards the Emperor God like a blood-red lightning bolt. However, the Emperor God stood there motionless. "You're not dodging. Go to hell." Sanguinarum's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he charged towards the Emperor God. However, when he reached the Emperor God, he felt that something was amiss. It was just an illusion. At this moment, the Emperor God suddenly appeared behind Sanguinarum and slashed out with his sword. This is space essence. Many people's pupils contracted rapidly. They were in disbelief. Oh no! Sanguinarum sensed danger and flapped his wings to dodge the attack. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the Emperor God stepped in the air and his body flashed in and out of the air. He was extremely fast and charged towards Sanguinarum. Instant step. However, compared to the Battle of Providence, the Emperor God's instant step was much stronger. He was extremely fast and could move a few miles in a flash. It was impossible to catch him. Space essence. It's really the space essence. This time, even more people saw it, and some people cried out in alarm. Gosh, it's really the space essence. How is this possible? Someone in the Eastern Wilderness has comprehended the space essence. Unbelievable. Yang Patian, one of the top 5 youths, has comprehended the space essence. I didn't expect someone in the Eastern Wilderness to have comprehended the space essence as well. Waves of exclamations and cries of disbelief could be heard from all around. Space and time were king. The space essence was too strong. It was not just a saying. Even Jing Kongling and the other second-class prodigies looked solemn. In their hearts, the Emperor God was an extremely terrifying opponent. Space essence. It's the space essence. Then I'll break your space essence. Sanguinarum shouted. The blood-winged heavenly bat opened its mouth and roared. A terrifying sound wave burst out. Wherever the sound wave passed, the space rippled like water. In the end, it cracked open, revealing deep spatial rifts. The Emperor God frowned. His aura became stronger and stronger as he slashed out with his sword. This sword contained 3 types of concepts. The sword essence, the golden flame essence, and the space essence. This sword moved the space and formed a large space crack. The sword light slashed out. It was unstoppable as it slashed towards Sanguinarum. Sanguinarum shouted. Blood-winged heavenly bat's wings were like blades as it slashed out with its strongest attack. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Rays of light swept across the sky. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. A hole seemed to have been punched in the sky. Bang! A figure retreated quickly. It was the blood-winged heavenly bat. As the blood-winged heavenly bat retreated, he turned back into his human form. However, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Sanguinarum was injured. Do you still want to fight? The Emperor God's hair fluttered. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Sanguinarum. He had an invincible confidence. That's it for today. We'll fight another day. Sanguinarum's face turned ugly. He snorted coldly. Then, his figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared. Sanguinarum actually left just like that. Everyone knew that Sanguinarum had lost. He had lost to the Emperor God. Chapter 1061. Di Shen, a genius from Eastern Wilderness, had defeated Sanguinarum, shocking everyone. Di Shen is so powerful. He didn't even use his bloodline. I didn't expect there to be someone like him in Eastern Wilderness. I heard that Di Shen is a direct descendant of a martial emperor in Eastern Wilderness. He's so talented that he's ranked second in Eastern Wilderness. What? Di Shen is ranked second in Eastern Wilderness? I thought he was the top genius in Eastern Wilderness. Who's ranked first then? Lu Ming is ranked first. Di Shen is so powerful, but Lu Ming is able to defeat him. What kind of genius is he? Looks like this generation is a great era. Even Eastern Wilderness has risen to prominence. Geniuses like Lu Ming and Di Shen are born. Many people were amazed by Di Shen's power. They were also curious about Lu Ming, who was able to defeat Di Shen. Sanguinarum is so unlucky. He has lost a few battles in the past year. He was defeated by a genius called Lu Shaoqing a year ago, and now he's defeated by Di Shen. That's how the fight between geniuses works. The weak will become the stepping stones of the stronger. Some people who had grudges with Cold Blood Hall deliberately dug up Sanguinarum's past. Looks like we have another powerful opponent in the future. Demonic Mountain Lord said, his eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. He's really terrifying. Yin Bupo nodded. His combat strength was almost the same as Sanguinarum's, and he was probably no match for Di Shen. According to the World Academy, Tian Su Cave is open. Anyone who passes it can enter the marrow cleansing pool once. Suddenly, a piece of news came, causing an uproar at the scene. What? Tian Su Cave is open. Anyone who passes it can enter the marrow cleansing pool. Is that true? It's true. It's definitely true. The news came from the headmaster of the World Academy. Gosh, it's great that I can enter the marrow cleansing pool. I want to give it a try too. You? Stop dreaming. Who doesn't know that the World Academy's Sky Market Cave is terrifyingly difficult? Since ancient times, very few people have been able to pass it. How would you know if you don't try? I heard that the Heavenly Ruin Cave doesn't test one's strength. Everyone who enters the Heavenly Ruin Cave will face different situations. There was once a martial king who entered the Heavenly Ruin Cave. That's true. Let's give it a try. After an intense discussion, countless people flew in a certain direction. Sky Market Cave. Marrow Cleansing Pool. I didn't expect the World Academy to open the Marrow Cleansing Pool. I can fight for it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The World Academy's Marrow Cleansing Pool was famous all over the world. Entering the Marrow Cleansing Pool would allow a martial artist's physical body to undergo a metamorphosis, complete a sublimation, and finally reach perfection. One of the most important conditions for breaking through to the martial emperor realm was to have a perfect grade 9 physical body. However, after cultivating the perfect grade 9 physical body, it would be difficult to complete it. There would be a hurdle that would be difficult to cross. However, the Marrow Cleansing Pool could complete the perfect grade 9 physical body and lay the first foundation for breaking through to the martial emperor realm. Many peerless geniuses who aspired to become martial emperors were tempted. For example, Jing Kongling, Junyu, and the others. Even those geniuses who knew that they had no chance of breaking through to the martial emperor realm were tempted. Who wouldn't want to have a stronger physical body? Lu Ming was also tempted. His physical body had reached the perfect grade 9 physical body. If he could cultivate his physical body to the perfect grade 9 physical body in the marrow cleansing pool, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Lu Ming also left the jade platform and followed the crowd in a certain direction. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge mountain. This mountain was extremely huge. The bottom of the mountain was at least 100 miles wide. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave. This was the Sky Market Cave. The Sky Market Cave led from here to the other side of the mountain. It was 100 miles long. As long as one could pass through the Sky Market Cave and come out from the other side, one would be considered to have passed the Sky Market Cave and be given a slot to enter the marrow cleansing pool. However, the Sky Market Cave was extremely mysterious. It was said that everyone who entered would encounter different things. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to pass it. It was extremely mysterious. I'll give it a try. A young man rushed into the Sky Market Cave. Soon, a light flashed outside the Sky Market Cave and he was teleported out. He returned to the crowd dejectedly. What happened? What did you encounter? Someone asked. As soon as I entered, I encountered a powerful beast. It slapped me and I was severely injured. That's why I was teleported out. Fortunately, the injury was fake. I recovered as soon as I came out. That person replied. I'll give it a try. Another person rushed in. After a while, he was also teleported out. Someone asked him. The person said that he encountered a battle sword and it directly chopped him into pieces. Everyone looked at each other. Indeed, everyone who entered would encounter different situations. It was impossible to know the flaws, weaknesses, and patterns. Next, the Sky Prides entered the Sky Market Cave one after another. However, none of them succeeded. Jing Kongling, Junyu, and the other Sky Prides did not move. They stood in the void and watched quietly. Lu Ming did not move either. He was not in a hurry and let the others go first. In the end, Lu Ming closed his eyes and comprehended the will of heaven and earth. For 10 days, countless people went in. However, none of them succeeded. Everyone was dejected. Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjing, and the other grade 3 Sky Prides also went in. However, they all failed. Yin Bupo went in. Someone shouted. Many people were shocked. Finally, a grade 2 Sky Pride made a move. Yin Bupo went in for a long time. After half an hour, he still had not come out. Can Yin Bupo make it? Someone guessed. It was very likely that he had not come out after half an hour. Grade 2 Sky Prides were indeed different. Someone went to the other side of the mountain and waited to see if Yin Bupo would come out of the Sky Market Cave. Suddenly, a light flashed at the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. Yin Bupo was also sent out. Sigh. Yin Bupo sighed. He had also failed. This Sky Market Cave is too difficult. Even a grade 2 Sky Pride can't make it. It's indeed too difficult. I wonder if the 5 young overlords can make it. Many people sighed. Whoosh! A ray of blood light rushed in. It's Sanguinarum. Someone recognized him. Sanguinarum had apparently recovered from his injuries. He also appeared here and wanted to try the Sky Market Cave. Unfortunately, similar to Yin Bupo, he was also sent out after half an hour. He had also failed. Next, Junyu, Sandalwood Fairy, and the others went in one after another. However, they all failed. Wu Qingkong went in. Someone whispered. A young man in a white robe with a long sword on his back stepped into the Sky Market Cave. Wu Qingkong, the number 1 Sky Pride of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. He was an extremely terrifying and powerful figure. He was very famous in the Central Continent. Grade 2 Sky Prides were also divided into strong and weak ones. Wu Qingkong was undoubtedly one of the top Grade 2 Sky Prides. He was known as one of the strongest sky prides after the 5 young overlords. Chapter 1062. Almost an hour had passed since Wuqinkong entered. In the end, Wuqinkong failed and was sent out. Even Wuqinkong failed. Will we be able to get through the Tianshu cave? Yeah, it's too difficult. Maybe he can't even pass the 5 giants. That's not necessarily true. The Tianshu cave doesn't test pure combat strength. Many people sighed. Even Wuqinkong could not pass it. It was too difficult. Wuqinkong flew to the side with his combat sword on his back and sat in the air calmly. I'll give it a try. Jing Kongling stepped into the air and entered the Tianshu cave, surrounded by clouds. However, no one was optimistic about Jing Kongling. Even Wuqinkong had failed. No one thought that Jing Kongling could pass. Almost an hour later, a cry of surprise came from the exit of the Tianshu cave. Success! Jing Kongling succeeded. Exclamations rose and fell. What? Jing Kongling succeeded? Let's go and see. Instantly, many people flew to the other side of the mountain. Even Sandalwood Fairy, Jianghu, and Wuqinkong could not help but fly to the other side of the mountain. When they arrived, they saw Jing Kongling standing in the void. Jing Kongling had passed the Tianshu cave. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, 2 beams of light flew down from the white jade palace in the sky and turned into 2 white-robed elders. They were the 2 elders of the World Academy. Ha, Miss Jing Kongling, congratulations on obtaining a spot to enter the marrow cleansing pool. This token is for you. The marrow cleansing pool will open in half a month. With this token, you can enter the marrow cleansing pool. An old man laughed. A badge appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Jing Kongling. Thank you, senior. Jing Kongling thanked him and took the token. Many people looked at Jing Kongling enviously. This was a token that could allow one to enter the marrow cleansing pool. Yin Bupo, Sanguinarum, Jianghu, and the others were even more envious. They were all aspiring sovereigns. The marrow cleansing pool could save them a lot of time. Wuqinkong's eyes were burning with passion. He looked at Jing Kongling possessively. Everyone knew that Wuqinkong was Jing Kongling's admirer, but Jing Kongling did not seem to be interested in him. Sister Kongling, congratulations. Sandalwood Fairy smiled and walked towards Jing Kongling to congratulate him. Fairy Sandalwood did not feel anything about the marrow cleansing pool. She cultivated the Tao of inscription, so the strength of her physical body did not matter much. Jing Kongling was also quite happy. At first, she didn't think that she would be able to pass. Then, everyone returned to the entrance of the Heavenly Market Cave. A tall and straight figure stepped in. It's him, Emperor God. Many people's eyes flickered. After defeating Sanguinarum last time, Dishan's fame had increased greatly and he had attracted a lot of attention. Many people were watching and guessing whether the Imperial God could pass through the Sky Market Cave. It shouldn't be possible. The pure void spirit is a special case. I really don't know what the requirements are for entering the Heavenly Market Cave. It's too difficult to pass through the Heavenly Market Cave. Based on this ratio, less than 10 people in the world can pass through. Indeed, the World Academy already knew that not many people could pass. That's why they opened the marrow cleansing pool. Otherwise, if everyone could pass, the World Academy would suffer a huge loss. Some people were chatting and waiting. Suddenly, he passed. Dishan passed. Another cry of surprise rang out. What? He passed? How is that possible? A group of people was shocked and hurriedly flew over to take a look. Indeed, they saw Dishan at the entrance of the Heavenly Market Cave. Dishan really passed through the Heavenly Market Cave. This Dishan is amazing. Some people sighed and began to re-evaluate Dishan. Dishan had first defeated Sanguinarum, and now he had passed through the Heavenly Market Cave. It was really amazing. Naturally, many people thought of Lu Ming. Anyone who knew about the Eastern Wilderness geniuses knew that Lu Ming, not Di Shen, was the strongest in the Eastern Wilderness. Even Wu Qingkong stared at Di Shen with two beams of terrifying sword light in his eyes. As expected of Di Shen, the strongest descendant of Di. In the crowd, Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Di Shen was indeed very strong and talented. He had comprehended 3 types of intent realm, and he even had a terrifying intent realm like the space intent realm. During the War of Providence, Lu Ming had relied on the combination of the Path of Inscription to barely suppress Di Shen. In Lu Ming's heart, he had never underestimated Di Shen. Now that more than a year and a half had passed, Di Shen had become even more terrifying. In the White Jade Palace above, the 2 elders flew down again and looked at Di Shen in surprise. Another person had passed. This was indeed beyond the expectations of the World Academy's higher-ups. Young Master Di Shen, take this token. With it, you can enter the marrow cleansing pool to cultivate. One of the elders handed Di Shen a token. Di Shen took it and thanked the elder. Yang Patian is here. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the front. What? Yang Patian, one of the 5 giants, is here. The scene was filled with exclamations. Then, one by one, they rushed forward. In the air, a young man walked over. This young man had his hands behind his back. His hair was loose, and he was tall and burly. His eyes were bright and full of wildness. Step by step, he walked very slowly, but there was a supreme majesty exuding from him. Everyone felt a huge pressure weighing down on their hearts. Wu Qingkong, Junyu, and the other sky prides looked solemn. Di Shen's eyes revealed a trace of battle intent. Like Di Shen, Yang Patian had also cultivated the space intent realm. Is this Yang Patian, one of the 5 young giants? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at Yang Patian. Yang Patian gave him a strong sense of pressure. He had a feeling that this person was very strong and dangerous. Yang Patian walked in the air. Without looking at the crowd, he walked into the Sky Market Cave and disappeared. Let's go to the exit. Yang Patian should be able to pass through the Sky Market Cave. Many people flew to the exit of the Sky Market Cave. Even the 2 elders from the World Academy did not leave. Instead, they waited at the exit. Half an hour later, a tall figure stepped out of the Sky Market Cave's exit. Yang Patian. He had indeed passed through the Sky Market Cave. Amazing, amazing. The 5 giants should be able to pass through the Sky Market Cave. That's right. The 5 giants are too terrifying. In the past, they were all sky prides that only appeared once in 1,000 years. However, 5 of them appeared at the same time in this generation. Many people sighed. The 5 giants were the pinnacle of all the sky prides in the central continent. The ultimate goal of all the young people was to be powerful. It was certain that they would become supremes. In the future, there was a high chance that they would break through to the emperor realm. In other words, they were the next generation of emperors. It's time for me to give it a try. Lu Ming smiled. He walked to the entrance and stepped in. Chapter 1063. After Yang Patian received the token from the World Academy's elder, many people returned to the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. After Yang Patian put away the token, he stepped into the air and left as if there was nothing worth his attention. Another person went in. Who is it? I wanted to go in and give it a try. I don't know him. He's just a small fry. I think he'll come out in less than 2 minutes. Today is really exciting. 3 people passed the Sky Market Cave in a row. Yeah, but the strongest group of people have already gone in. I don't think anyone else will pass. Many people chatted casually, planning to wait for Lu Ming to fail and be teleported out. But 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed and Lu Ming still hadn't come out. Nest, that guy can actually hold on for so long. Strange. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe he'll come out in a while. However, they waited for a long time, but Lu Ming still didn't come out. They couldn't help but look at each other. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the Sky Market Cave, his surroundings changed and he arrived on a platform. Formation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There was an extremely powerful formation in the Sky Market Cave. No, my cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ming was shocked to discover that his cultivation level had been decreasing at a rapid pace. From the Spirit God realm to the Spirit Embryo realm, then to the Spirit Sea realm, King realm, Martial Ancestor. In the end, Lu Ming's cultivation fell all the way to the 9th level of the Martial Warrior realm before stopping. His Intent realm, 2nd bloodline, and 3rd bloodline were all sealed. Only the 9 Dragons bloodline wasn't sealed. The combat strength he could exert was actually similar to when he was at the 9th level of the Martial Warrior realm. Beside Lu Ming, there was a long spear. In front of the platform, a figure condensed. It was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back. The aura he emitted was at the 1st level of the Martial Master realm. That long spear is your weapon. If you can defeat me, you can go to the next level. The middle-aged man said coldly. Then, he unsheathed his sword and a sharp sword light cut through the air, making an ear-piercing sound as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out the long spear beside him, shook it, and displayed the astral fire spear art. Whoosh! The long spear turned into a beam of rainbow light and pierced through the middle-aged man's forehead, killing him instantly. The middle-aged man's figure collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Is this a test of my battle prowess in the Martial Warrior 9th layer? Lu Ming guessed. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared in front of the platform. The 3 middle-aged men looked exactly the same, and their cultivations were all at Martial Master realm. The 3 of them unsheathed their swords at the same time and charged at Lu Ming. With a flick of his spear, he engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 middle-aged men. In a short while, the 3 of them were killed. When Lu Ming had been a 9th level martial warrior, it had not been difficult for him to kill a 1st level martial master. After killing the 3 people, the surrounding environment changed again and Lu Ming appeared on another platform. My cultivation has reached the 9th level martial master realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he discovered that his cultivation had reached the 9th level martial master realm. In front of him, another middle-aged man appeared. He looked the same as the previous one, but his cultivation was completely different. This middle-aged man emitted an aura of a 1st level martial master realm. Sure enough, was this a test of Lu Ming's battle prowess at each stage? There was nothing to say. The 2 of them fought and Lu Ming killed the middle-aged man in just one move. In the next moment, 3 other middle-aged men at the 1st level martial master realm appeared and were also killed by Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the 9th level martial master realm, and the opponent that appeared was at the 1st level martial ancestor realm. The outcome was the same. Lu Ming overcame all the difficulties and passed this round. In the next stage, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the half-step king realm, and his opponent was at the 1st level martial king realm. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that he could use the power of the 2nd bloodline. However, he could only unleash the power of the half-step king realm. In this battle, Lu Ming spent a bit of time. Because the further he went, the harder it was to fight across realms. However, Lu Ming still passed. Then, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak king realm, and his opponent became at the 1st level spiritual sea realm. This battle took up a lot of time, but he still managed to pass it. Then, it was the perfect spiritual sea realm and the 1st level spirit embryo realm. He also passed. However, when Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the perfect spirit embryo realm and the 1st level battle spirit god realm, he encountered a real challenge. In the beginning, when he faced a 1st level spirit god realm, Lu Ming could still relax and kill him in the end. However, when he fought against 3 1st level spirit god realm experts, he encountered a huge challenge. Lu Ming used all his strength to fight against the 3 1st level spirit god realm experts. This battle lasted for half an hour. Lu Ming killed the 3 1st level spirit god realm experts with great difficulty, and he himself was severely injured. This is too difficult. If it's all this difficulty, how did Jing Kongling pass? How did the Emperor God pass? Lu Ming thought speechlessly. It was hard to say, but Lu Ming was sure that Jing Kongling and the Emperor God couldn't kill 3 first-level Spirit God Realm experts when their spirit embryos were at the perfect stage. Everyone faces different situations in the Sky Market Cave. Could it be that my luck is bad and I encountered a difficult one? Lu Ming was speechless. At this time, the surrounding environment changed. Lu Ming discovered that there was a cave entrance in front of him. Bright light shone from the cave entrance. Lu Ming passed through the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that his cultivation had recovered to the first-level Spirit God realm, and the injuries he suffered earlier had also healed. Without hesitation, he took a step out. As soon as he stepped out, he saw that some people outside the cave were staring at him in disbelief. At the entrance of the Heavenly Ruins cave, there were undoubtedly more people guarding it. However, at this moment, some of them were already impatient. Who is it? Why hasn't he come out after so long? I've been waiting for an hour. Yeah, who went in just now? Could it be another second-class prodigy? I didn't see him just now. No, I've never seen that person before. I don't know him. You don't know him? He must be a small fry. How could he have been in there for so long? Could he have passed? Impossible, he can't have passed. At this time, an incredulous shout came from the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. He passed. Another person passed. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? The voices were clearly heard, and the people at the entrance of the Sky Market Cave were stunned. They looked at each other in dismay. He passed. Who is it? Let's go take a look. At this time, almost everyone flew toward the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. When they saw Lu Ming, they were all shocked. This was because no one knew him. They had never seen him before. Lu Ming smiled bitterly as he looked around. His tanned face revealed a simple and honest smile. Is he from the Eastern Wilderness? Someone asked the Emperor God. No, I've never seen him before. The Emperor God shook his head. He's not from the Northern Plains either. The ones who spoke were a few burly young men. They were carrying maces and axes, and their auras were wild. Chapter 1064. He's not from the Eastern Wilderness or the Northern Plains. He's definitely not from the Western Desert. Could he be a genius from Nanming? Impossible. No one from Nanming comes here. Everyone continued to talk about it, trying to guess Lu Ming's identity. However, in the end, no one knew who Lu Ming was. The Sky Market Cave is mysterious. Not only the strongest geniuses can pass it. Some ordinary geniuses can pass it if they're lucky. Someone said. Everyone looked at him strangely. Some of them looked at Lu Ming passionately. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 white-haired elders descended from the sky. They were the 2 elders from the World Academy. The 2 elders were surprised to see Lu Ming. They thought that no one would be able to pass the Sky Market Cave after Yang Patian. They did not expect someone to succeed. Young friend, take this token. The marrow cleansing pool will open in half a month. You can enter it with this token. One of the elders took out a token and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, elders. Lu Ming took the token and thanked them with cupped fists. The 2 old men smiled faintly and turned to leave. Many people looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand with passion. Among them, Wu Qingkong, Sanguinarum, and other second-grade geniuses were the most excited. Please make way. Lu Ming put away the token and revealed a simple and honest smile. He squeezed through the crowd and headed toward the all-encompassing Jade Wall. He was no longer interested in who would pass the Sky Market Cave. In the crowd, Sanguinarum looked at Lu Ming's back. Dandan, how's the research going? When he arrived at the Jade Annulus, he saw Dandan pacing back and forth, studying it carefully. I've already made some progress. Kid, don't disturb me. After a while, I'll definitely give you a big surprise. Dandan ignored Lu Ming and continued his research. This guy. Lu Ming smiled and ignored Dandan. He searched for a suitable jade disc and continued to comprehend. The all-appearances jade annulus was all-encompassing. Anything could be found in it. Soon, Lu Ming found an incomparably mysterious jade wall. Before this jade wall, Lu Ming could comprehend the profound principles of the concept of fire. Lu Ming carefully comprehended. With Lu Ming's current perception, he had gained a lot. In just a few days, Lu Ming's concept of fire had gained a lot. He felt that he could break through at any time and reach the 4th level of the concept of fire. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to comprehend. After another 3 days, Lu Ming's concept of fire really made a breakthrough, reaching level 4 lower tier. This trip to the World Academy was worth it. He had gained a lot. Young hero, my young master invites you in. At this time, a young woman walked to Lu Ming's side, smiling sweetly. Who is your young master? Lu Ming frowned slightly. You'll know when you get there. It's on that mountain not far away. The woman pointed to a mountain in the east. Okay, I'll go with you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then followed the young woman and flew toward the mountain. The mountain was only about 100 miles away from the all-appearances jade annulus. They arrived in a flash. There were 2 figures on the mountain. One of them was Sanguinarum, while the other was older and wore a blood-red robe. He must be an expert from Cold Blood Hall. Sanguinarum smiled when he saw Lu Ming. Ha, how should I address you, brother? I'm from the mountains. You won't know me even if I tell you. May I know what business you have with me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh, it's very simple. I want to buy your token to enter the marrow cleansing pool. How many origin stones do you need? You can name a price. Sanguinarum said. So it's because of this. Lu Ming sneered. When he saw Sanguinarum, he guessed that Sanguinarum was looking for him because of his token. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I have no intention of selling the token. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Sanguinarum's face darkened when he saw Lu Ming's refusal. You'd better think about it. The marrow cleansing pool is of no use to you. It'll only be a waste. Only in my hands can it be maximized. There was a hint of threat in his tone. He looked at Lu Ming with disdain. What he meant was that the marrow cleansing pool would be a waste in Lu Ming's hands. It's my business whether it's a waste or not. You don't have to worry about it. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lu Ming said coldly and turned to leave. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying and powerful aura rose and a strong pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. It was Master Shueluozi. At this moment, Master Shueluozi's eyes were cold as he said, Brat, even if you don't want to, you have to. That token is a complete waste on you. Only with me will it be able to bring out its full potential. It can only be used to its greatest potential when it's on you. Lu Ming looked at Sanguinarum with disdain and said, First, you were defeated by Lu Shaoqing. Then, you were defeated by the Emperor God. A loser like you is acting all high and mighty. Aren't you ashamed? In my opinion, it's a waste to give the token to you. How dare you? Sanguinarum roared and said coldly, Kid, I wanted to buy it from you with origin stones. It seems like there's no need for that now. Hand it over. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The old man next to Sanguinarum also stared coldly at Lu Ming. That elder was definitely a powerful cultivator, a terrifying powerful cultivator. He gave Lu Ming a very dangerous feeling. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. This was the World Academy. Idiot. Lu Ming looked at Sanguinarum with disdain and said, Do you think this is Cold Blood Hall? This is the World Academy. There are emperors here. I'm afraid even the emperors have seen what you've done. Do you still want to rob me? You Sanguinarum gritted his teeth. Indeed, this was the World Academy. Lu Ming had obtained the token to enter the marrow cleansing pool through the Cave of Heaven Market. If Lu Ming had given the token to him, the World Academy might not have cared. However, if they wanted to rob him, the World Academy would not sit by and do nothing. He thought that given his status, Lu Ming, this lad who appeared out of nowhere, would definitely be scared to death. He would give him face and obediently give him the token. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming did not give him any face at all. Kid, you can't hide in the World Academy forever. You'd better leave yourself a way out. The old man said coldly. This was a blatant threat. He meant that if Lu Ming left the World Academy, no one would be able to protect him. Ha! Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered to say more. He simply ignored Shueluazi and the elder and turned to leave. The old man and Sanguinarum were so angry that their faces turned green. They were ignored by Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked toward the Plenitude Jade Wall. However, he was stopped by someone on the way. It was Wu Qingkong from the Sky Martial Sword Sect. Chapter 1065. What's the matter? Lu Ming asked coldly. Hand over your medallion and give me the spot to enter the marrow cleansing pool. Wu Qingkong was very direct and went straight to the point. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Indeed, it was because of the spot to enter the marrow cleansing pool. These people really thought that he was a pushover. Jing Kongling had the Floating Mountain sect and Yang Patian behind him, so they did not dare to offend him. The Dishan had shown great strength and the Di Tian Divine Palace was behind him. However, they did not go looking for him. Without a doubt, Lu Ming, who had appeared out of nowhere, had become a hot steamed bun. Idiot! Lu Ming said and did not bother with Wu Qingkong. He took a step forward and moved like a beam of light, instantly arriving at the myriad jade annulus. He continued to search for the corresponding jade annulus. Wu Qingkong's eyes were as sharp as swords as he looked in the direction Lu Ming left. Lu Ming was very unhappy. If these people continued to pester him, Lu Ming did not mind using thunderous means to teach them a lesson. Lu Ming continued searching for the jade annulus. Soon, he found a jade annulus with a profound state of thunder and carefully comprehended it. Time flowed like water. Half a month had passed since Lu Ming passed through the heavenly ruin cave. At this moment, someone came to inform Lu Ming that the marrow cleansing pool had opened and he could enter. Lu Ming followed this person and flew over many mountains before arriving at a small hill. When he arrived, he found that Jing Kongling, the Di Shen, and Yang Patian were already there. When Jing Kongling saw Lu Ming, he smiled. The Di Shen sized up Lu Ming curiously. As for Yang Patian, he had his hands behind his back and did not even look at Lu Ming. Alright, open the marrow cleansing pool. There were a few white-haired old men here. The mental energy flame on their foreheads jumped, and inscriptions appeared and entered the hill. Ka! Ka! The hill cracked open, revealing an ancient bluestone path leading to the front. Go, the marrow cleansing pool is just ahead. You only have 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, come out. An elder reminded. Everyone nodded. Yang Patian took the lead and walked towards the ancient bluestone road. Then, Di Shen, Jing Kongling, and Lu Ming stepped onto the ancient path one after another. Stepping on the ancient bluestone road, a land filled with dense spiritual energy appeared in front of them. On the ground, there were 9 ponds that emitted a faint mist, just like 9 celestial ponds. This was the marrow cleansing pool. Lu Ming was shocked. He hadn't expected there to be 9 marrow cleansing pools. However, the area was not large. Each of them was only a few meters in radius. The 4 of them each chose one and walked over, stepping into the marrow cleansing pool. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the marrow cleansing pool, he immediately felt a mysterious power around him. It kept drilling into his body. It was the pool water. It was the power of the pool water. The water of the marrow cleansing pond had a mysterious and unfathomable power. Of course, it wasn't just the water. The entire marrow cleansing pond had a kind of field energy that helped the water permeate Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his physical body was rapidly improving. Originally, Lu Ming's physical body had reached grade 9. Now, it was constantly climbing towards the peak of grade 9. So comfortable. Lu Ming exclaimed. Marrow cleansing was supposed to be a very painful thing. However, there was no pain at all here. Instead, he felt comfortable all over. Lu Ming could clearly feel that the impurities and dirt in his body were being cleaned out by a mysterious power. It made his body purer and cleaner. Time flew by quickly. Just like that, 3 days passed. Splash! Lu Ming rushed to the marrow cleansing pool, his eyes shining. So cool. Lu Ming felt refreshed and his body was ethereal. Now, his physical body was perfect. It was as if his body was made of divine stainless gold. It was strong and pure. Complete grade 9. Complete grade 9. Is this the limit of the physical body? Lu Ming felt carefully and his face was filled with joy. He had a feeling that his physical body was now complete and had reached a limit. It was impossible to improve it anymore. If it continued to improve, it would no longer be a mortal body. It would be another level. Jing Kongling, Di Shen, Yang Patian and the others also came out of the marrow cleansing pool with smiles on their faces. Obviously, they had also gained a lot. Yang Patian took the lead and walked out. Then, the others came out of the marrow cleansing pool one after another. Outside, the elders were still waiting. When they came out, the elders inscribed inscriptions and the hill returned to its original state. Boom! 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 At this moment, in the distance, 9 light pillars shot up into the sky. It was extremely shocking. Everyone looked in that direction in shock because it was the direction of the universal jade annulus. What was going on? Is this the Saint Mansion? The Saint Mansion is open. The elders of the World Academy were excited and their voices trembled. Saint Mansion? Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Legend had it that the universal jade annulus had a great secret. It was connected to a divine treasure and a secret land. It was very mysterious. 30,000 years ago, that divine treasure could be opened occasionally. Experts would enter to cultivate and comprehend the path. It contained great opportunities. But 30,000 years ago, there was a terrible war in the central continent. The ancient Saint dynasty rebelled. That war directly weakened the ancient Saint dynasty's Xia family, and the central continent was divided by the emperors. The World Academy was also seriously affected by that war. In the end, even the method to open the divine treasure was lost. Since then, that divine treasure and the Saint Mansion had never been opened. Could it be opened again? Whoosh! 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 Without hesitation, Lu Ming and the others flew in the direction of the universal jade annulus. At this moment, Lu Ming saw streaks of light flying out of the huge white jade palace in the sky. Streaks of light flew out of all the peaks of the World Academy and toward the universal jade annulus. Soon, Lu Ming and the others arrived. At this moment, all the universal jade annulus were glowing. Inscriptions appeared and gathered into 9 huge light pillars that shot into the sky. Outside the 9 light pillars, there were countless figures standing in a dense crowd. Obviously, the elites who were comprehending in the universal jade annulus had been expelled for some reason. Whoosh! As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a little turtle jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Dandan, what's going on? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Ha, Lu Ming, how is it? I've cracked the secret of this place. I've activated the formation here. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming proudly. You did it? Lu Ming was speechless. In fact, he had guessed that it might be because of Dandan, but he didn't expect it to be Dandan. This place is connected to a mystic realm. It's amazing! Dandan exclaimed. Boom! 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 At this moment, more and more people appeared in the sky. Some of the elders emitted terrifying auras. Supremes, so many Supremes. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this aura. It was the aura of a Supremes. Chapter 1066. The World Academy indeed had people who practiced the path of inscription and martial arts. They were extremely powerful and unfathomable. There were also many people whose auras were weaker than supreme beings, but they were still extremely powerful. They were definitely high-level spirit gods. The Sacred Mansion is open. The Sacred Mansion that hasn't been opened for 30,000 years has really opened. The Dean made the right decision. Voices echoed in the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, an old man stepped out and rushed toward one of the light pillars. However, as soon as he rushed in, he immediately revealed a look of horror and let out a scream. In the next moment, his body directly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Many people gasped and felt a chill run down their spine. That old man was definitely a high-level spirit god, but he died just like that. What's going on? How could this be? Legend has it that anyone can enter the Sacred Mansion. Why did Elder Wu die? In the World Academy, there were voices of disbelief. 30,000 years ago, regardless of gender or age, no matter how strong one's cultivation was, they could enter the Sacred Mansion to find opportunities and cultivate. But why did that old man die just now? Did the rules of the Sacred Mansion change? Someone made a guess. Many people felt that it was very likely. After all, the Sacred Mansion had not been opened for 30,000 years. It was also very likely that the rules had changed. In this way, no one dared to act rashly. No one knew if they would die if they rushed in. After that, the World Academy sent out experts to study and find out what was going on. The news of the World Academy's Sacred Mansion reopening also spread like a storm. Dandan, do you know what's going on? Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak 100 miles away with Dandan and asked. According to my speculation, the 9 light pillars are the space path, the passage to the arcane realm. However, this passage contains a time array, and there is a requirement for the age of the person who enters. However, I don't know the specific age limit, so I don't know. Dandan explained. There's a requirement for age? That's strange. Lu Ming was a little surprised because according to the rumors, there was no age limit in this arcane realm 30,000 years ago. However, it was useless to think too much about it. Next, Lu Ming cultivated while waiting for news. If he was able to enter at that time, Lu Ming didn't want to miss it. It was said that within that secret ground, there would be great opportunities. In the past, there would often be utmost powerful beings sitting in seclusion within. If those utmost powerful beings could leave behind something, that would be a great opportunity as well. That was because, according to the legends, the most powerful experts were all emperors. As the days passed, more and more people came to the World Academy. Many major forces received the news, and a large number of people rushed over. Some of the factions even sent 9 Heavens Supremes. For example, the forces closest to the World Academy, such as Floating Mountain, Cold Blood Hall, Sky Eagle Castle, Sky Martial Sword Sect, Demon Mountain, and G Family. There were also people from many smaller forces who had come. In fact, even more geniuses had arrived. For a moment, the World Academy was filled with powerful cultivators. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. At this time, the World Academy released news that they had investigated the rules of the entrance to the Saint Mansion Arcane Realm. Only living beings under the age of 50 could enter, and those over 50 who entered would die. Moreover, the World Academy and the 9 Heavens Supremes of the various factions had discussed that all of them could enter. However, because there were too many people coming to the World Academy, including those under the age of 50, it was obviously not feasible for so many people to enter. Therefore, the World Academy planned to screen those who had reached a certain level of fighting strength to enter. This was because it was said that the Saint Mansion Arcane Realm was also very dangerous. Those who didn't have enough fighting strength would also die. A day later, a huge formation rose up in a huge square of the World Academy. This formation was the screening place. Anyone under the age of 50 could participate in the selection of the Commander-in-Chief. Only those who passed could enter the Saint Mansion Arcane Realm. There was a sea of people gathered around the square. Countless people from various factions had gathered here. Lu Ming was also in the crowd. Some people were standing in the sky. Most of them were old, and some looked young. Everyone knew that these people were the 9 heavens supremes of the various factions. Puppets will form within the spell formation. Enter and kill the puppets. Every time you kill a puppet, you will be covered with quintessence chi. At first, it will be red, but as more quintessence chi gathers, the color of your quintessence chi will change. Then it will be orange, yellow, green, and finally violet. Only when the essence chi gathers on your body reaches yellow will you pass. You can enter the Saint Mansion Arcane Realm. If you don't, you will be eliminated. Start now. In the sky, an old man from the World Academy announced the rules of the screening. The rules were very simple. Enter the formation, kill the puppets, and accumulate essence chi. If one's essence chi reached a certain level, they would pass. As soon as the old man finished speaking, many people rushed into the formation. There were many young people, but most of them were men in their 30s or 40s. This time, anyone below the age of 50 could enter. Those who were 50 years old were a generation older than Lu Ming's generation. Naturally, there would be more people. This formation could accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. However, after a few minutes, people were transported out continuously. Their bodies were covered in a layer of red light. It was obvious that they had been eliminated. These people aren't even in the spirit embryo realm. Naturally, they can't enter. Lu Ming shook his head. He could tell the cultivation level of these people. More than 10 minutes later, more people were eliminated. Many of these people were covered in orange light, but they were still eliminated. Their cultivation was mostly below the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. After that, the people who were transported out all had yellow light on their bodies. These people were delighted because they had succeeded. As long as the light on their bodies reached yellow, it was considered a success. Looks like cultivation above the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm is more or less enough. Lu Ming thought to himself. He realized that the people who had succeeded were mostly above the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, there were also young geniuses whose cultivation was below the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. It was obvious that their battle prowess was above the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. After more than an hour, the first batch of people who entered all came out. The strongest few people were covered in purple light, which was incomparably astonishing. Lu Ming saw Jun Yu and Sanguinarum who were covered in purple light. However, there were more people in their 30s or 40s who were covered in purple light. These people had cultivated for a longer period of time, so their battle prowess was extremely strong. The second batch had tens of thousands of people entering. From this, it could be seen how many people were gathered at the World Academy. And this was only those below the age of 50. If there wasn't an age limit, the number of people would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming was also in the second batch. The moment he stepped into the formation, puppets that looked like demonic beasts condensed and pounced towards Lu Ming. Those below the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming punched out and these puppets turned into ashes. At the same time, red essence flew over and covered Lu Ming's body. Following that, more puppets condensed. However, these puppets were too weak and were easily killed by Lu Ming. The light covering Lu Ming's body also slowly condensed and brightened. Chapter 1067. A few minutes later, the light covering Lu Ming's body turned orange. I'll just pass the test later. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming slowed down. Lu Ming planned to just pass the test. The only way to enter the Sacred Mansion's secret realm was to make a fortune quietly. If he was too eye-catching, he would be targeted by many people. Lu Ming deliberately used his movement skill to avoid many puppets. After more than 10 minutes, the light on Lu Ming's body turned yellow. At this time, he deliberately let a beast claw him. Then, a ray of light shone on Lu Ming and he was sent out. When Lu Ming went out, many people looked at him. Because Lu Ming had passed the heavenly market cave, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, when they saw the light on Lu Ming's body, it immediately caused an uproar. Oh, it's that kid who passed the heavenly market cave. Why did he only last for a short while? And it's only yellow. I knew it. This guy was just lucky. He probably encountered something easier when he passed the heavenly market cave. Legend has it that in ancient times, someone passed the heavenly market cave without encountering anything. This guy is just lucky. What a piece of trash. That's right. So this guy is trash. I thought he was a rare genius. Bah! All around, pairs of disdainful eyes looked at Lu Ming and mocked him. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He knew very well in his heart. Why should he care about what others thought? Lu Ming walked to the side and closed his eyes to rest. So he's a piece of trash. Sanguinarum sneered. Wu Qinkong's eyes were cold. The screening continued. There were more than 100,000 people participating in the screening. In the end, 20,000 people passed the screening and could enter the Sacred Mansion's secret realm. Junyu, come up. Sanguinarum, come up. Kongling, come up. At this time, the supremes of the major forces in the sky were calling for the geniuses of their forces. Then, Junyu, Sanguinarum, Jing Kongling, Wu Qinkong, and the other geniuses flew into the sky. What's going on? Someone was surprised. I know. Legend has it that 30,000 years ago, the experts of the World Academy were able to obtain a rare treasure from the Saint Mansion's secret realm called the Saint Mansion Life Talisman. If you carry a Saint Mansion Life Talisman with you, if you are killed in the Saint Mansion's secret realm, the Life Talisman will save your life and allow you to revive outside the Saint Mansion's secret realm. What? There's actually such a precious treasure. That's right. But there aren't many life talismans left. The major factions must have spent a lot of money to buy them from the World Academy to protect their strongest geniuses. This is simply cheating. Many people sighed, feeling both envy and helplessness. With such a life talisman, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. He wouldn't have to worry about losing his life. In that case, he would be able to venture into dangerous places without any worries. Lu Ming naturally heard the discussions of the crowd. He could only sigh. It was really good to have a powerful force as a backer. Very soon, the various geniuses were assigned. Everyone, let me explain. The Saint Mansion's secret realm is divided into 9 regions. That's why there are 9 light pillars. Each light pillar will appear in a different region. Now, the 9 major factions will each take 1 light pillar. Those from the other factions will follow the 9 major factions into the secret realm. Let's go now. I'll say it again. Those who didn't pass the screening will be forbidden from entering. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. A white-haired elder from the World Academy announced the rules. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He was incomparably majestic. Everyone was stunned. This was a supreme. No one dared to go against him. Immediately, everyone flew towards the universal jade annulus. You, and you, follow us in. Some of the strong men from the Sky Martial Sword faction waved their hands and pointed at a group of people. Those people were from the smaller factions and had to follow the 9 major factions into the secret realm. This time, there were a total of 8 overlord factions. There was also the Medicine King Valley. Although the Medicine King Valley wasn't an overlord faction, they were on good terms with the major factions. They were very powerful and could be considered a major faction. Coincidentally, they occupied 9 light pillars. Those from the smaller factions that were pointed out by the Sky Martial Sword faction obediently followed the people from the Sky Martial Sword faction into a light pillar. Sure enough, those below 50 years old could enter without any problem. With a flash of light, the figures disappeared. You, follow us. An expert from Demon Mountain pointed at a group of people who entered a light pillar. Each faction pointed at a group of people who entered a light pillar and disappeared. You, follow us. A burly man from the Cold Blood Hall waved his hand and pointed at a group of people. Lu Ming was among them. Oh no, we're going to follow the Cold Blood Hall. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Someone whispered. He was very wary of the Cold Blood Hall. The Cold Blood Hall had always been known for their ruthlessness. What? You don't want to follow us? Then don't go in. A bunch of trash. What's the point of going in? The strong man from the Cold Blood Hall shouted coldly. Everyone's faces darkened. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. He saw a cold gaze staring at him. It was Sanguinarum. Lu Ming sneered. There were no senior experts in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. If these people continued to push their luck, Lu Ming did not mind killing them. In the end, those who were pointed out followed the Cold Blood Hall and entered the light pillar. This was a great opportunity. Who would want to miss it? There was a flash of light. The next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared on a flat ground. This area was very flat, but there was a huge mountain in the distance. A ray of light was emitted from the top of the mountain, forming a light shield that shrouded a huge territory in light. Lu Ming and the others were now in the light shield. Hey, my genuine vitality is greatly suppressed. It's difficult to fly. Me too. It's the light shield. It has a strong suppressive effect. At this time, voices came from all around. Lu Ming looked around and found many people from the Cold Blood Hall, as well as many who had entered the light pillar with him. Those who entered the light pillar would appear together. Lu Ming tried and found that his genuine vitality was greatly suppressed. Even if he could fly, his speed was extremely slow. There's treasure on the mountain top. Let's go check it out. Many people had their eyes on the mountain and rushed forward. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream in front of them. Light flashed and flames rose into the sky. Someone was burned to ashes in the flames. Formation, there's a big formation here. Someone shouted. Lu Ming also rushed forward and looked carefully. Sure enough, the path leading to the mountain was full of dangerous formations. But this further proved that there was treasure ahead. Otherwise, why would there be so many formations? Look, there's a spiritual herb ahead. Someone whispered. In front of them, there was a small purple tree on a small hill. The tree was crystal clear and seemed to be made of purple jade. It was extraordinary. There's more than one. Someone found another spiritual herb. Chapter 1068. Finally, someone could not help but carefully identify the gaps in the formation and carefully move forward. However, the formation glowed and several more people were killed in the formation. Everyone was finally scared. Although the spiritual herbs were good, they had to be alive to enjoy them. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Many people began to retreat. They planned to leave this place and head to other places to seek opportunities. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, a group of people in blood-red robes surrounded them. They were all experts from Cold Blood Hall. What are you doing? Why are you blocking our way? Someone asked. What are we doing? We asked you to come with us, so you have to do something. Otherwise, what's the use of trash like you? Go, lead the way. A burly man in his prime said in a cold voice. He was in his 40s, half a generation older than Lu Ming and the others. His chi and blood surged, and his aura was extremely powerful. His cultivation was unfathomable. This time, he was the leader of the Cold Blood Hall. What? You're asking us to pave the way for Cold Blood Hall? No, I'll never agree to that. A man in his prime refused. There were formations ahead. Wasn't it courting death to scout for Cold Blood Hall? You don't agree? Then die. Swish. The burly man from Cold Blood Hall took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of the man. The man wanted to resist, but he was enveloped by a terrifying force and could not move. Puff. The burly man's hand was like a knife and stabbed into the man's chest. The man let out a shrill scream, and then, under everyone's horrified eyes, the man's body shriveled and turned into a dried corpse. Cold Blood Hall's blood-sucking skill. Someone's voice trembled, and his face was full of fear. Now, are you coming in or not? The burly man looked coldly at the crowd. Everyone's face was pale. I knew it. Following Cold Blood Hall here would not end well. I shouldn't have come in. Someone sighed. But at this point, it was useless to say more. The group could only move forward. Brat, hurry up and go. Huang Kuei was also among the Cold Blood Hall people, and he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Huang Kuei indifferently, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he walked forward with the others. Sanguinarum stared at Lu Ming and sneered, his eyes cold. Hurry up. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. The burly man shouted coldly. His name was Xue Feng, and he was the top expert of the previous generation in Cold Blood Hall. Many people gritted their teeth and stepped forward. Light flickered, and a great formation appeared. In an instant, more than 10 people were killed. Ah, it's too dangerous. Going up like this is simply courting death. I beg you, let me go. Someone trembled in fear and begged for mercy loudly. What's your name? Some people aren't fine. If you shout again, I'll kill you right now. Xue Feng said ferociously. Sure enough, some people were fine. After walking for 100 meters, they did not come across the formation. This region was not completely filled with great formations. There were some gaps left, and one could move through them. However, one needed to have good eyesight, and not everyone could see them. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he continued to move forward for more than 100 meters without any problems. This kid is quite lucky. Sanguinarum stared coldly at Lu Ming. Last time, Lu Ming had refused to give him the opportunity to enter the marrow cleansing pool, so he hated Lu Ming and had been looking for a chance to kill him. Lu Ming looked around and carefully identified the gaps. With his eyesight, he could naturally see where there were no formations. His figure flashed left and right, and he came to a small hill where a small purple tree grew. It was only 1 meter tall and looked like a purple jade. It was full of essence and was very extraordinary. Purple gold tree. Lu Ming recognized the small tree. It was an upper LV8 spiritual herb. If cultivated well, it could even bear purple gold fruit and evolve into a LV9 spiritual herb. Lu Ming dug out the purple gold tree and put it away. He would plant it in the mountain river diagram when he had time. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Who told you to put away the spiritual herb? Throw it out and give it to us. Huang Kuei had been staring at Lu Ming. When he saw Lu Ming put away the spiritual herb, he immediately shouted. Idiot! Lu Ming glanced at Huang Kuei and said indifferently. What did you say? Kid, you're courting death. You're dead. You know you're dead. Huang Kuei shouted angrily. Xue Feng and the others also looked at Lu Ming. Oh. Come and kill me then. Lu Ming curled his lips. Don't come out if you dare. Huang Kuei looked at Lu Ming ferociously. His face was red, but he did not dare to step forward. Coward. Lu Ming pursed his lips. With a flash of his figure, he headed towards another spirit herb. Very soon, Lu Ming also put away the other spirit herb. No, he knows the art of inscription and can see the gaps in the formations. Xue Luozi roared, realizing what was going on. Lu Ming's movements were as smooth as flowing water. He was so fast that it did not seem like he was trying his luck, but he could see the gaps. Ha ha ha, these idiots. On his shoulder, Dandan laughed and his eyes lit up. There were so many spiritual herbs here that he was almost drooling. During this period, Dandan had eaten a lot of spiritual herbs. He felt that he was constantly recovering and remembered many things. When he saw the spiritual herbs, his eyes lit up. Damn it! Sanguinarum, Huang Kuei, Shui Feng, and the others gnashed their teeth. They could not wait to kill Lu Ming. Those who were lucky enough not to be killed by the formation stood still. Anyway, they did not have to be afraid of the Cold Blood Hall people in the formation. Lu Ming's body flashed and at least 7 or 8 spiritual herbs went into Lu Ming's pocket. These good-for-nothings, damn it. Use the inscription crystal. Shui Feng's killing intent flashed and a white crystal appeared in his hand. Senior brother Shui Feng, are you going to use the inscription crystal now? Sanguinarum and the others were a little distressed. The major forces had spent a lot of money and prepared many secret treasures for their disciples to enter the Saint Mansion's secret realm and obtain opportunities. The inscription crystal was a very rare treasure. Once used, it could freeze the formation and prevent it from exploding. It was most practical for exploring some secret realms. Yes, that mountain is no small matter. There should be some great treasures. Shui Feng clenched his teeth and pinched the inscription crystal. Suddenly, the inscription crystal shattered and turned into a layer of white light, rushing forward. Wherever the white light passed, it seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. All the formations were frozen. It's the inscription crystal. The formation is sealed. Let's go. Whoosh! Whoosh! Those who were forced by the Cold Blood Hall people rose into the air and rushed into the depths of the mountain. You're courting death. The Cold Blood Hall people shouted coldly and chased after those from the smaller forces. A terrible battle broke out in this area. Go to hell, boy. Huang Kuei was the first to rush toward Lu Ming. His blood-red claws clawed at Lu Ming. The claws were as sharp as knives and aimed at Lu Ming's heart. He wanted to suck Lu Ming's blood dry. Boom. Chapter 1069. Lu Ming's slap shook the space violently as if it could suppress the heavens. Before the slap arrived, Huang Kuei felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. He could not even breathe. No, no. At this moment, he was flustered, shocked, and scared. Lu Ming's palm was so big that it covered the sky. He wanted to scream, but he could not. Bang! Lu Ming's slap landed on him. Huang Kuei's body exploded into pieces. This time, everyone was shocked. Huang Kuei was the second genius of Cold Blood Hall, but he was killed by Lu Ming with a single slap. Boy, you have some strength. But how dare you kill a genius of Cold Blood Hall? You're courting death. Sanguinarum roared. He stepped on the air and blood rushed to the sky. He grasped the air and a saber appeared, slashing at Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had killed Huang Kuei with a single slap, Sanguinarum was still confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Huang Kuei was only a perfected spirit embryo, while he was already a spirit god. He could kill Huang Kuei with a snap of his fingers. He did not believe that Lu Ming, who had appeared out of nowhere, could be his match. Boom! Lu Ming struck again with a slap. Boom! Sanguinarum's saber light was shattered by Lu Ming's slap. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward Sanguinarum like a stream of light. Roar! 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 During this process, dragon roars were constantly heard from Lu Ming's body. Dragon power burst out one after another. Soon, 5 streams of dragon power burst out. Now, Lu Ming's body had reached the perfected 9th grade. Even if he used all his dragon power, there would not be scales on his skin. He could control them all. Lu Ming's strength increased sharply as 5 streams of dragon power burst out. He used the heaven-suppressing hell skill and slashed down. Hiss! The space shattered like a rag in Lu Ming's hand. The terrifying power made Sanguinarum shiver all over. Oh no! Sanguinarum was shocked. Blood vessels appeared on top of his head and turned into a blood-winged bat. With a roar, the space surged toward Lu Ming like a wave. However, Lu Ming's palm slashed across and the sound wave was split into two. A terrifying force erupted and blasted heavily on the blood-winged bat. With a miserable shriek, the blood-winged bat was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was simply unbelievable. Shueluozi, a second-class prodigy, was sent flying by Lu Ming with one move. His blood splattered across the sky. This was simply unbelievable. Who was this person? He was too terrifying. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming taking part in the screening, he thought that Lu Ming was a weakling. Now, it seemed that Lu Ming had obviously concealed his abilities. His true combat ability was simply terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming stepped in the air and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He instantly appeared above the blood-winged bat and stomped his feet. Boom! 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 The terrifying power blasted Sanguinarum's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood before his body collapsed and returned to human form. Bang! Lu Ming stomped heavily on Sanguinarum's nose. Sanguinarum's face caved in and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. He lay there and spat out blood. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the mid-first level of the spirit god realm, which was slightly higher than Sanguinarum's. In addition, his 5 intents were almost at the 4th level of the spirit god realm. His power was too strong when he used 5 streams of dragon power. Moreover, Lu Ming's heaven-suppressing hell skill had become even more terrifying after reaching the spirit god realm. He could completely crush Sanguinarum without using his bloodline. Stop! Kid, you're courting death. The people of Cold Blood Hall came to their senses and roared as they charged at Lu Ming. Those who dared to charge at Lu Ming were all in their 40s or 50s. They had cultivated for 10 or 20 years more than Lu Ming and the others. Their cultivation was very high. In an instant, 5 experts charged at Lu Ming. 3 of them were at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm and 2 were at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as another 2 streams of dragon power erupted. The 9 dragons' bloodline was at the 7th level of the divine realm. There were a total of 7 streams of dragon power. Lu Ming's power was extremely strong. He struck out with his palm, shaking heaven and earth and shattering the space. Bang! 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 In an instant, Lu Ming struck out 5 palms and clashed with each of the 5 experts. Bang! 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 The 3 strong men at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm screamed as their bodies exploded. They were killed in one move. The 2 experts at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm were also seriously injured. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated rapidly with fear in their eyes. The eyes of the people from the small forces almost popped out of their sockets. They had thought that Lu Ming was a weakling, but now they knew that he was a demon king. However, they were overjoyed. The stronger Lu Ming was, the better it would be for them. Only then would they have a chance to escape from Cold Blood Hall's clutches. Devour! Lu Ming clenched his left hand and the devouring power erupted. The blood essence of the 3 experts at the 1st level of the spirit god realm were all devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Shaoqing, you're Lu Shaoqing. Sanguinarum, who was still alive, shouted. He had fought with Lu Ming before and recognized the devouring power. What? He's Lu Shaoqing. Those who had heard of Lu Shaoqing were shocked. Kill! Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged at the 2 injured experts at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. The 2 of them were horrified. They retreated at high speed, but their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's body was like a stream of light, closing in on them at high speed. His palms crushed the void and struck the 2 of them. The two tried their best to resist, but it was useless. Their arms exploded and their chests caved in. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were on the verge of death. "Bastard, you're courting death!" Xue Feng roared. The other experts also roared and charged at Lu Ming. There were hundreds of people from Cold Blood Hall. Most of them were middle-aged strong men with strong cultivation and amazing battle strength. Xue Feng was the most terrifying. He flashed like a ray of blood light and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. He punched at Lu Ming. Endless blood light flashed and filled the air, pressing down on Lu Ming. This attack was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's expression changed and he also punched out. When the two fists collided, Lu Ming's body shook violently and was blasted away like a cannonball. He flew back 10,000 meters and smashed a first-level spirit god expert. What a strong battle strength! Lu Ming felt his fists go numb and his qi and blood surge. He was a little shocked. Xue Feng's strength was beyond his imagination. No wonder he was the top genius of Cold Blood Hall. "How dare you kill our experts? No one can save you today." Xue Feng's killing intent surged toward Lu Ming. Around him, blood light flashed as other experts charged at Lu Ming. "Die, Lu Shaoqing, die." At this moment, Xue Luozi had already struggled to get up. He glared at Lu Ming, his eyes almost spitting fire. He was actually tortured so badly by Lu Ming. His nose bridge had been stepped on by Lu Ming, and it was deeply indented. It was beyond recognition. Chapter 1070. Kill. Xue Feng was still the fastest as he arrived first. His fists were like blood diamonds that flickered with a crystalline luster. With a punch, the space was directly shattered. It was extremely terrifying. 4th level spirit god. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Xue Feng's cultivation should be at the 4th level of the spirit god realm, and he was a very powerful genius with unparalleled combat strength. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by 5 colored wills, which increased the power of the hell-suppressing heaven skill. He met Xue Feng's fists with fists and punched several times in succession. Boom! Boom! The two fists collided and the sky shook as if two gods were fighting. Then, Lu Ming was sent flying again and retreated far away. "Looks like I have to use my 3rd bloodline." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Xue Feng was too powerful. Even if his talent wasn't as high as Sanguinarum's, it wasn't lower than Huang Kuei's. He should have awakened a 7th level divine bloodline and should have been a 3rd-grade genius when he was young. If they were at the same level, Lu Ming could kill such a genius with a flip of his hand. However, Xue Feng's cultivation was too high. He was at the 4th level of the spirit god realm, which was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming. Every level in the spirit god realm was a huge gap that was difficult to make up for, not to mention a gap of 3 levels. Moreover, Xue Feng was a top genius. Kill! Kill! 3 strong men pounced at the same time. Powerful auras filled the air. They were all at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm, and they were a level higher than the previous 2. Bang! 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 Lu Ming punched out and exchanged 3 blows with the 3 men. The 4 of them retreated at the same time. Xue Feng charged at him from behind. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain in the distance shook and a bright light filled the air, shocking everyone. "That's a door!" someone exclaimed. Everyone saw a door of light appear at the top of the mountain. It was sparkling and resplendent, and it emitted a dazzling light. Treasure, it must be a peerless treasure. Charge! Some people from small forces exclaimed and then charged towards the mountain with blazing light. Don't even think about it. Some people from Cold Blood Hall also charged over. Brat, consider yourself lucky. Xue Feng fiercely glared at Lu Ming, then put down Lu Ming and rushed towards the mountain peak. Although Xue Feng's battle prowess was strong, Lu Ming's battle prowess had also exceeded his expectations. If he wanted to kill Lu Ming in a few moves, it would be very difficult. If the treasures were taken away by those small forces, then the losses would outweigh the gains, so he quickly rushed over. Charge! The rest of the Cold Blood Hall also rushed over. Sanguinarum glared coldly at Lu Ming before he chased after the Cold Blood Hall members. How can I leave when there are treasures here? Lu Ming smiled and rushed over as well. Although Xue Feng was strong, he still had a trump card he hadn't used yet. If he used it, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Thus, Lu Ming didn't fear him at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard as the group flew forward. After flying for a while, they realized that there was no formation in front of them. That can't be a herb garden, can it? Lu Ming looked back. The territory they had just seen looked like a herb garden, so there was an inscription formation protecting it. As they continued forward, a huge group of palaces appeared in front of them. The group of palaces seemed to cover a large area, but they were very old and full of the aura of time. Many places had collapsed. The mountain was right in the middle of the group of palaces. It looked as if the mountain had fallen from the sky and smashed into the center of the group of palaces, crushing a large area of them. At this time, the light gate on the mountain was even more dazzling. One could vaguely see a jade talisman floating in the light gate. The light gate was a vision formed by the light emitted by the jade talisman. Treasure, it's definitely a treasure. Someone shouted greedily and rushed toward the group of palaces. Get out of my way, a bunch of ants. You're courting death. Xue Feng roared angrily and continuously punched. The fist radiance broke through the air, and a dozen warriors screamed as they were killed. The others were shocked and kept a distance from Xue Feng. However, there were many people from the other forces, and some of them were experts. After avoiding Xue Feng, they didn't give up and continued to rush forward. Hundreds of people rushed toward the mountain. Lu Ming followed at a steady pace. The group of palaces was not dangerous, and there were no formations. They flew smoothly and arrived at the mountain. This mountain looked like a tiger lying there. It looked very lifelike, as if it had been carved out of a huge rock. On the top of the mountain, there were strange lines protruding, like petrified tree roots. What a strange shape. What a strange mountain. But there was no time to think. Everyone stared at the light gate and the jade talisman. The jade talisman was above the tiger's head. As the crowd flew toward the mountain, a fierce battle broke out. The experts of Cold Blood Hall were extremely domineering. They killed those from the smaller forces. Suddenly, a large number of experts were killed, and the mountain was stained with blood. No one noticed that the blood scattered on the mountain directly seeped into the mountain and disappeared, as if it had been swallowed up. Now's the time. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and turned into a flowing light. In an instant, he surpassed the experts of Cold Blood Hall and rushed toward the light gate. Boy, how dare you come again? You're courting death. Xue Feng roared and threw punches at Lu Ming. Fist radiance blasted toward him. Lu Ming took a few steps and his figure flashed, avoiding the fist gleams. Let's attack together and kill him. Sanguinarum shouted and ordered the crowd to surround and kill Lu Ming. Kill! 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 Some people from Cold Blood Hall rushed toward Lu Ming, while others continued to rush toward the light gate. At this time, dozens of people from the smaller forces had been killed. The rest of them were terrified and did not dare to fight anymore. They desperately retreated. Cold Blood Hall was completely in control of the battle. Xue Feng was the fastest. Seeing that he was about to reach the light gate, his eyes burned with passion. This jade talisman was definitely a precious treasure. Perhaps it was a powerful inheritance. Whoosh! At this moment, a black light shot out from the mountain and swept toward Xue Feng. Xue Feng was shocked. He threw out a series of punches to block the black light. A tree root, no, it's a vine. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He found that it was a vine that attacked Xue Feng. Who dares to stop me? You're courting death. Shui Feng roared and threw out a series of punches. He wanted to crush everything. At this time, Lu Ming had already exchanged more than a dozen blows with the people from Cold Blood Hall. There were more than a dozen people besieging Lu Ming, including several powerful experts. Buzz! Buzz! Blood light filled the air as the Cold Blood Hall experts unleashed their bloodlines. 3 of them had level 5 divine bloodline and were at LV3 spirit god realm. They were the strongest and had amazing battle strength. These 3 were the main force against Lu Ming. The rest of them had level 4 and level 3 divine bloodlines. Their cultivation ranged from the 2nd to the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. They were the elites of the Cold Blood Hall and had powerful combat strength. However, Lu Ming could handle them easily. The main force was the 3 experts with level 5 divine bloodline. Chapter 1071. I'll send you to hell. Lu Ming went all out. A drop of blood appeared on top of his head. It was the 3rd bloodline. As the 3rd bloodline appeared, a trace of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body suddenly exploded with a shocking killing intent. Lu Ming's black hair turned blood red in an instant. His eyes were like blood-red rubies, filled with terrifying murderous intent. Kill! After borrowing a trace of the 3rd bloodline's energy, Lu Ming's strength increased tremendously. He struck out with his palm, and the battle saber in the hands of a level 5 divine bloodline expert with a 3rd level spirit god shattered. His body exploded after being struck by Lu Ming's palm. Clang! Above his head, the 3rd bloodline twisted and turned into a blood-red battle sword. Lu Ming held it in his hand. His murderous intent grew stronger. The terrifying murderous intent shrouded the dozen or so experts of Cold Blood Hall, making them shudder from head to toe. Swish! With a flash of blood-red light, the blood-red sword cut through the void. Puff! A few domain-enlightened spirit god realm experts were slashed into 2 by a single sword strike, and they perished successively. This included an expert at the 3rd level of the domain-enlightened spirit god realm who had awakened a 5th level divine rank bloodline. Ah! The rest of them screamed in fear and frantically retreated to distance themselves from Lu Ming. How could this be? Not far away, Shui Feng, Sanguinarum, and the others' eyes almost popped out when they saw this scene. How could Lu Ming be so terrifying? His combat strength was too shocking. Lu Ming could even kill a level 3 spiritual god expert in seconds. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes were cold, and his killing intent was like a tide. Holding his sword, he charged toward the Cold Blood Hall experts like a killing god. With a swing of his sword, a few more heads flew high into the air. Devour! Then, he clenched his left hand, and the power of devouring erupted. He wanted to devour the blood essence and genuine vitality of the Cold Blood Hall experts. But in the next moment, Lu Ming was surprised. Because he found that there was also a powerful force in the mountain that was devouring the blood of the Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming was a step too late. He only managed to devour a small amount. The mountain devoured most of the blood. What happened? Before Lu Ming could react, banging sounds came from the mountain. The protrusions on the mountain that looked like tree roots suddenly moved. The rocks exploded and turned into vines that shot towards Lu Ming and the others. Suddenly, shrill screams were heard. Some of the Cold Blood Hall members could not dodge in time and were pierced by the vines. Their bodies shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vines kept wriggling like straws, absorbing the blood. Vampiric Vine. This is the legendary Vampiric Vine. Some disciples of Cold Blood Hall exclaimed. It's the Vampiric Vine. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. As it turned out, the protruding vines on the mountain were actually the vines of the Vampiric Vine. Due to the passage of time, the vines were covered with a layer of soil, and the soil had turned into rocks. That was why everyone thought that the vines were rocks. Unexpectedly, it was the Vampiric Vine. The Vampiric Vine was a terrifying creature. It had appeared in ancient times and was almost extinct in modern times. Every time it appeared, it would cause a catastrophe and a storm of blood. This was because the vampiric vine could continuously devour blood. As long as it did so, its strength would continue to evolve. It was truly terrifying. Many of the disciples of Cold Blood Hall turned pale with fear. Swoosh! Swoosh! The vines waved in the air, some of them even thicker than a person. They were incomparably huge and charged towards the crowd. The disciples of Cold Blood Hall were constantly killed and their blood sucked dry. Among them, Xue Feng suffered the most attacks. Several thick vines besieged Xue Feng because he had the strongest blood qi. Damn it! A blood leopard appeared above Xue Feng's head. There were 7 golden chakras on its body. Xue Feng had the bloodline of a level 7 divine realm. As he transformed into a blood leopard, his battle strength was astonishing. The blood leopard clawed out with its claws, causing several spatial cracks to appear in the air. Several other vampiric vines were also severely injured. Lu Ming was also attacked by 2 vines. With a slash of his blood-red sword light, one of the vines was chopped off. This vampiric vine has just awakened. Its battle strength is not strong. Let's work together and kill it. Xue Feng shouted. Kill! All the experts of Cold Blood Hall who had awakened their bloodlines unleashed their bloodlines and attacked the vines together. Boom! Boom! Powerful qi blasted out, causing a series of explosions. The blood-red vines exploded one by one and were broken. Some of the qi blasted onto the mountain, causing rocks to fly everywhere. When the rocks on the mountain exploded, everyone was shocked to find that there were hairs under the rocks. There was flesh and blood underneath. That's a demonic beast. At this moment, everyone understood. This tiger-shaped mountain wasn't actually a mountain. It was clearly a gigantic demonic beast in the shape of a tiger. From the looks of it, the tiger-shaped demonic beast and the vampiric vine had fought a great battle. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. The tiger-shaped demonic beast was killed and smashed into the palaces, while the vampiric vine was severely injured and on the verge of death. After a long time, a layer of rock had covered its body, making it look like a mountain peak. But now, stimulated by fresh blood, the vampiric vine had awakened. Go get the jade talisman and leave this place. Xue Feng shouted. This was a bloodthirsty vine that had lived for who knew how long. After being sealed for so many years, it was still able to awaken. This was too shocking, and it caused the hearts of those who saw it to tremble. Xue Feng had a bad feeling about this. He did not dare to stay any longer. He wanted to get the jade talisman and leave this place as soon as possible. Squeak squeak, at this moment, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Boom! The mountain shook. At the highest point of the mountain, a huge protrusion shook, causing rocks to explode. That was the main body of the vampiric vine. The vampiric vine was about to fully awaken. What moved just now was only its vines. Just like an octopus, only its tentacles moved. Now, the main body was about to awaken. Xue Feng transformed into a blood leopard and pounced, blocking many of the vines. The other Cold Blood Hall disciples rushed toward the jade talisman. Whoosh! Lu Ming chopped down a vine with his sword. He then used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping step and rushed toward the jade talisman. Die! Xue Feng's blood sword slashed across the sky, cutting a dozen Cold Blood Hall experts in half. Bastard, I'll kill you! Xue Feng roared, his eyes red. So many experts had been killed by Lu Ming. He wanted to vomit blood. Unfortunately, he was facing a pile of rattan alone and couldn't get away at all. Today, it's your Cold Blood Hall who will die. Lu Ming said coldly. He charged forward and killed a few more people. Damn you, Lu Shaoqing! In front, Sanguinarum was terrified. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward the jade talisman. He was only a few dozen meters away from the jade talisman. But at this moment, a few vines rushed out from the ground and whipped toward him. Damn it! He roared angrily. He was blocked. Bam! Bam! Rocks exploded. More vines appeared around the jade talisman, blocking all the Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming, give me the jade talisman. Dandan transmitted to Lu Ming. Okay. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and threw it toward the jade talisman. Lu Ming stared at Sanguinarum. Chapter 1072. Damn it! Stop him! Sanguinarum was shocked. He quickly retreated and hid behind the other Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming dashed forward and swept his battle sword. The experts of Cold Blood Hall were killed one by one. Of course, not all of them were in the spiritual embryo realm. Many of them were in the spiritual embryo realm. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming appeared in front of Shueluozi in an instant. No! No! Sanguinarum shouted. He wanted to escape, but Lu Ming's sword cut Sanguinarum in half. Lu Ming frowned. He saw a ball of white light wrapped around Sanguinarum's body and flew into the sky. In the next moment, Sanguinarum's body reformed. He was not dead, but his eyes were full of resentment. Lu Shaoqing, Cold Blood Hall will not let you go. With a loud roar, Shueluozi disappeared in a flash of white light. Life Talisman. Lu Ming whispered. He had heard that the strongest geniuses of the various forces had life talismans of the Saint Mansion. Even if they died, they could be resurrected outside. It seemed to be true. Amazing. Lu Ming sighed. The life talisman had merged with the rules of heaven and earth of this secret realm. As long as one wore the life talisman, they could not be killed. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. However, the others from Cold Blood Hall did not receive such treatment. If they died, they would die for real. Dandan rushed toward the jade talisman. At least a dozen vines whipped at it. Dandan stepped on the void and an inscription formation appeared. Its body flashed in the air and avoided the vines. It rushed past them and appeared in front of the jade talisman. It grabbed the jade talisman and stuffed it into its mouth. Let's go, we got it. Dandan yelled and ran forward like a madwoman. Squeak squeak squeak, at this moment, an ear-piercing sound resounded through the air. Rocks and boulders exploded as the main body of the vampiric vine woke up and let out an enraged roar. It was something that looked like a tree bump. It looked like a bunch of tree roots, and countless vines extended from it. Countless vines danced and howled. In an instant, dozens of Cold Blood Hall disciples in the spirit embryo realm were killed by the vines and their blood was devoured. After devouring the blood, the vampiric vine's aura grew even stronger. Let's go, let's go. Shui Feng roared and waved his claws, breaking several vines as he rushed forward. The remaining Cold Blood Hall disciples also fled for their lives. The Dandan was extremely agile. Its inscriptions shone, and the vines could not catch it. Lu Ming stepped into the air and flew towards Dandan. Whoosh! Dandan jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder and shouted, let's go, let's go. That was because the vampiric vine had locked onto them and was chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and was astonishingly fast. With a flash of light, he disappeared into the distance. In all directions, the people from the small forces and the remaining Cold Blood Hall experts took the opportunity to flee. After running for tens of thousands of miles, the people of Cold Blood Hall rushed out of the area covered by the light shield. Without the suppression of the light shield, their speed skyrocketed. They turned into streaks of bloody light and disappeared. They only stopped after rushing for tens of thousands of miles. Then, they looked at each other. Lu Shaoqing, damn you. Shui Feng almost vomited blood as he roared with red eyes. Tragic, too tragic. Hundreds of people from Cold Blood Hall had entered, but now, there were less than 100 left. At least 200 people had died. Most of them were at the spirit embryo realm, but there were many domain enlightened spirit god realm experts as well. Most importantly, almost all of the 10 strongest people in the younger generation of Cold Blood Hall were dead. Only 2 of them were left, and Sanguinarum was still alive due to the protection of the life talisman. It was too tragic. The losses were incomparably heavy. Among them, there were more than a dozen spirit god experts killed by Lu Ming. Even the overlords did not have many spirit god experts. More than half of Cold Blood Hall's geniuses from the previous generation were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Shaoqing, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Xue Feng roared, his voice echoing for hundreds of miles. Lu Ming sprinted madly. Tens of thousands of miles later, he was finally out of the range of the light barrier. His speed had increased tremendously, but behind him, the vampiric vine was still chasing after him. Lu Ming spared no effort and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before he managed to shake off the vampiric vine. This guy is really difficult to deal with. After finding a secluded place, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram. He took a deep breath and began to refine the energy of the blood essence that he had devoured. World Academy, outside the Jade Wall of All. Suddenly, the space trembled and a ray of light flashed. Sanguinarum's body appeared. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Sanguinarum. Sanguinarum was dead. Everyone knew that Sanguinarum had died in the battle. He had only survived because of the life charm. He was the first genius who had died in battle with a life charm. Sanguinarum, what happened? Asked an elder from Cold Blood Hall. He was a supreme master from Cold Blood Hall. The others also looked at Sanguinarum curiously. They were curious about what had happened. Sanguinarum had died in battle. Lu Shaoqing, it's Lu Shaoqing, Sanguinarum roared bitterly and then briefly explained what had happened. What? It's that weakling. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Many people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming had attracted a lot of attention when he passed the Heavenly Market Cave. However, Lu Ming's results in the later selection were too poor. Many people thought that Lu Ming was just a weakling who had passed the Heavenly Market Cave by luck. However, after hearing Sanguinarum's story, many people were scared. How was he a weakling? He was clearly a killing god, an Azura. That guy was just pretending to be weak. That's right. He's too despicable. He must have hidden his strength. I've heard of Lu Shaoqing. He appeared in Pill City before. That time, he defeated Sanguinarum. He's a genius who came out of nowhere. Ha, Cold Blood Hall has suffered a great loss this time. They actually chose a killing god to go in with them. Many people discussed loudly. Some of the overlords were not afraid of Cold Blood Hall at all. They looked at Cold Blood Hall with contempt, such as Sky Eagle Castle and Floating Mountain. Cold Blood Hall's people were so angry that their lungs hurt and they had the urge to vomit blood. Sanguinarum, in particular, was so angry that his stomach hurt. This was because he was the one who had chosen Lu Ming. Lu Ming had dared to not give up the quota for the marrow cleansing pool to him and even mocked him. He had planned to make Lu Ming regret in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. He never expected that he would bring a killing god with him. If not for Lu Ming, they would not have been so miserable facing the bloodthirsty vines. He had only himself to blame. I hope Xue Feng can kill that bastard. Cold Blood Hall's people secretly gritted their teeth, hoping that Xue Feng could kill Lu Ming. In the Saint Mansion's secret realm, Lu Ming was refining the essence blood with all his might. After a few hours, the essence blood's energy was completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation increased rapidly, reaching the peak of first-level spirit god in one go. However, his bloodline did not improve. Now that both of Lu Ming's bloodlines were at level 7 divine level, it was very difficult to improve them. He needed a huge amount of essence blood. It's a pity that a large part of the blood essence has been devoured by the bloodthirsty vines. Otherwise, with so many experts' energy, it would be enough for me to break through to second-level spirit god. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. It's still not safe here. The bloodthirsty vines are ancient evil creatures. Once they're born, they'll go berserk and their strength will skyrocket. I'd better stay away from them first. After leaving the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming flew into the distance. Chapter 1073. Lu Ming stopped at this point. He was far enough away that the vampiric vine shouldn't be able to catch up to him. Dandan, what kind of treasure is that jade talisman? Lu Ming asked Dandan curiously. Take a look for yourself. Dandan opened his mouth, and the jade talisman flew out. Lu Ming caught it. Dandan wasn't interested in anything that wasn't related to spiritual herbs. Dandan, your strength has improved a lot recently. Lu Ming said. Dandan was able to snatch the jade talisman from the vampiric vine and escape with ease. Lu Ming was very curious about its strength. Of course. That's why I asked you to give me more spiritual herbs. Also, I swallowed some lightning tribulation when you were transcending your tribulation. That thing is very nourishing and helped me recover a lot. Dandan said proudly. Heavenly tribulation is very nourishing. Lu Ming was speechless. This guy was really mysterious. When the lightning cauldron was transcending its tribulation, this guy swallowed the heavenly tribulation in one gulp. At that time, it was still an egg. How is it? Have you been subdued by my godly might? Follow me and serve me well in the future. You'll have a good life ahead of you. Dandan said proudly. It had already started to feel complacent. Go in. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and stuffed him into the mountain river diagram. Then, he looked at the jade talisman in his hand and scanned it with his spiritual sense. After breaking through to the spirit god realm and condensing a spirit god, one would be able to develop spiritual sense. It was more useful than the eyes and could sense everything. In the next moment, Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. The 9 seals of the divine gate is a type of sealing technique. It's a powerful secret technique. Lu Ming muttered to himself. The more he comprehended it, the more surprised he became. The 9 seals of the divine gate was a technique that could be used to condense the door of sealing and seal the opponent. When cultivated to a high level, it was said to be able to seal the heavens, earth, people, and everything. It was extremely terrifying. Amazing, too amazing. The more Lu Ming comprehended, the more amazed he became. He discovered the power of the divine gate 9 seals. This was a terrifying secret technique that had been left behind by an emperor in the Saint Mansion's secret realm countless years ago. It had been lost in the outside world for countless years. Lu Ming simply found a hidden place and entered the mountain and river diagram. He sat cross-legged under the tree of enlightenment and carefully comprehended. Now, the Tao Comprehension ancient tree already produced 3 leaves, becoming more and more unordinary. Great Tao aura curled up around it. When one sat on the side, they could enter an ethereal state. Lu Ming was completely focused on comprehending the 9 seals of the God Gate. Gradually, a mysterious light began to emanate from his body. As time passed, the light began to condense, transforming into a glowing door. It was like a door leading to the eternal unknown. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, Lu Ming's hands formed a series of hand seals at extreme speed. A light gate condensed and flew towards Dandan. The light gate shone brightly, enveloping Dandan within. Nestling, what are you doing? Dandan's limbs flailed wildly as if it was being suppressed. Only when Dandan's body glowed brightly and inscribed various formations did it manage to escape. Not bad. Lu Ming smiled. Even the vampiric vine couldn't stop Dandan from escaping. Its ability to escape was unfathomable and slippery. However, even Dandan was careless and was suppressed by the gate of sealing for a moment. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the power of the gate of sealing. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be suppressed by the gate of sealing. In a battle between experts, even if one was sealed for a moment, it could determine life and death. Moreover, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the power of the gate of sealing would also increase. It could be used as one of Lu Ming's trump cards. Especially since Lu Ming had just started cultivating, he could only cultivate one gate of sealing. The 9 seals of the God Gate, when cultivated to the highest level, could cultivate 9 gates of sealing. That was truly terrifying. With each additional gate of sealing, the power of the gate of sealing would multiply. I've already wasted 3 days. I can't waste any more time. It's rare for me to enter the Saint Mansion's secret realm. I can't waste it. With a thought, Lu Ming came out of the mountain river map. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Dandan also climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder and looked around for spiritual herbs. Roar! On a mountain peak in front of him, a giant wolf appeared. It was as big as a mountain, and its entire body was silvery white. It raised its head and howled, causing the entire mountain range to shake violently. So powerful. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He retracted his aura and landed on a mountain range below to observe from afar. Rumble. Suddenly, the mountain range below Lu Ming's feet moved violently, and then it floated in the air and flew toward the giant wolf. Nestle. Lu Ming realized that the mountain range below his feet was not a mountain range, but a giant snake. The giant snake was as big as a mountain, and its body was covered with mud, rocks, and trees. It lay there motionlessly like a mountain range. Titan giant snake, no, even if it's not a pure-blooded Titan giant snake, it's close. Lu Ming wailed and hurriedly flew to the side. Fortunately, the giant snake only had eyes for the giant silver wolf and did not pay attention to Lu Ming. Roar! The giant silver wolf roared, and with a stomp of its foot, the mountain peak below it shattered. Its huge body pounced on the giant snake. The 2 behemoths fought fiercely, and for a moment, heaven and earth shook, and the mountain peaks shattered. What a powerful vicious beast! This is definitely not a force from the outside world, but a powerful vicious beast born and bred in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. Lu Ming avoided them from afar, not daring to get close. These 2 beasts were definitely at the high-level spiritual god realm, and they were extremely terrifying. This secret realm is very dangerous. Previously, I encountered the bloodthirsty vine, and now, I have to be careful. Lu Ming concealed his aura and flew carefully. Not long after, he saw a few saber marks on a cliff. He carefully sensed them and found that they were left by a peerless expert. If a saber practitioner carefully comprehended them, they would definitely be enlightened. Rumor has it that 30,000 years ago, a supreme expert came here to cultivate. These saber marks are probably left behind by an expert who comprehended something during his cultivation. Lu Ming guessed. If so, there would be many such marks in the secret realm. If he could find the right one, it would be a great opportunity. Lu Ming did not stay long because he did not practice saber, and the marks did not fit him. Along the way, he found many spiritual herbs. Lu Ming only kept a few and gave the rest to Dandan. There's someone ahead. A day later, Lu Ming saw a figure flying in front of him. It was not someone from Cold Blood Hall, but someone from another force. When entering the Saint Mansion's secret realm, there were 9 light pillars that entered 9 different areas. However, these 9 areas were connected and were all in the same secret realm. The major forces began to enter separately to avoid disputes. However, as time passed, the people in the 9 areas would definitely encounter each other. Lu Ming guessed that he had already arrived at another area. Lu Ming flew forward and saw many people gathered under a stone wall, carefully observing and comprehending. Chapter 1074. Lu Ming pondered for a while and realized that it was not useful to him. Just as he was about to leave. Get lost. Suddenly, a loud roar could be heard. A young man in white with a long sword on his back came from the sky. A terrifying sword aura emanated from his body and pressed down on the crowd. Wuxia. Sky Martial Sword Faction, Wuxia. Many people were shocked. Sky Martial Sword Faction was extremely prosperous. It was one of the top factions in the Middle Continent. Not many factions could compare to it. In this generation, the Sky Martial Sword sect was also filled with geniuses. Just in terms of grade 2 geniuses alone, there were already 2 of them. Wu Qingkong and Wu Cang. Wu Qingkong was the number 1 elite of Sky Martial Sword faction, while Wu Cang was ranked 2nd. Although he was ranked 2nd, he was as strong as Yin Bupo and Jianghu. With 2 elite elites in this generation, Sky Martial Sword faction's reputation was at its peak. Get lost. I want this place. Wu Cang looked down from above. Many people gritted their teeth. This place was huge. Wu Cang could have chosen a place to comprehend, but he chased them away. Although they were angry, they did not dare to voice it out. They could only leave. Many people had gained some insights, but they had no choice but to stop and leave this place. You're still not leaving? Wu Cang looked at Lu Ming with a piercing gaze. Lu Ming looked calm. He glanced at Wu Cang and left. This place was useless to him. He had already planned to leave, so there was no need to fight with Wu Cang. Sky Martial Sword faction is really overbearing. Keep it down. Many elites have entered Sky Martial Sword faction. The previous generation's number 1 elite is also here. Although his talent is not as good as Wu Cang and Wu Qingkong, he has cultivated for more than 10 years. His combat strength is terrifying. We'd better not offend them. Some people discussed in low voices as they left the place. Lu Ming headed north and soon appeared 10,000 miles away. Caw! A bird's cry resounded through the sky. A huge eagle soared through the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun. What a powerful aura! This was also a powerful beast. It was the overlord of this secret realm. The giant eagle flew to a cliff in front of them and landed. Lu Ming realized that there was a nest on the cliff. That is, from a distance, Lu Ming discovered that there was a strange aura on the cliff. There were vague marks on it that looked like a human figure. There are traces left behind by supreme experts. I wonder if they will be of any use to me. Lu Ming carefully approached the eagle's nest and waited patiently. This wait lasted for an entire day. The next day, the giant eagle let out a long cry, spread its wings, and flew away from its nest. After the giant eagle left, Lu Ming rushed down the cliff to take a closer look. There was really a figure carved on the cliff. This figure seemed to be launching an attack. Boom! Boom! Upon closer inspection, the figure seemed to have moved. A terrifying killing intent exploded out, enveloping Lu Ming. Kill! With an explosive roar, that figure sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. A terrifying killing intent enveloped Lu Ming, causing his entire body to turn cold. He couldn't even muster up the will to resist. The palm strike directly landed on his body. Lu Ming was shocked. He took several steps back, only to realize that everything was an illusion. So powerful. Lu Ming let out a long breath. He was a little shocked, but also a little excited. This was a martial technique that was extremely powerful. It contained killing intent and could even affect one's mind. Lu Ming activated his 3rd bloodline and could borrow the powerful slaughter intent. This martial technique was just right for Lu Ming. Let's try to comprehend it here and see if I can comprehend this martial technique. Lu Ming stepped forward and observed carefully. Lu Ming guarded his heart and remained motionless. Whoosh! This time, it wasn't a palm strike. A sword appeared in the figure's hand, and it slashed out. Lu Ming remained motionless, allowing the battle sword to slash past him. As expected, the battle sword was like an illusion. After slashing past, the figure executed another move. This time, it turned into a saber. Whoosh! Whoosh! This figure moved freely, executing all kinds of attacks. The weapon in its hand was also unpredictable. What a mysterious martial technique. Lu Ming looked at it for a while and finally figured out something. This martial technique didn't have a fixed move. In other words, the move was only the surface. The key was the intent. Once one comprehended the intent of this martial technique, any weapon would be able to unleash great power. This was a killing move that was specially created to kill people. Its power was extremely strong. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air, carefully comprehending and studying. In the evening, a cry resounded in the sky. The giant eagle had returned. Lu Ming left and sat cross-legged not far away to continue comprehending. After the giant eagle left the next day, Lu Ming returned to the cliff and continued to comprehend. "Brat, get lost." Suddenly, a loud roar was heard, interrupting Lu Ming's comprehension. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he turned around. Wuxia, it was that person again. Now, he had his eyes on this cliff. "Get lost." A cold shout came from Lu Ming. Wuxia was stunned. He obviously didn't expect Lu Ming to tell him to get lost. Then, Wuxia's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent as he stared at Lu Ming. "Brat, do you know who you are talking to? If you say the wrong thing, you will pay with your life. Get lost." Lu Ming's voice was even colder when he said the second word. "You are courting death." Wuxia shouted coldly as his sword chi surged. He slashed out with his palm and a terrifying sword radiance slashed down at Lu Ming. Lu Ming casually waved his hand and deflected the sword radiance. He got up and stepped towards Wuxia. "You have some skills, but you are wrong to be so arrogant in front of me." Wuxia shouted as he unsheathed his sword. The sword's cry shook the sky. Swoosh! The sword cut through the void, creating a terrifying crack in space. Roar roar roar, a dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body as the dragon power erupted. Lu Ming's body was covered in purple light. With a palm strike, Wuxia's sword chi was shattered. Lu Ming didn't stop and continued towards Wuxia. Wuxia was shocked and in disbelief. Lu Ming's combat strength was far beyond his imagination. Where did this expert come from? Without time to think, Wuxia quickly retreated. A bloodline sword appeared above his head. It was a level 8 divine grade bloodline. He performed bloodline fusion and turned into a battle sword. He slashed out a shocking sword radiance, wanting to split Lu Ming in half. Clang! Lu Ming clenched his fist and activated the suppressing hell skill. He struck out with a terrifying force on the sword radiance. The battle sword shook violently and almost collapsed as it was sent flying far away. Swoosh! Lu Ming stepped forward and threw out a punch. The battle sword shook violently and was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, splitting 2 mountains. Run, run! Wuxia was horrified. He controlled the battle sword and turned to run. Lu Ming stepped into the air and chased after Wuxia. Wuxia turned into a sword radiance and flew out a few hundred miles in an instant. However, Lu Ming was even faster. Wuxia was almost scared out of his wits. Stop! I am a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. If you dare to attack me again, you will be an enemy of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. Chapter 1075. Lu Ming sneered and continued to step forward. He clenched his fist and punched out. There was no doubt that Lu Ming had unleashed the power of 7 dragons and activated the heaven-suppressing art. Coupled with the 5-color concept, his power was terrifying. Clang! Another punch landed on the sword. This time, Wuxia could not resist it anymore. The sword exploded, revealing his true body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fled frantically. Oh my god, who is that? It looks like Wuxia. Yes, it's him. He's actually running away and being chased. Who's so powerful? To be able to chase after Wuxia. Isn't that the weakling? He's chasing after Wuxia. He's so terrifying. He just defeated Wuxia's bloodline fusion with 1 punch. What weakling? He's clearly a rare genius with unparalleled combat strength. He's too strong. No wonder he could pass the heavenly market cave. Not far away, 5 or 6 people passed by. When they saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Wuxia did not know Lu Ming because he was not there when he went through the heavenly market cave. He only arrived after the secret manual of the saint's mansion was opened. However, those who passed by recognized Lu Ming. Back then, they also thought that Lu Ming was lucky to pass the heavenly market cave. Now, they were really shocked and thought that they were dreaming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and was astonishingly fast. He caught up with Wuxia in a few moments and punched out again. No! Wuxia roared and tried his best to resist, but half of his body was still shattered by the punch. Bang! Then, Lu Ming stomped his foot. Wuxia screamed and was torn into pieces. Another second-class prodigy had been killed. However, just like Shueluozi, after Wuxia was killed, another ray of white light shrouded him. Not far away, his body actually condensed again. He gave Lu Ming a resentful look, then with a tremor, he disappeared without a trace. Life talismans again. Lu Ming frowned. These second-class geniuses all had the potential to become rulers. The major forces valued them very much and spent a lot of money to buy life talismans from the World Academy. Almost all the second-class prodigies had one. Second-class geniuses were too important. There was hope for them to become rulers. An Emperor realm expert could make a force become an overlord force, allowing it to prosper for 10,000 to 20,000 years. Compared to a supreme being, who knew how many times more important. What these overlord powers hoped for the most was to have a successor. If there was no successor and no new emperor was born, then the overlord power would quickly weaken. For example, the Medicine King Valley and the Talisman Puppet Sect. In the history of the Divine Wilderness, there had been countless overlord factions, but how many of them had been able to prosper and pass down their legacies? Very few. Many overlord forces eventually weakened because there were no emperors among the later generations. One could imagine how highly those overlord forces valued second-class geniuses. In the distance, the few of them sucked in a breath of cold air and broke out in cold sweat. Lu Ming was too ruthless. A second-grade genius was killed just like that. Fortunately, they had the life talisman. Otherwise, the Sky Martial Sword sect would go crazy. Lu Ming glanced at the few of them and ignored them. He returned to the cliff and continued to comprehend the killing move. The World Academy. Outside the Universe Jade Annulus, it was still crowded with people. High up in the sky, the Supremes sat cross-legged and waited silently. Buzz! Suddenly, a white light flashed and Wuxia appeared. Everyone's eyes turned to look at him. Wuxia, it's Wuxia. He was killed. What danger did he encounter? It seems like the secret realm is really dangerous. I wonder how many of those without life talismans died. Danger comes with opportunity. It's worth it if you can get something out of it. Many people looked at Wuxia and discussed. Wuxia, what happened? High up in the sky, one of the Sky Martial Sword Sect's Supremes asked. Since the Supremes asked, Wuxia did not dare to ignore them. A dark-skinned young man. He looked simple and honest, but he was extremely cunning. Wuxia did not know Lu Ming's name, so he described Lu Ming's appearance. What? Wasn't this the appearance of that trash Lu Shaoqing? It's him again. He's really a killing god. First, he killed many experts from Cold Blood Hall, Sanguinarum, and now he killed Wuxia. He's really terrifying. He killed so many geniuses consecutively. His battle strength is amazing. I'm afraid he's one of the top second-class geniuses. Many people exclaimed. Those from Cold Blood Hall looked gloomy. Sanguinarum gritted his teeth and looked terrible. Why did they have to drag them into it? On the cliff in the Saint Mansion's secret realm, Lu Ming was carefully comprehending. Every time the giant eagle returned, he would leave. The next day, when the giant eagle went out to look for food, he would go and comprehend. After 5 consecutive days, he gained a lot. This mark was not complete. It was just a kind of intent. Lu Ming comprehended 5 killing moves from this intent. Lu Ming named them the 5 killing moves. The 5 killing moves did not have a specific move. It was just a way to use the slaughter essence. In other words, without the slaughter essence, it was useless. However, when Lu Ming borrowed the power of the third bloodline, he could borrow the slaughter essence. Thus, the 5 killing moves came in handy. Previously, when Lu Ming borrowed the power of the third bloodline, it was just pure strength. With the 5 killing moves, it would undoubtedly be more powerful. Almost there. 5 days later, Lu Ming got up and left. This mark was not complete. Even if he continued to comprehend, he would not gain much. Lu Ming left and continued to look for opportunities. One day later, Lu Ming came to a lush mountain range. Hey, why are all the spiritual herbs along the way emptied out? Which bastard did this? Dandan ran around like a gust of wind, cursing. In this mountain range, the spirit chi was very dense. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Along the way, Dandan found dozens of pits left behind by the spiritual herbs. According to Dandan's speculation, they were all left behind by level 8 spiritual herbs. He was angry that someone had gotten to them first. They are too clean. Not even a hair is left. Dandan sighed. Lu Ming was also speechless. They had changed several positions in this mountain range, but it was still the same. There is someone in front. Suddenly, Dandan stared and climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming restrained his aura and moved forward carefully. In front of him, a figure in white clothes was walking in the air, flashing in the mountain forest. From the back, he looked very young. However, he was bald, and the top of his head was smooth and round. His movement technique was extremely fast. Like a gust of wind, he appeared in front of a spiritual herb. My hair, good, good. The bald man murmured and then waved his sleeve. The spiritual herb left the ground and was kept by him. Could it be a Western Desert holy monk? Lu Ming was surprised. Legend had it that the Western Desert was different from other places. They cultivated Buddhism. The entire Western Desert mainly cultivated Buddhism, and there were many ancient temples. Judging from the bald man's clothes and the Buddhist chants, he was clearly a Western Desert holy monk. After keeping the spiritual herb, the Western Desert holy monk continued forward. Not long after, he came to a dark underground cave and observed carefully. Chapter 1076. In the Western Desert holy monk's hand, a round plate emitted a beam of purple light that shot into the sky. It was so shocking that it could be seen even from far away. After a while, the Western Desert holy monk put away the round plate and the beam of light disappeared. That was because there were streaks of rainbow light flashing in the distance. Someone was attracted. What is that guy trying to do? Lu Ming was hiding not far away. He had seen everything. The Western Desert holy monk put away the round plate and returned to the dark cave. He shouted, "The treasure in this cave is mine." After shouting, his figure flashed and he quickly left the cave. Soon, more than a dozen streaks of rainbow light flew over, revealing more than a dozen figures. The treasure is in the cave. Kill. We can't let others beat us to it. Get lost. It's mine. More than a dozen experts rushed into the cave. Roar. 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 In the cave, the roars of beasts were heard. The entire ground was shaking as a fierce fight broke out in the cave. That guy is using someone else to do his dirty work. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the Western Desert holy monks were kind-hearted and would help all living beings? That guy was too unreliable. Could he be a fake? I have hair, I have no hair. Buddha is merciful. That guy chanted again. In a flash, he didn't enter the cave but went in another direction. That guy is very mysterious. Let's follow him. Lu Ming quietly followed the Western Desert holy monk and came to a place dozens of miles away. There was a huge cave in that place. At that moment, Lu Ming heard a loud roar coming from the cave and then it gradually faded away. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He finally understood that guy's motive. This cave was connected to the other cave dozens of miles away. This guy from the western desert was using someone else's cave to lure the ferocious beasts away. Then, he could easily enter this cave and search for treasures. That wasn't a merciful holy monk. He was clearly an unscrupulous monk. That monk looked around furtively. Only then did Lu Ming see his face. She had a baby face and was slightly chubby. Her skin was so smooth that it would make women jealous. Her skin was pink and tender, and she looked harmless to humans and animals. He looked around, then chanted the name of Buddha and rushed into the cave. This guy is really not a good person. On his shoulder, Dandan looked at him with disdain. Lu Ming curled his lips and thought, "You're about the same as him. There must be treasures in this cave. Let's go in and take a look." Lu Ming also carefully rushed into the cave. The cave was very large. After a few thousand meters, it became even more spacious, like a huge underground cavern. Faint rumbling sounds could be heard from the front. It was clear that the battle was extremely intense. Next, I saw a few pits. There must have been some spiritual herbs growing there, but they were all dug up by that monk. What a pity! Dandan lamented. As the two of them continued forward, they realized that the underground caverns were crisscrossing. They could no longer see the monk's shadow. Lu Ming walked forward casually. Suddenly, he stopped as a purple light attracted his attention. On one of the walls, a hazy purple light was emitted. It was hazy and beautiful. Lu Ming channeled his true yuan and wiped away the rocks on the surface. A longan-sized purple crystal appeared. This is a purple flame crystal. Lu Ming was shocked, but he was overjoyed. Purple flame crystal was a precious material that was rarely seen in the world. It could be used to refine weapons or pills. It was priceless. Most importantly, purple flame crystal was one of the most important main materials for refining nirvana pills. It was a level 9 material. Lu Ming did not expect to find a purple flame crystal here. He immediately condensed his true yuan into a blade and dug out the surrounding rocks to dig out the purple flame crystal. So heavy. The longan-sized purple flame crystal weighed more than 10,000 kilograms. It was really shocking. I wonder if there are more. After Lu Ming put away the purple flame crystal, he looked around carefully. It would be great if he could find a few pieces here. Although nirvana pills were not very useful to Lu Ming, they were very useful to others. If Fatty Kong Jin had nirvana pills, he could even raise his third bloodline to level 9 divine grade. There were also his parents and disciples. In the future, when he met Xianxia, Mulans, and the others, they would all be very useful. If there was a chance, Lu Ming wanted to collect the materials and refine a few cauldrons. After walking around for a while, Lu Ming discovered something else. There was purple light emitting from one of the walls. Just as Lu Ming was about to dig, a terrifying gust of wind attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He turned around and threw out a palm strike. Bang! A terrifying force surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not help but take a few steps back. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Although he did not release his dragon force earlier, his vital essence was extremely strong. Coupled with the 5 types of intense and the hell-suppressing heaven skill, an ordinary martial artist at the 2nd level of spirit god would be killed by him with one palm strike. But now, he was forced to retreat. My hair. A Buddhist chant was heard. A harmless face appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the monk. He looked very young, in his 20s. He squinted his eyes and smiled. He put his palms together and said, "Benefactor, the ferocious beasts in this cave were lured away by my friends. It's not good for you to take advantage of them like this, right?" Even though he was talking, the monk was still smiling. Lu Ming and Dandan looked at him with disdain. Those people were obviously tricked by the monk. But in the monk's mouth, they became his friends. How shameless. Master, everyone has a share. I saw what you did just now. If this spreads out, I'm afraid it won't be good for the reputation of the Western Desert holy monk. Lu Ming said with a smile. My hair. My Buddha is merciful. I think you've misunderstood. Monks are merciful, the baby-faced monk chanted a Buddhist chant. Roar. Before the monk could finish, a loud roar was heard. A huge lizard shining with purple flames pounced towards the monk. Buzz. A golden light shone from the monk's body. He threw out a palm and a huge golden palm print hit the purple lizard. With a boom, the lizard was shattered into pieces. Merciful? Lu Ming was tongue-tied. My hair. My Buddha is merciful. The monk chanted a Buddhist chant again. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Benefactor, I've taken a liking to this purple flame crystal. Why don't you give it to me? What if I don't? Lu Ming said. My hair. My Buddha, hair your sister. I know you don't have hair. Lu Ming shouted and suddenly attacked. The dragon force in his body erupted and his strength increased. He threw a punch at Monk Wuliang. Monk Wuliang's body shone brightly. The dazzling golden light spread, making Monk Wuliang look like the reincarnation of Buddha. In addition, he had a harmless face. If Lu Ming had not seen him secretly, he would have thought that he was an enlightened monk. Boom. Chapter 1077. Boom. A terrifying explosion resounded as energy shot out in all directions. The underground cave shook violently. The rock of this underground cave was extremely hard. Perhaps it was because of the strong beasts living here. If it was an ordinary cave, it would have exploded. Even so, the entire underground cave was shaking violently. Bam! Bam! After one move, Lu Ming's body trembled as he retreated a few steps. So strong. This monk's strength is actually so terrifying. Lu Ming was shocked. At this moment, he had already unleashed his dragon force, but he was still pushed back by the other party. The golden palm print was shockingly powerful, as though it could suppress everything. It was on par with the suppressing hell skill. Lu Ming was shocked. Unscrupulous monk was also surprised. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to receive his palm without being injured. Roar! Roar! The shaking here attracted the attention of the beasts on the other side. Loud roars could be heard. Clearly, some beasts were charging over. I have hair. Benefactor, you are so strong. This purple flame crystal can be yours. This little monk will take his leave. Unscrupulous monk chanted Buddha's name and left with his sleeves fluttering. The Western Desert is indeed unfathomable. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Since ancient times, the Western Desert had always been the territory of Buddhism. It had always been mysterious and powerful. Many people said that the Western Desert was second only to the Central Continent among the 5 major territories in the Divine Wilderness. Roar! 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 The thunderous roars caused the underground cave to rumble. Lu Ming did not think too much about it. He dug out the purple flame crystal and left the place in a flash. Next, Lu Ming walked around the underground cave for a while, but he did not find a third purple flame crystal. Instead, he found a few purple giant lizards, which were killed by Lu Ming. However, there was obviously a nest of giant lizards in this underground cave. Some of them were very strong. Lu Ming did not stay for long. After a while, he left the cave and flew into the distance. Hoo hoo, a gust of wind blew past. Lu Ming smiled. After obtaining 2 purple flame crystals, Lu Ming was in a good mood. There were 7 main ingredients for refining the Nirvana pill. Each of them was extremely precious and rarely appeared in the outside world. Now that he had obtained one, it could be considered an opportunity. Naturally, Lu Ming was in a good mood. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. Up ahead, sword energy rushed into the heavens. Inscriptions flickered, and space was torn apart. There were people fighting an intense battle. Lu Ming flew over at an extremely fast speed. Using the water concept, he condensed a cloud of mist and hid within it to watch. There were a total of 4 people in the battle, and Lu Ming was quite familiar with a few of them. Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, the genius of the World Academy, and Wuxia Kong of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect. Lastly, there was a burly man in his 40s who was no weaker than Wuxia Kong. The 4 of them were in a chaotic battle. However, it was clear that Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian were working together. The 2 of them were fighting against Wuxia Kong and the muscular man. The battle was extremely intense. That is, at this time, Lu Ming discovered that there was a small lake below. The lake water was clear, and in the lake, there were 3 carps swimming around. The 3 carps shone with golden light, and their bodies glowed with light. Sometimes they gathered, sometimes they scattered, and when they did, they looked like a true dragon. Dragon carp, it's actually a dragon carp. Lu Ming was shocked. Dragon carps were also a kind of supreme treasure. It was said that they were the descendants of true dragons and had the blood of true dragons in their bodies. When used to refine elixirs, they were a rare treasure medicine. Its value was even higher than that of purple flame crystals. Coincidentally, one of the 7 main ingredients for refining nirvana elixirs was the blood of dragon carps. You want to compete with me? You're courting death. The dragon carps are mine. Wuxia Kong shouted, his murderous intent surging. Wuxia Kong, don't be too overbearing. There are 3 dragon carps. How about 1 for each of us? Sandalwood Fairy spoke. 1 for each of us. Are you qualified? All 3 of them are mine. Wuxia Kong sneered. His sword energy whistled, and cracks appeared in the space. It was extremely terrifying. The other muscular man did not speak. His body emitted a white light as he waved his hand. A sky-covering palm appeared, tearing the heavens and the earth apart. This is the great sky-splitting palm. This person should be an expert from the Ji family, an overlord force. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Among the 3 parties, Wuxia Kong's combat strength was astonishing. The muscular man from the Ji family had a profound cultivation and was not weak either. However, when Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian joined forces, their combat strength was terrifying. They were not weaker than the others. It was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle in a short period of time. Lu Ming smiled. He suddenly unleashed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and dashed toward the surface of the lake. In an instant, he appeared above the surface of the lake. With a grab, a huge vital essence hand appeared and grabbed toward the 3 dragon carps. Who is it? You're courting death. At this moment, the people in the air were shocked. Wuxia Kong even roared in anger. The 3 dragon carps were about to fall into Lu Ming's hand. However, at this moment, the 3 dragon carps glowed and turned into a ray of light. In a flash, they escaped from Lu Ming's true essence giant hand. Lu Ming was shocked. Just as he was about to use all his strength to capture them, a terrifying sword energy slashed toward Lu Ming. Helpless, Lu Ming could only turn around and punch out. Bang! The sword energy was defeated. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, Wuxia Kong, the brawny man from the Ji family, Sandalwood Fairy, and Kong Xian appeared around Lu Ming. However, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they locked their auras on Lu Ming. Brat, it's you. Wuxia Kong was taken aback when he saw Lu Ming clearly. Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian were also surprised. Apparently, they had recognized Lu Ming. Brat, to be able to block my sword attack, you must be quite capable. You must have been hiding your strength. Wuxia Kong looked coldly at Lu Ming and continued, however, you dare to capture dragon carps under my nose. You're going to die. In the Martial Saint's secret ground, everyone has a share. Of course, I can take action when I see the treasure. Lu Ming curled his lips. If you take action, you'll have to pay with your life. Wu Qinkong's killing intent exploded. When Lu Ming had refused to give up his spot in the marrow cleansing pool, he had already wanted to kill Lu Ming. Now, his killing intent was even stronger. Whoosh! Wu Qinkong swung his sword and a terrifying sword chi slashed at Lu Ming. It was even stronger than before. Lu Ming was fearless. He activated the suppressing hell skill and punched out with his dragon force. Boom! The heavens and the earth trembled as the energy surged. Pillars of water rose from the lake below. The 3 dragon carps flashed and dodged the energy. Bang! The sword chi dissipated. Lu Ming broke the sword chi with his fist. He stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "You're still not strong enough." Then, he punched out again. Lu Ming's fist seemed to contain the force of millions of tons. It was so terrifying that the entire space trembled. So strong. Wu Qinkong was shocked. His true essence surged and his sword hummed as he slashed out a shocking sword chi. However, it was useless. Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. He punched out and destroyed the sword chi. He quickly approached Wu Qinkong. On the side, Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, and the others were also shocked. They had never imagined that the young man who had passed the Heavenly Market Cave by luck would be so powerful. It was too terrifying. Why do I find this person's fighting style a little familiar? Sandalwood Fairy said. I have the same feeling. Kong Xian said. Whoosh! Chapter 1078. Don't even think about it. Sandalwood Fairy shouted. She waved her hand and a few elixirs flew out. The elixirs glowed and turned into weapons that attacked the burly man from the Ji family. At the same time, Kong Xian also attacked the burly man from the Ji family. The 3 of them engaged in a fierce battle. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming was brave and invincible. He stepped on the void and punched with earth-shattering force. The void continued to explode as Wu Qinkong was forced to retreat. He was at a complete disadvantage. Finally, he let out a long roar and used bloodline fusion to turn into a battle sword. The sword chi whistled as he fought Lu Ming. To be honest, Wu Qinkong's battle strength was very strong. He was much stronger than Sanguinarum. No wonder he was called one of the strongest experts after the 5 magnates. He had the right to be arrogant. However, his cultivation was still at LV1 spiritual god. Lu Ming was never afraid of anyone at the same level. Clang! Clang! After a few consecutive punches, the battle sword was sent flying and vibrating in the air. Damn it, who are you? Wu Qinkong roared in disbelief. He could not believe that someone who appeared out of nowhere had such terrifying battle strength. Not far away, Kong Xian and the others were also shocked. Wu Qinkong was completely suppressed. It was too shocking. Who else could do this except for the 5 magnates? Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying explosion came from afar. A ray of blood light flew over at high speed. Swoosh! A burly figure appeared in the air. His eyes were like lightning. When he saw Lu Ming, his killing intent was even more shocking. Lu Shaoqing, die! With a roar, the figure punched out. The blood-red fist radiance pierced through the void and blasted toward Lu Ming. Shuefeng. Lu Ming frowned. This figure was Cold Blood Hall's #1 genius of the previous generation, Shuefeng. He did not expect Shuefeng to be here. Lu Ming punched back and collided with Shuefeng's fist radiance. His body trembled and he was forced to retreat. Shuefeng was very strong. With a level 7 divine bloodline and a LV4 spiritual god cultivation, his battle strength was terrifying. Shuefeng stepped forward with a violent aura. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Lu Ming. At this moment, Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian were dumbfounded. Lu Shaoqing. Just now, Shuefeng had called Lu Ming Lu Shaoqing. This dark-skinned young man was actually Lu Shaoqing. Sandalwood Fairy and her companion exchanged a blow with the Ji clan's burly man and retreated far away. They did not continue fighting. Xue Feng's arrival made the situation even more complicated. "Brother Lu, it's you," Sandalwood Fairy said. "Fairy, how have you been?" Lu Ming smiled. Facing Xue Feng, he remained calm. "It's really you." Kong Xian was also shocked. At that moment, Wu Qingkong retreated far away and observed from afar. "This brat offended Xue Feng, he's courting death." Wu Qingkong sneered. "Kill!" Xue Feng roared, stepped forward, and punched out. The space shattered under the blood-red fist. It was extremely terrifying. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The third bloodline appeared, and a trace of power entered Lu Ming's body. Instantly, a terrifying killing intent emanated from Lu Ming's body, and his hair turned blood-red. Then, the third bloodline turned into a sword, which Lu Ming held in his hand and slashed out. Puff! The blood-red sword light flashed and split Xue Feng's fist in half. "Is that his bloodline? Strange, why is there no chakra?" Sandalwood Fairy and the others were shocked. First, they were shocked that Lu Ming had finally used his bloodline power. His combat strength had indeed increased, and he had not used his full strength before. Second, they were shocked that Lu Ming's bloodline did not have a chakra. This was unheard of. Damn it, this guy probably doesn't have a life talisman. I must find a way to kill him. When he fights Xue Feng, I'll wait for an opportunity to strike. Wu Qingkong's mind kept spinning. Xue Feng was also shocked when he saw Lu Ming's sword break his fist. The true essence in his body circulated wildly, and his aura became even more violent. Divine Blood Leopard Fist. Xue Feng's fists were like blood jade, and he constantly punched out. Fist radiance flew out, and in the process, it turned into a blood leopard and pounced on Lu Ming. This was a divine-level martial skill, and it was extremely powerful. 5 Slaughter Styles. Lu Ming circulated the 5 slaughter styles, and the blood-red battle sword buzzed. Sword radiance shot out, and scattered the blood leopards one after another. Slaughter Mentality. Xue Feng was shocked, and at the same time, he was even more determined to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. He was only at the first level of Spirit God, but he could already fight with him. Bloodline appeared above his head, and in the next moment, he turned into a blood leopard, roaring and pouncing on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was fearless. He held his battle sword and fought with Xue Feng. Lu Ming's combat strength was unparalleled, and he was invincible among those at the same level. However, Xue Feng's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Moreover, he had also comprehended a divine-level martial skill, and his bloodline fusion was even more powerful. Lu Ming and Xue Feng exchanged dozens of moves, and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The difference between our cultivation is too great. If I use the 9 Dragons bloodline, or the suppressing Hell Steel bloodline, and the 3rd bloodline, I might be able to fight with him. Lu Ming's mind raced. However, this result was already enough to shock everyone present to the extreme. I didn't expect Brother Lu's combat strength to be so strong. This is too shocking. Kong Xian was tongue-tied, and after a while, he said this. He was also at the first level of Spirit God, but he realized that if he fought with Lu Ming now, he would be easily killed. On the other side, the battle sword that Wu Qingkong had transformed into was also trembling in fear. If Lu Ming had used this kind of combat strength, he would not have been able to resist at all. He was too strong. That's right, even the 5 great authorities might not be as strong as him. Sandalwood Fairy sighed. Seal. In the middle of the battle, Lu Ming used the 9 seals of the God Gate, and a light gate was formed. It shone brightly and suppressed Xue Feng. For a moment, Xue Feng was actually frozen. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward and slashed at Xue Feng's head with his sword. Roar. Xue Feng roared, and a bloody light burst out. With a bang, the light gate was shattered at the critical moment. Xuefeng continued to retreat, but he was still one step too late, and a piece of his scalp was cut off. Then, Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked Xuefeng's stomach, sending him flying. What a pity! Lu Ming lamented in his heart. His cultivation was still not strong enough, and the gate of the seal was broken by Xuefeng's violent True Yuan. If Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger, or if he had cultivated 2 gates of the seal, it would not be so easy for Xuefeng to break it. The gate of the seal was not omnipotent. If one's cultivation was too strong, Lu Ming would not be able to seal it. Even so, Xuefeng was already shivering. He looked at Lu Ming with fear in his eyes. Just now, he was almost killed by Lu Ming's sword. What kind of secret technique is this? It's so terrifying. He was horrified. For a moment, he dared not step forward to fight with Lu Ming. Kill! This time, it was Lu Ming's turn to take the initiative. He stepped forward and attacked Xuefeng. Buzz! Chapter 1079. The gate of seals glowed and flew towards Xuefeng like a ray of light. Moreover, the light emitted by the gate of seals also had a sealing effect. Xuefeng could not escape at all. His body was enveloped by the light of the gate of seals and he could not help but stiffen. Swoosh! Lu Ming's body was like a flickering shadow as he rushed towards Xuefeng. The blood leopard that Xuefeng had transformed into let out a furious roar. Blood spurted out like a volcanic eruption and rushed towards the gate of seals. This time, Lu Ming was even faster. The blood sword pierced through the void and pierced through the blood leopard's body in an instant. Roar! The blood leopard let out a shocking roar as it broke through the gate of seals and clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. In a hurry, he struck out with his palm and clashed with the blood leopard's claw. With a loud bang, Lu Ming's body was sent flying a few thousand meters away. His qi and blood were in turmoil and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Xuefeng's genuine yuan was too strong. The moment Lu Ming stabbed him, he broke through the gate of seals and launched a counterattack. However, the blood leopard that Xuefeng had transformed into was definitely not in a good state after being stabbed by Lu Ming. At this moment, he roared and did not dare to continue the battle. Instead, he turned and ran. Lu Ming did not chase after him. With his current cultivation, coupled with the 9 seals of the Divine Gate, he could indeed injure Xuefeng. However, it was almost impossible to kill him. If Xuefeng went all out, Lu Ming would not be in a good state either. In the blink of an eye, Xuefeng had disappeared. As for Wuxia, he had already sneaked away before Xuefeng had escaped. As for the dragon carp, he did not dare to take it anymore. If he stayed, he would definitely be killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, the expression of the Ji family's strong man changed. In the end, he let out a long sigh and turned to leave. His combat strength was only on par with Wuxia. If he continued to stay, he would only be courting death. In an instant, only Lu Ming, Sandalwood Fairy, and Kong Xian were left above the lake. Brother Lu, why did you disguise yourself? Even your aura has changed. We are suffering. Sandalwood said with a smile. There are some people that I don't want to see. Fairy, please forgive me. Lu Ming smiled. Then, Lu Ming looked at the 3 dragon carps in the lake and said, do you two also need dragon carps? It's all thanks to Brother Lu this time. Otherwise, if Xuefeng had arrived, Brother Kong and I probably wouldn't have gained anything. These 3 dragon carps naturally belong to Brother Lu. Sandalwood said. Fairy, you're too polite. I only need 2. As for the other one, you can take it. Lu Ming smiled and landed on the surface of the lake. He used the Divine Gate 9 seals. In a flash, the Gate of Seals appeared and locked the 3 dragon carps in place. Then, his Jin Yuan condensed into a giant hand and scooped up the 3 dragon carps. With a wave of his hand, 2 of the dragon carps disappeared. Lu Ming had collected them into a small lake in the mountain and river diagram. To refine the nirvana pill, he only needed the true blood of the dragon carps, not the dragon carps. Therefore, 2 dragon carps were enough, and more would not be of much use. There was no harm in giving the other one to Sandalwood Fairy. "Thank you, Brother Lu." Sandalwood Fairy was overjoyed. She was an alchemist, and this dragon carp was indeed of great use to her. After Sandalwood Fairy put it away, she was about to say something when her expression suddenly froze. She revealed a look of surprise and stared ahead with wide eyes. On the side, Kong Xian was the same. He seemed to have seen something extremely shocking. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He turned around and in the next moment, his eyes immediately widened. In front of him, at an unknown distance, there was a magnificent palace that emerged from the void. It was surrounded by clouds and mist outside, like an immortal palace. It was incomparably huge, but it was full of vicissitudes, as if it had crossed endless years. It seemed real and illusory at the same time. From afar, it was very unreal, like an illusion. What kind of palace is this? It wasn't there just now. Lu Ming was surprised. There was nothing there just now, so why would an ancient palace suddenly appear? Sacred Mansion, it's the Sacred Mansion. Kong Xian muttered to himself, his eyes revealing an incomparable excitement. Sacred Mansion. Both Sandalwood Fairy and Lu Ming were very surprised. This arcane realm was called the Sacred Mansion Arcane Realm, but Lu Ming had never known what it meant. He did not expect that there really was a sacred mansion. Yes, in the ancient books of our World Academy, there is a sacred mansion in this arcane realm, and there is a supreme existence inside. It is said that it surpasses the Emperor. Kong Xian said word by word. His eyes were filled with excitement, as if he was on a pilgrimage. An existence that surpasses the Emperor. Lu Ming and Sandalwood gasped a breath of cold air. In the divine wilderness continent, the Emperor was the strongest. In the eyes of all cultivators, the Emperor was already a supreme existence. Their combat strength was earth-shattering. With a palm strike, they could split the sky and crack the earth, penetrate the earth, and pierce through the sky. It was boundlessly terrifying. The ultimate goal of all cultivators was to become an emperor and dominate the world. But now, there was a figure above the Emperor here. How could it not be shocking? Is this true? Lu Ming asked. Kong Xian shook his head and said, I don't know, but it is indeed recorded in the ancient books. And according to the ancient books, the sacred mansion rarely appears. Even when the emperors could freely enter this place, no one has seen it. It has always been a legend, but now it has really appeared. It is incredible. Kong Xian sighed again and again. He was very excited, and then he revealed many secrets. According to the old legends, there was an existence that surpassed the sovereign level living in this Saint Mansion. If someone obtained the Saint Mansion token, they could enter the Saint Mansion with it and obtain great opportunities. They might even have the chance to obtain the inheritance of that existence. And the Sacred Mansion token was in the Sacred Mansion Arcane Realm. It is said that this Sacred Mansion Arcane Realm has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if it is an existence above the Emperor, it can't live for hundreds of thousands of years, right? Sandalwood Fairy said with some doubts. The path of cultivation was against the heavens. The higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. It was already very heaven-defying for an emperor to live for 10 to 20,000 years. It was equivalent to a mortal living for hundreds of years, watching the world change like a living history book. As for the existence above the emperor, no matter how powerful it was, it could not live for hundreds of thousands of years. It was too shocking and unbelievable. Unless it was a legendary god. Legends said that gods could exist with heaven and earth, but that was only a legend. I'm not too sure about that either. Kong Xian shook his head. Even so, their eyes were filled with flames. An existence that surpassed a ruler, this was too shocking. Once one reached such a boundary, one would definitely be all-powerful and unimaginable. If it was true, they would benefit endlessly if they obtained something. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a long howl resounded through the earth. It was extremely shocking. Awoo! The three of them saw a huge silver wolf appear on a mountain peak in the distance. It howled at the sky, and its aura was shocking like a tsunami. With a stomp, the mountain peak collapsed. The silver wolf broke through the sky and flew in the direction of the sacred mansion. Rumble! In the sky, a mountain ridge moved. Upon closer look, it was a giant snake swimming across the sky, heading toward the sacred mansion. Bang! The earth rumbled and trembled. Not far away, a giant ape as tall as a mountain stepped on the ground, causing the earth to crack and the mountains to tremble. Chapter 1080. The land seemed to be boiling. Powerful beasts went berserk and flew in the direction of the Saint Mansion. Along the way, if they saw any human martial artists, they would kill them immediately. There were even powerful beasts that killed each other. Caw! With a sharp cry, the sky darkened as a terrifying pressure pressed down. Oh no, run! Lu Ming's face changed as he rushed to the side. Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian's faces also changed as they followed Lu Ming to the side. A strong wind blew as a giant eagle flew over their heads. Its eyes were as sharp as swords as it glanced at the three of them. With a flap of its wings, a terrifying tornado was formed and swept toward the three of them. Wherever the tornado passed, not to mention trees, even huge mountains were uprooted and swept into it. The scene was horrifying. The three of them ran forward at full speed to avoid the tornado. After the giant eagle fanned out the tornado, it ignored Lu Ming and the others and quickly flew away. The three of them didn't dare to take it head-on. They used their movement techniques to avoid it. After flying for a few thousand miles, the tornado weakened and disappeared into the air. Phew! The three of them let out a long breath. That giant eagle was definitely a beast above the 7th level spirit god realm. It was too strong. They were too weak. It seems that the sacred mansion has really appeared. The powerful beasts in the secret territory have all been alarmed. Kong Xian said. What are you going to do next? Lu Ming asked. We'll meet up with the other brothers and see if we can take a gamble. If we can get a little opportunity from the appearance of the sacred mansion, it will be endless benefits. Kong Xian's eyes were burning with passion. Sandalwood Fairy nodded. A group of people from the Medicine King Valley had also entered. She also wanted to meet up with them. Fairy, why don't we join forces? The Medicine King Valley is good at inscription. The World Academy also has people who are good at inscription and martial arts. Only by working together can we bring out the best in each other. Kong Xian said. Okay, it's decided. Brother Lu, will you come with us? Sandalwood Fairy looked at Lu Ming. No, I have other things to do. I'll take my leave now. Lu Ming shook his head, bid farewell to the two of them, and left. The two of them felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming were to join them, their chances of success would undoubtedly be greater. Then, the two of them left. With the appearance of the sacred residence, everyone in the secret realm was in an uproar. Everyone from the World Academy knew some secrets, and rumors about those above the ruler level had also spread. All the powerhouses who entered the secret realm were extremely enthusiastic. Powerhouses from various forces gathered and headed toward the sacred residence. Lu Ming flew all the way and soon saw a few corpses of ferocious beasts. They were all killed by the ferocious beasts. Lu Ming landed and his devouring power burst out, devouring the blood essence of the ferocious beasts. This was the reason why he had left Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian. Just now, the powerful vicious beasts in the mystic realm had gone on a rampage and killed many martial artists and weaker vicious beasts. Lu Ming didn't want to waste them, so he swallowed them and broke through to the next realm. Along the way, Lu Ming devoured all the human martial artists and ferocious beasts that he saw being killed. Many of them were at the spiritual god level. Lu Ming devoured more and more energy. After a full day, Lu Ming had devoured the energy of hundreds of human cultivators and vicious beasts. Then, he found a hidden place and entered the mountain river diagram to begin refining. The energy of the blood essence was all used to improve the 9 dragons' bloodline. The other energy was all converted into vital essence. Lu Ming began to break through to the second level of the spirit god realm. His current conception of heaven and earth was completely ahead of his cultivation. As long as he had energy, he could break through to the next realm. Boom! Boom! The majestic vital essence gathered in the spiritual god, making it more solid. The spiritual god sat cross-legged in his dantian, his whole body glowing and looking solemn. After a long time, with a rumble, Lu Ming's aura surged. The second level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming had finally broken through to the second level of the spirit god realm, and his strength had greatly improved. If he encountered Xue Feng now, Lu Ming was confident that he could kill him even without using the 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming stood up and stepped out, appearing outside the mountain river diagram. Now I can fight for the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming revealed a confident expression. If it was before he broke through to the second level of the spirit god realm, even if Lu Ming went, he might not be able to obtain any benefits. Many of the previous generation's geniuses had entered the mountain river diagram. Every overlord force probably had an expert like Xue Feng, and there might even be someone stronger. Moreover, these forces had many people. If Lu Ming was at the first level of the spirit god realm, even if he went, he might not be their opponent. Moreover, there was also Yang Patian. The battle strength of the 5 young tycoons was absolutely shocking and couldn't be underestimated. But now, Lu Ming was confident that even if he couldn't suppress all of them, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get a share of the loot. Using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, Lu Ming turned into a streak of light and flew away. Soon, Lu Ming had flown a few 100,000 miles. So far, where is the Saint Mansion? Lu Ming was speechless. After flying a few 100,000 miles, he felt that the Saint Mansion wasn't close at all. It was still so far away that he couldn't see it. Lu Ming continued to fly, flying a few 100,000 miles. Unfortunately, it was still the same. He didn't feel that he was close to the Saint Mansion. The Saint Mansion was floating in the air like an immortal palace. Boom! Suddenly, there was an uproar in front of him. There were experts fighting fiercely. In the distance, the sky was shrouded in endless light. Various colored lights flickered as terrifying attacks collided continuously. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. He restrained his aura and flew over. Fairy, Brother Kong. Below, there were some figures looking up. Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian were among them. Lu Ming flew over to greet them. Brother Lu. Seeing Lu Ming, both of them smiled. What's going on? Lu Ming asked. They're fighting for the Saint Mansion's token. Fairy Sandalwood said. What? The Saint Mansion's token has appeared. Lu Ming was shocked. He didn't expect that the battle in the sky was because of the Saint Mansion's token. High up in the sky, dazzling lights flashed. It was impossible to see the faces of the people inside. Only 7 or 8 figures could be seen crisscrossing and fighting fiercely. They were all powerful and terrifying existences. Even Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian could only watch from below, unable to interfere. There were many people watching below. Lu Ming saw Yin Bupo from the Sky Eagle Fort and some other experts from the Sky Eagle Fort. In addition, the Ji family from the Demon Mountain was also there. Everyone stared at the sky, watching the progress of the battle. Bang! Suddenly, a huge figure was shot down and fell heavily on the ground. It was a lightning eagle. Its body was covered in lightning, but there was no aura. It was dead. Senior brother. Yin Bupo and the others shouted in anger. Obviously, this lightning eagle was an expert from the previous generation of the Sky Eagle Fort. Swoosh! At this moment, another figure rushed down. Chapter 1081. Senior Brother Luo. Kong Xian's expression changed as he stepped forward. Obviously, this person was an expert from the World Academy. Sigh, I'm no match for them. I don't need the Sacred Mansion token. Senior brother Luo sighed. Kong Xian and Sandalwood Fairy were shocked. They knew that senior brother Luo was the #1 prodigy of the World Academy. He had awakened a 7th level divine bloodline and reached the 4th level of the spirit god realm. He shouldn't be weaker than Xue Feng, but he still couldn't defeat them. The number of people decreased, but the battle became more intense. Terrifying vibrations spread out for thousands of miles. The void was as fragile as a piece of paper. Bang! Bang! Following that, more and more people were sent flying out of the battlefield. 4 people were sent out of the battlefield in succession. They were severely injured and stood in the void, looking at the battlefield unwillingly with fear in their eyes. Lu Ming could see that there were only 2 figures left in the sky, fighting fiercely. Clang! Clang! The sounds of collisions were constantly heard as if 2 gods were fighting. Sizzle! The space cracked and the light faded. 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. Both of them were tall and burly with wild auras. One of them held a halberd in his hand. His black hair hung loosely behind his back, and his aura was shocking to the extreme. Just by standing there, the space around him was like water, constantly twisting and distorting, forming circular ripples. Yang Patian. This person was actually one of the top 5 youths, Yang Patian. The other person stood in front of Yang Patian. His body was even more burly than Yang Potion's, revealing 2 muscular arms. He was holding a huge spiked club. This person looked very young, definitely not more than 30 years old. He was in the same generation as Lu Ming. A prodigy of the younger generation was actually able to fight with Yang Patian. Who was this person? This person is from the Northern Plains and is known as the #1 prodigy of the Northern Plains. I heard that he fought with Yang Patian outside before. Kong Xian explained in a low voice. Lu Ming suddenly understood. So it was a prodigy of the Northern Plains. He had also heard that a prodigy from the Northern Plains fought with Yang Patian to a draw. Between the 2 of them, there was a purple gold token floating in the air, emitting a hazy glow. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This should be the Holy Mansion's token. Tuoba sure, let's settle this today. Yang Patian held the halberd in his hand. With a slight movement, he cut open a crack in space. His aura was wild. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. That's exactly what I wanted. Tuoba sure grinned and waved his mace, creating a loud rumbling sound. Waves of energy surged, and the token of the Saint Mansion was blasted high up into the sky. Shwa shwa. At the same time, the 2 of them moved, rushing towards each other, starting a great battle. Yang Patian had also comprehended the will of space, and his usage of it was even more terrifying than Di Shen's. At the same time, he also had the support of other wills. When he struck out with his halberd, it was as if he could sever the void. Tuoba Shure's muscles bulged like an invincible warrior. His mace danced in the air, crushing everything in its path. When it collided with the ancient halberd, a terrifying rumble could be heard. The 2 of them clashed fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The others gathered around to watch, their eyes filled with amazement. Is this the strength of the 5 giants? They're indeed powerful. Lu Ming exclaimed. At the same time, a strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Sigh, they're too powerful. They haven't even used the bloodline fusion, but they're already so powerful. I'm too far behind them. Kong Xian sighed. Have their bloodlines surpassed level 8 of the divine level? Lu Ming asked. That's right. The bloodlines of the 5 giants of the central continent are all at level 9 of the divine level. Sandalwood Fairy said. They're actually at level 9 of the divine level. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. Level 9 of the divine level was the highest level of bloodline. Each of them was extremely terrifying. The higher one's bloodline was, the greater the difference in the talent or bloodline bonus brought by each level. Level 7 of the divine level was much stronger than level 6 of the divine level. However, level 8 of the divine level was much stronger than level 7 of the divine level, whether it was talent or bloodline bonus. As for level 9 of the divine level, it was even more terrifying. This was because level 9 of the divine level represented the peak and perfection. It was not something a level 8 of the divine level could compare to. If level 8 of the divine level meant that one had the potential to become an emperor, then level 9 of the divine level meant that one would definitely become an emperor as long as they didn't die. In the history of the divine wilderness continent, anyone who awakened level 9 of the divine level bloodline would become an emperor as long as they didn't die. The 5 giants of the central continent were equivalent to becoming an emperor in the future. It was no wonder that Yang was so arrogant. He always acted as if he was above everyone else. He was destined to become an emperor. Apart from people who were at the same level as him, everyone else was just an ant in his eyes. Perhaps in the depths of his heart, he didn't even care about supremes. Clang! Clang! The battle continued and became more and more intense. Both of them were really angry for the Sacred Mansion token. Both of them were determined to get the Sacred Mansion token. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves. The purple gold Sacred Mansion token rolled around in their energy. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the Saint Mansion's token. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the token crumbled into pieces. The Sacred Mansion token shattered. Everyone was stunned. Even Yang and Tuoba were stunned. They stopped fighting and looked at each other. No one had expected the Sacred Mansion token to shatter. Wasn't that the token to enter the Sacred Mansion? The owner of the Sacred Mansion was an existence that surpassed the Emperor. How could his token shatter so easily? Impossible. The Sacred Mansion token is indestructible. It can't be broken. This is fake. This is a fake token. Kong Xian shouted. A fake token? Everyone looked at each other. I know. Someone threw out a fake token. They want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then reap the benefits. Someone guessed. Everyone's eyes flashed. They felt that it was very likely that someone wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fairy, Brother Kong, how did the token appear? Lu Ming asked. I heard that before this, someone shouted that he found the token. Many people fought over it. Later, more and more people joined in. In the end, even Yang and Tuoba were attracted. Kong Xian explained. So you're saying that no one saw where the token came from? Lu Ming asked. Both Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian shook their heads. Previously, when everyone saw the Sacred Mansion token, they fought over it like crazy. Who would have thought that the token was fake? Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that someone was really trying to take advantage of the situation. Damn it! Which bastard did this? If I find out, I'll make him suffer. Yin Bupo from the Heavenly Eagle Castle roared. The Heavenly Eagle Castle lost a peerless expert because of this. Chapter 1082. Yang and Tuoba eyes were filled with murderous intent. Someone actually dared to mess with them. They deserved to die. The two of them scanned the crowd with murderous intent, sending chills down everyone's spine. In the end, they did not find anyone suspicious. Yang snorted coldly and left. Tuoba grinned and left as well. Since the Sacred Mansion token was fake, there was no need for them to continue fighting. Then, the people from the other forces left one after another. Lu Ming did not leave. He had his eyes on a person. It was a slightly plump young man. He looked very simple and honest. However, his eyes were darting around and Lu Ming felt that they were somewhat familiar. Fairy, Brother Kong, come with me. Lu Ming whispered. Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian were slightly stunned, then nodded and followed Lu Ming in a certain direction. In front of them, the simple-looking young man was strolling in the mountains. He did not seem to be walking fast, but his speed was surprisingly fast. The three of them concealed their auras and followed the young man in the forest. Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian were curious. They did not know why Lu Ming was following the young man. Could it be that Lu Ming had noticed something? After traveling for 10,000 miles, the young man in front of them stopped and looked around. Then, a light flashed on his body. In the next moment, the young man's appearance changed completely. He had turned into a monk. Unscrupulous monk. Lu Ming recognized the monk at a glance. It was the same unscrupulous monk they had met before. Western Desert Holy Monk. The three of them hid behind a rock and concealed their auras as much as possible. Kong Xian transmitted his voice to the other two. They could only transmit their voice because they were too close. If they spoke, no matter how soft their voices were, unscrupulous monk would hear them. Sigh. At this moment, unscrupulous monk sighed, then reached into his chest and took out a purple gold token. The three of them were dumbfounded. Wasn't that the sacred mansion token? It was exactly the same as the one before. My hair, my Buddha is merciful. It's a pity that only a few experts died this time. Yang Patian and Tuoba sure were not injured. I thought they would both be injured. The monk muttered in a low voice, but Lu Ming and the other two heard him clearly. The three of them looked at each other, especially Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian, whose eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was actually this fellow. To think that the one who threw out the fake Saint Manor token and started the battle was actually this fellow. Weren't the holy monks of the Western Desert compassionate and merciful? But how could this guy do such a thing? Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian were both in a daze. Lu Ming was better off because he was mentally prepared. He had seen how heartless this monk was before. Looks like I have to do it again. Unscrupulous monk mumbled and revealed a harmless smile. With a wave of his sleeve, he strode away. Lu Ming and the other two stared at each other in bewilderment. In the end, they did not continue to follow. They returned to the place where the battle had taken place and gathered with the people from the World Academy and Medicine King Valley. Brother Kong, why can't we get close to the Saint Mansion? I've flown for millions of miles, but it still seems so far away. Lu Ming was a little puzzled. The Saint Mansion should be millions of miles ahead, but because it hasn't fully manifested, it looks so far away. In fact, we've been getting closer. Kong Xian explained. The World Academy was the most familiar with the Saint Mansion's secret realms. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, Lu Ming, Sandalwood Fairy, and the others flew in the direction of the Saint Mansion. Hundreds of thousands of miles later. The Saint Mansion token has appeared ahead. What? The Saint Mansion token is mine. Let's go. They heard a series of loud shouts as figures streaked across the void and flew in a certain direction. That monk is stirring up trouble again. Kong Xian gritted his teeth. Let's go take a look, but don't do anything. Sandalwood Fairy said. Everyone flew in that direction. Sure enough, there was a terrifying battle in a place, and corpses were falling continuously. In the forest below, they saw a slightly plump young man with rolling eyes. It was the unscrupulous monk in disguise. At that moment, the unscrupulous monk was running around, picking up the storage rings of the dead. Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Is that really the Saint Monk of the Western Desert? Could it be fake? Sandalwood Fairy's eyes widened in disbelief. That had completely shattered her understanding of the Saint Monk of the Western Desert. It should be real. I've fought with him before, and I used a Buddhist cultivation technique. Lu Ming said. The unscrupulous monk was unfathomable. He was young, but his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Then, Lu Ming and the others left the place because the Saint Mansion token must be fake. It must be the unscrupulous monk who was stirring up trouble. The group flew for millions of miles. A huge mountain peak appeared in front of them. The peak was bare, without any vegetation. It was all rocks. At this moment, the entire mountain peak was covered with inscriptions. It was glowing and incomparably resplendent. High up in the sky, the wind and clouds gathered. The huge palace was faintly discernible, as if it was in the sky, but it had not fully materialized. Thousands of figures stood in the distance of the mountain. They were all the experts of the major factions who had entered this time. Roar! Roar! Terrifying roars could be heard. Dozens of powerful beasts were fighting fiercely on the mountain. Blood chi soared into the sky. Lu Ming and the others were shocked when they saw that from afar. Those powerful existences in the secret realm were coming here, but they were fighting each other on the mountain. Why was that? The roars were endless, and the fighting was extremely fierce. Those who could come here were all existences above the 7th level of the spirit god realm. Howl! There was a wolf howl that was extremely mournful. Lu Ming saw a huge silver wolf that was 100 meters tall. However, its heart was grabbed by a huge eagle and it fell on the mountain peak. Fresh blood seeped into the mountain peak, making the mountain peak shine even brighter. Caw! The giant eagle was not faring well either. Its wings were grabbed by a giant ape, and its wings were torn off. Then, a giant centipede cut open its stomach. All of them were giant beasts fighting fiercely. Giant beasts fell and were torn apart. A giant snake as big as a mountain was cut into several pieces by a giant mantis. However, the mantis head was bitten off by the giant snake before it died. Whoosh! Whoosh! More and more people came, but they all stopped in the distance and looked at the scene in shock. Half a day later, all the giant beasts fell on the mountain. Their blood seeped into the mountain as if they had become nourishment for the mountain. In the sky, the ancient palace was rumbling. Wind and clouds gathered, and it seemed like it would appear at any time. At this moment, the crowd finally dared to approach the mountain. Lu Ming looked over and saw more than 5,000 people. Lu Ming saw Yang Patian, Tuo Bashir, and Di Shen. Junior brother Wu, is he the person you were talking about? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. A murderous gaze stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned his head and frowned. A group of youths with swords on their backs stood not far away. Some of them were looking at Lu Ming coldly. Wu Qingkong. Chapter 1083. These were the experts of the Sky Martial Sword faction. Senior brother, that's him. His name is Lu Shaoqing. Wu Qingkong said to a man in his 40s. Humph. The man in his prime stepped out and stared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Lu Shaoqing, how dare you lay your hands on the people from the talent swordsmanship sect? I think you don't need to live in this world. The burly man's aura was oppressive as he exuded a powerful aura. The others heard the commotion and looked over. Lu Shaoqing. Among them, Jing Kongling, Junyu, and Yin Bupo were surprised. They had seen Lu Ming before. They were surprised to see Lu Ming. Isn't that the weakling with a combat strength of 5? Yes, that's him. Did he offend the Sky Martial Sword faction? He's courting death. Why do I feel that Wu Qingkong suffered a loss in his hands? Otherwise, why would he ask the experts of the previous generation to help him? He could have done it himself. That's true. It can't be, right? Is that weakling so powerful? Many people recognized Lu Ming. There were many discussions and various guesses. Lu Ming glanced at the man in his prime and looked at Wu Qingkong. Wu Qingkong, I let you go last time. Seems like you didn't learn your lesson. I'll send you on your way then. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Wu Qingkong had really suffered in Lu Ming's hands? Lu Shaoqing, don't be arrogant. You're the one who's going to die today. Wu Qingkong's face was cold. He wanted to chop Lu Ming into pieces. Clang! Clang! The sound of swords could be heard. Powerful sword auras erupted from the bodies of the Tianwu sword sect members. Their gazes were like swords as they stared at Lu Ming. Swoosh! Another tall and sturdy man in the prime of his life stepped out and stood beside the previous man. His aura was astonishing. There are 2 LV4 Spirit God Realm experts. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. There were 2 4th-level Spirit God experts in the Sky Martial Sword sect. Judging from their auras, they were not weaker than Xuefeng. They should be at the same level as Xuefeng. Oh no, it's them. Brother Lu, these 2 are the strongest geniuses of the previous generation of the Sky Martial Sword faction. Both of them have awakened level 7 divine bloodlines. Sandalwood Fairy said worriedly. Sky Martial Sword faction, don't go too far. If you want to kill Brother Lu, you'll have to go through the World Academy first. Kong Xian stepped forward and stared at the people from the Celestial Martial Sword sect. Although they had seen Lu Ming fight before, and he was indeed powerful enough to injure Xuefeng and force Xuefeng to retreat in a sorry state. But now, the Sky Martial Sword sect had 2 experts like Xuefeng. When Lu Ming fought Xuefeng, it was already very difficult. Facing 2 such experts, he was definitely not a match. World Academy, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Within the Sky Martial Sword sect, a robust man at the 4th level of the Spirit God realm spoke coldly and in an extremely domineering manner. What arrogance! From the World Academy, a man in his 30s stepped out, his aura exploding. This was the strongest person from the World Academy this time. He was also the top genius of the previous generation of the World Academy. He was on the same level as Xuefeng. One had to admit that the previous generation's geniuses were too weak compared to this generation. Those who had awakened level 7 divine bloodlines were already the top geniuses of their respective factions. They couldn't be compared to this generation's geniuses at all. The difference was too great. It was as if all the luck had been placed on this generation, allowing it to enter a golden age. Ha, brothers Wu, why don't you count me in to kill Lu Shaoqing? With a cold laugh, a man in a blood-red robe stepped out. It was Xuefeng. Back when he was injured by Lu Ming, he had been waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Now that he saw Lu Ming fighting with the people from the Sky Martial Sword faction, how could he miss such a great opportunity? Xuefeng, you came at the right time. Let's work together and kill this person. One of the men from the Sky Martial Sword faction said. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on them. This Lu Shaoqing had offended so many people. It seemed like he was going to die today. At this moment, Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, and the white-robed man from the World Academy all had ugly expressions on their faces. If it was only the Sky Martial Sword faction, they might still be able to put up a fight. But with Xuefeng, it would be difficult. You're all here. You came at the right time. Let's settle this together today. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. Everyone was stunned. What did he say? Facing such a situation, he actually said that he would settle it together? Was he crazy? Sandalwood Fairy and the others were also stunned. Brother Lu. Sandalwood Fairy called out. Fairy, Brother Kong, leave this place to me. Lu Ming smiled at Sandalwood Fairy and the others, then stepped out to face Xuefeng and the others. Brother Wu, this kid has a very evil secret technique that can seal people's movements. Let's work together and kill him. Xuefeng whispered to the 2 experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction. All right. The 2 experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction nodded. They had heard from Wu Qingkong about the battle between Lu Ming and Xuefeng. They knew that Lu Ming was not ordinary. Although he sounded strong, they did not dare to be careless. Boom! 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 The 2 experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction and Xuefeng unleashed their powerful auras at the same time. Shocking auras shot up to the sky and pressed down on Lu Ming. Whoosh! 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 The 3 of them moved and surrounded Lu Ming. The 3 of them are joining forces to deal with Lu Shaoqing? How can this be? Is Lu Shaoqing's combat strength that strong? Otherwise, why would Xue Feng and the others take him so seriously and need the three of them to join forces? They were not fools. When they saw the three's reaction, they knew that something was wrong and guessed what was going on. They were shocked by this guess. Other than the top 5 young geniuses, who else would be so important to Xue Feng and the others? Kid, aren't you very arrogant? Let's see how you're going to die. Xue Feng's eyes were cold. In the next moment, he unleashed his bloodline and performed bloodline fusion, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared. His third bloodline appeared and a wisp of power entered Lu Ming's body, turning Lu Ming's hair blood red. His killing intent rushed out like a tide. At the same time, the 7 dragon powers erupted at the same time, raising Lu Ming's strength to a terrifying level. The third bloodline turned into a blood-red battle sword and was held in Lu Ming's hand. With a slash, a blood-red sword light cut through the void, illuminating the sky and slashing toward Xue Feng. This power, at this moment, Xue Feng's eyes widened and he was terrified. This power was too shocking. It was much more powerful than the last time he fought with Lu Ming. It was much more powerful. Not good. Xue Feng's body turned cold as he tried his best to resist. But with a puff, the sword light slashed through. The blood leopard that Xue Feng had transformed into had one of its claws cut off and was sent flying far away. Xue Feng roared and retreated rapidly. At this moment, the 2 experts of the Sky Martial Sword sect had also arrived. 2 vast sword lights, as large as mountains, slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword and destroyed the 2 sword lights. His figure did not stop as he rushed toward Xue Feng. Xue Feng was terrified and retreated rapidly. You can't escape.